What's good? What is happening? What's been going on? What's been going on? Kind of hungry. I'm closing some tabs. Who's linked to the Lego thing? Not the Charlie video. The original like Lego video. Rememberings of Lego drama. I have no idea what it's about. Basically, I saw the first video. I saw some of the first video. Which part 1 and 2? Maybe both if we have time. Probably not, but like, I know part 2 is insane. But like, I should have watched part 1 yesterday when we had time. But we'll get into all that. We'll start with the Lego drama. You know what I mean? And then whatever else we have time for, we'll get to. Oh, the battery thing for 31 months. I'm so that thing guy. I mean,
Alabastrian just subscribed.
yeah, I mean, he was on Ethan Klein's podcast. So he went to the H3H3 podcast for his storytelling. So like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not great. But like, all in all, he's like a prank YouTuber that's relatively fine. I saw his old Scientology videos when he first dropped them, when he had like 5,000 subscribers. It was a long time ago. But so I remember that. But I don't, you know, he's a white prankster YouTuber that, you know, so that's contextualizing who he is.
Outside.
Like, the Lego thing from what I saw was crazy.
This man spent his.
So we'll get into that. Before we fully go on, art update. Let me see. Oh my freaking goodness, bro. It's so frustrating when there's like just a bunch of stuff on my desk. There's a hard drive here. There's 2 hard drives here for some reason. I don't even know what's on them. I'll clean this up later on today. Also, I have a Lego piece. Am I going to be arrested for that? MS Lego drama? No, we're covering it today. But art update is yesterday. You like Lego as a kid? I liked magnetics. If you remember magnetics, I had those. I was a magnetics kid. Oh no, exactly. But art update. Yesterday I was after stream. I was kind of bored. I was like, you know what? I want to draw something. And so I found this like draw along thing. I did not play Bionicles. And it was like an hour long. I was like, ugh, it's so long. But I was like, you know what? I'll try it. And so I ended up drawing this. It was also in the Discord. I put it in the art section of the Discord. So I was like, it took me like a while, but at the end of like the 4 hours that it took me to go through this hour-long draw along like tutorial, basically, I was like, it's kind of crazy that I drew this. You know what I mean? I remember when I first started drawing. I don't know where my first sketchbook is back at my apartment. So I don't have it actually with me, so I can't show you my first ever sketch. But going from that to like being able to draw this is like, that's pretty cool. I like that. You know what I mean? But you know, one day I'll be able to draw this for my own imagination. I think it turned out well. I followed this tutorial from this guy. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this draw along. And this is how his turned out. So they look basically like the same or similar. I think I did well. I think I captured the essence well. But and I learned a lot. I learned a lot from doing this. You did amazing. Thank you. It was a process. But like what I've learned about drawing, that nothing you really draw will look great until, even if you draw something that looks bad, you can fix it. It's so long as you have like good like shading and good post processing and like decent line art. You know what I mean? Even if your line art's not good, or your anatomy or proportions aren't good, the brain will fill in a lot of the gaps if you just get it to to the final step, right? Kind of like what happened with this one. Like this one looks decent because I took it to this step, right? But this is like, I learned a lot about like post processing with this one, like where highlights go. You talk about subsurface scattering and all this crazy mess. Um, so hopefully, I can take this. Maybe I'll do another one of the draw along. I could take that and bring that into like a piece where I design it myself. So I think that'd be fun. It'd be fun. There's a drawer, some would say. No, this is my New Year's resolution. If you remember, it looks like a drawing where it's ready to be rigged and animated. I appreciate that. My New Year's resolution for this year was I was going to teach myself how to draw. And by the end of the year, I will draw a single issue of a comic book of a story that I've written and characters that I've designed. And so we are literally at this point almost 6 months in. So we're basically, yeah, halfway through the year. Right? And so I still have to get confident enough to like draw a full like comic book like issue, or like what'd you start with, in what way, like drawing, or like, I assume you mean drawing, pencil and paper. I had a sketchbook. It's still in Los Angeles. I had a sketchbook in Los Angeles. I started drawing on that. What's your skill level? I mean, beginner. I literally can't show you my earlier drawings. I didn't even put them on here. But like, I started from basically nothing. About like maybe a year and a half ago, I drew a little bit. I started drawing some circles and boxes and stuff, but then I stopped it and gave up on it until January this year. So I'm starting at pretty beginner. Pretty much beginner. And so I've just been drawing what I enjoyed. So why you see a lot of like Dragon Ball Z stuff. This was my first ever digital drawing that I've done. And honestly, this was I posted this in February, but I drew it in, I think, June of last year. And then But this was the first ever digital piece that I did. Right, but you can tell like the line art's not great. There's like inconsistent lines. Lines are overlapping. The shading doesn't make literally any sense at all. Uh, like the anatomy is kind of cooked down here. This is me drawing this piece. And you just see like I just don't really know what I'm doing. Here, while this is going, I will show you the time lapse of the piece that I did yesterday. I have to export it first though. Right, but this is my first ever like digital piece. I don't think it was atrocious. I think it's pretty like, you know, pretty okay. And it turned into, oops, not this. This is another piece that I did. I'll just let this play. Why not? While I try to pull up the other video. Oh, it's still uploading. What did you use to draw? Procreate, my iPad. Sometimes I'll draw like on a, I like drawing traditionally. So sometimes I have a sketchbook that I draw like things like traditionally, and then I will like take a picture of it and then put it into my iPad. And so I'm just messing with stuff and practicing stuff. But and then this is why I go into like drawing the actual thing I wanted to draw. Oh, well, I guess not. I never actually knew that this ended early. Anyway, but this is the time lapse of. Here, let me see if I can open it up without leaking. Yeah. Hold on. This is a time lapse of what I drew yesterday. Where's it at? Hold on. Oh, there. Okay. I'm still inconsistent about my lines. Or not inconsistent, unconfident. Inconfident. Not confident. One of those words. One of those words is the correct word. I discovered the stabilizer tool and it's a lifesaver. I didn't know how to find a stabilizer tool in Procreate because I'm used to, not used to, but I used Clip Studio before and I had an easy stabilizer tool to find. I realized that the stabilizer in Procreate is in the brushes itself. And so you have to like tweak the brush settings to get like a good stabilizer line when doing line art. So I just made a new brush when the line art eventually comes up. I made a new brush and I ended up using that to get my line straighter. I also realized that I remember what I was saying. Anyway, I just let it play out. You get there eventually. I don't know. I think it turned out well. How long did you spend on this piece? Like 4 hours. These Iris Paint never tried Procreate. I miss a good old Microsoft Paint. That's crazy. I respect anybody who could draw in Microsoft Paint. Oh, and then this step is a step that I've never heard of before, which is basically in the video he made the lines like red, and then he went back over on a separate like line art layer, to, like thicken up the lines, and then he made it all black, so it adds line weight separately instead of having to try to add line weight like in your strokes themselves. And I'm like, that honestly genius. I would have never thought of that myself. Yeah, artists are geniuses. Doing separate seems slow, not gonna lie. I mean, probably not slow if you're used to it. Oh, and I freehand this Batman logo, bro. I was so proud of that. Okay, that's the one thing that like is different than the tutorial that I looked at. Is that like I freehanded this Batman logo from memory. I was proud of it. They manage your layers. My ADHD goes crazy. I mess up all layers all the time. I always, before I change anything, I just duplicate the layer and I move it to the bottom. I put it in a group. So like I have, even in my completed drawing, I have like sketch 2, ink line art, black colors. All of those are just like separate in a separate like thing, just in case I need it. You know what I mean? If I'm like, oh, I hate like this specific horn, I don't have to like start from the beginning. I can just like go back to that sketch layer and then start from there and erase the horn from there and then like draw it again or something. You know what I mean? You say the last version before adding a layer when you do the next thing. Yes. Ever to change a layer and draw a long layer, not notice until wait later. No, because I always stop to double check I'm on the right layer. Basically. There's a lot going on there at the end, but like that's the complete drawing. So it's right there. I think it turned out well. I think this is the best thing that I've ever drawn with my own 2 hands. And my goal is to be able to do that without like following a draw along. But I think even with it being a draw along, like I think it's cool. I think it's cool. No, I think I did well capturing the essence a little bit. What are you drawing? When you draw, do you put something on listen or you need complete silence? I do music. If I'm drawing something, like I'm not watching a video about like how to draw something, I'll put on music. I need music to draw. It's imperative. Ow. That was my knee. The same level carry satisfaction of the droppy bit. I'm glad you did this. It's hilarious. I was visiting my grandmother last week with my family, and my uncle was there. And apparently he's gotten really into like YouTube. And so he asked me if I've seen Drawfee, and I was like, yeah, I've seen Drawfee. He's like, I love Drawfee. I'm like, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. So now I need to get on Drawfee as a guest somehow, some way, just so that I can show my uncle to be like, look, I'm on Drawfee. I think it would be funny. But yeah. Also, apparently Grant Platter was cheating on his wife. This literally has nothing to do with anything. But I saw this yesterday, and I was just like, hey, yo. But yeah, sorry. Follow my art account if you don't follow my art account. I think it's cool. I think it's sick. The most honest man ever? Yeah. It was a total right-wing fake out. No, I'm pretty sure he did cheat on his wife. I'm pretty sure that was a thing. Or at least he was texting other women. Really could they're on Twitch, could I see that collab easy. I mean, I need to become a better artist first. If he did, his wife doing PR doesn't help. I mean, I don't think it's gonna change anything, honestly. Like, I do think it's hilarious that like people just can't admit, like, huh, maybe this guy wasn't the correct choice. Not because he cheated on his wife, but because of all of the other stuff. You know what I mean? And he cheated on his wife. Like, this thing, like, maybe there could have been a better option. 16 women post wedding goes crazy. It's kind of I do kind of want to see it just because I'm curious. We'll get to that. We'll see this because it's a shorter video. It's 12 minutes, and then we'll get to the Lego stuff. But like, we already have all of it available. It's still a case of there are no better options. They have a better option. There was a better option. Literally anybody. 8 months ago, we didn't have to run this guy. Well, first of all, we didn't run this guy. He decided to run. Okay, one. Literally anybody. Pick one. Pick one. About anybody, chatter. There's no other way to say this. Literally anybody. You are acting like there was like an imperative for it to be Grant Platter. Do you think that if Grant Platter decided to run in 8 months ago, that there couldn't have been a second option? A DSA member, a member of the main DSA who is a part of like leftist communities, right? Not somebody who has a Nazi tattoo and who runs from the label of being a socialist and, you know, did 4 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan after knowing that was bad and then joined Blackwater. Like, the case in which like there's nobody running in Maine right now that is further left than Grant Plattner is a completely fabricated thing. It's something that was made up. Like that didn't need to happen. That literally did not need to happen. It's so stupid because I've been saying this for 8 months, right? And people have been saying there's no better option for 8 months. There could have been somebody else to run. Right? What should have happened is that the leftists in Maine, right, should have been like, okay, this guy kind of sucks. We should run somebody else instead of this guy instead, right? And the fact that that didn't happen is what I'm criticizing. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. This is literally the Kamala Harris thing. This is verbatim the Kamala Harris thing, right? Criticizing the fact that Kamala Harris is the nominee, right? In like October, and liberals being like, well, who else is better? The fact that she's the nominee is the problem and what people are criticizing. And you're not listening, obviously. So take a minute off and shut your mouth and listen. That's the problem. That's the issue. It should not have gotten to this point. It should not have gotten to the point where we are like a few weeks out from the the primary already happened basically, right? But like we are a few weeks out from the actual like election, and Graham Planner is the best option. He was just a vet back then, right? No tattoo, the cheating. No, he was a vet. He was a vet. It was a part of Blackwater, right? That was common knowledge. And his tattoo came out in like a month after he ran. There were red flags from literally the moment he ran. And I remember because I watched it. I watched the campaign video, and I say, I don't like the way that he talks about his service. I don't like this guy. You know, I don't know how I feel about him. Before all this stuff became common knowledge, and stuff just kept coming out, and people just kept washing it away. Instead of being like, okay, this guy has a lot of red flags. Maybe we should find a better option to run in Maine while it's November or while it's October. Instead of that, people were like, name a better option 8 months ago. Name a better option. Name a better option. I'm left of you. I highly doubt that. If you cannot understand why it's dumb that Graham Planner is even running in the first place, you're not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you cannot understand that Graham Planner even being the candidate is honestly it's a mark against the left. It is like we should be embarrassed and ashamed that Graham Planner is the candidate. That is shameful. It's shameful. That is a shameful thing. It is a failure of the left that there was nobody else, right, being pushed to run in his stead 8 months ago. And I was saying it 8 months ago. I was saying it 8 months ago. I was saying it 6 months ago. I was saying it 4 months ago. I was saying it 1 month ago. If the left actually did its due diligence, we would not be in the state where a former Blackwater mercenary with a Nazi tattoo who did 4 tours in Afghanistan after knowing that it was bad, right? Who supposedly cheats on his wife or something. No, I'm gonna ban this person. I don't need you here, chatter. You're not worthwhile. You're not worth it. You're not worth anything. You're stupid. You're dragging down the collective intelligence of like society. Like, I'm sorry. If you cannot understand that Graham Plattner should not have been the person, then you're dumb and you're stupid. I don't care how leftist you think you are. I don't. Genuinely, I do not care how leftist you think you are. Even Asante yesterday, he doesn't trust Plattner. Send me that. I'm curious about that. Like, it's so stupid that people are like demanding like fealty. You have to acknowledge that this person, Graham Plattner, might genuinely be like one of the most controversial, like not even like unwarrantedly, right? But controversial candidates left of like center. There have been dozens of red flags. Dozens of red flags. I feel like Bernie forced Plattner on us. Not even, right? Plattner is as a entity is here because the left's passivity. That's it. What should have happened is that the left should have coalesced after 8 months ago when Graham Plattner started to run and been like, yeah, this isn't the guy. And if for some reason he somehow happened to be the nominee anyway, then sure, I don't care. Rally around him. But the fact that there was literally no pressure to push him in any meaningful direction at all shows that, honestly, the left is kind of worthless in this country. Genuinely. Genuinely. The fact that nobody even tried to even press Plattner or push Plattner or criticize Plattner at all at any point is an L. That is an L. It just is. For the truth that no one in Maine's left faction was willing to do anything. They got complacent, and now this is the result. Yeah. But it's the issue is that like a wider issue about the DSA, like there needs to be more of a presence in Maine in general, right? There needs to be more of a presence in these states that nobody cares about, so we're not in this situation in the first place. We shouldn't wait for like a Grand Platinum to exist in like Alabama, right? There should be a presence of organization in Alabama, right, to push forward candidates that are actually good and don't have this baggage in the first place. The fact that that's not happening is worthy of criticism. That's it. It's worthy of criticism. And if you can't acknowledge that, then you will always fail at movement building. If you can't acknowledge that the left should be at the forefront of pushing for its candidates, the left should be at the forefront of like pushing the envelope forward. You shouldn't wait until somebody presents themselves as like, I'm going to be the candidate, and then just be like, well, he's the candidate now, time to coalesce behind him. Like, no, you should be putting forward your candidates. If anything else, just to make sure that that person follows the lines that you've established. The DSA should be in every state, and they should be pushing for candidates in every state. They shouldn't wait for somebody to just appear and be like, haha, I'm here now. You know what I mean? Be like, well, now he's the only person. Yeah, he's the only person because you're not there. He's the only person because you're not pushing for people. And there could have been somebody else there, but you were so passive letting this person just kind of take a hold of the reins of the movement that you just let it happen. This isn't even a hot take. The left should have the left itself, right? Whether it's the DSA, PSL, I don't care, right? The organization on the left should be pushing for their lines and their candidates to run for office because that is what keeps them in line. If a candidate is a member of the DSA, right, the DSA has leverage over that candidate. Right? That's what the DNC uses over their politicians. Right? They say if you want us to back you in the next election cycle, you have to play by our rules. And right now, Grant Platter is not a member of the DSA. He's not a socialist. He's disregarded that label, right? Distance himself from that label. Not a communist. Distance himself from that label. And they go to that point, though. I don't know, getting in those communities and talking to people in those communities, which is kind of the issue. They're not in like these rural communities. They're not in the South. They're not. They have to do that. They have to be there. They have to be a part of those communities, be a part of those spaces. Right? Because if you do that, the DSA is in Maine. They got sidelined by Bernie. They're the DSA candidate running. This was true. But like that's the idea though, is that you have to if you have that that dynamic, right? If you're in these spaces, right, and you push for these candidates, right? That's the other option. Right? I think Mike from the Humanist Report actually made a tweet about this, but he deleted it. So I didn't see the tweet. I saw his follow-up tweet about like there being like ranked choice voting in Maine. I think he was saying to like rank the DSA candidate 1 and then a Platter 2. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's what it was. Let me see. Don't saw the actual tweet. Because this is what I saw. That Hassan is turning. Wait, okay, so you can't just say that. Somebody has to show me the clip you're talking about. Is it deleted my last tweet because nuance is allowed on Twitter and people really don't have any principles anymore and aren't willing to challenge their Western chauvinism or fight through the cognitive dissonance. And someone said, I missed it, can I get a summary? And then he said, someone else said, he said Maine is ranked choice voting in the Democratic primary to point out that the women could have been ranked first and Graham second. I just understand the post because I don't think sexting is bad. Maybe the point was a different one. He's not turning. He said he's hesitant after defending him for hours yesterday. He's going off the chat. Never go off the chat. I mean, if you have a link to that segment, I mean, I'm interested in seeing that specific line at least. But like, I think that's the point, right? Because Hassan was never all in for Plattner, just his chat is. I think Hassan's thoughts on Plattner is his same thoughts on like Nithya. You know what I mean? It's, you know, Plattner would be better than the Republican alternative. So, you know, he wants Plattner to win because it's better than the Republican alternative. Right. But also I think he sees a use in Plattner being a white, you know, working class man to appeal to other white working class men, right? And he's using this as a referendum on like, you know, populist policies can work, you know, in states that nobody really cares about. You know? That he was hiding his power levels, that sounds like support. Yeah, I've not watched the plethora of Hassan's Plattner coverage or whatever. But that's my take, right? Is that Plattner even being the candidate is a failure of the left, and I will stand on that. Graham Plattner being, right, the candidate that the left is pushing for is a complete failure of the left or leftist movement. It is. The candidate who's in there should be a unabashed socialist, even without his past, right? Like we should be supporting candidates who are unabashed socialists. Like there should be like no, oh well, I'm not a socialist. Don't call me. You know, it shouldn't be that. In a time where the Democratic Party is as unpopular as it is now, right? It should be, I am a socialist. I'm running on the Zohar Mamdani method for Maine. I'm going to do that. I'm going to, you know, universal healthcare. They should run all the lines, right? Graham Plattner isn't doing that. He's distanced himself from the socialist label, right? And he's a, you know, consistent liar about his past and his history, right? And it's just like, he's just not a good candidate. He's not. You guys outside, they need to win first. I disagree. I think that's an L. If there's any ever a time to run on being a socialist, it's literally right now. It is. It is right now at this current moment. It will make you more popular. They're already going to call you a socialist. They're already going to call you a communist. And they're already calling you like America haters or whatever. Right? You have to understand that these things are popular because the establishment are unpopular. Right? I'm more confident in Abdul following through than Grant. I mean, yeah. Because I don't think Grant Plattner is an anti-Zionist. I think Abdul is closer to being an anti-Zionist by far than Grant Plattner is. Grant Plattner is not an anti-Zionist. Grant Plattner is not an anti-Zionist. Grant Plattner is not anti-war. Grant Plattner is not a socialist. Right? Again, I don't even have a problem with people defending him, right? Or like supporting him. I have an issue with people being uncritical about it. That's it. That's my issue. Understand that he doesn't call himself a socialist. He does not call himself an anti-Zionist. He's not an anti-Zionist. He's not anti-war, right? You can understand all of this, right? And still want to vote for him. And I think you could be technically consistent, right? I have a disagreement about, that strategy, but like, you can be consistent in doing that. I have an issue with people pretending like he's something that he's not. Is this the Tabernacle video? Yes. We watched like half of this yesterday. But that's the issue. AOC gets Twitter is way more deserving of a scrutiny. Yeah, but to be fair, people who are defending Grand Platinum also defend AOC. I don't think that those are. I don't think the people who are like young at AOC are like defending Grand Platinum that I've seen. He has anti-Zionist policies, though. No, he doesn't. He has he has pro-American, anti-Israel policies for the most part. Right? They're not anti-Zionist policies. Right? I said this before, I was talking about Grand Platinum, right? And the issue is that like he hasn't spoken much about it because nobody's ever asked him about it, right? Nobody ever asked him about his belief system about like a one state versus two state solution. You know what I mean? He's not questioned on that. Right? Anti-Zionist policies, he's not advocating for a one state or a right to return. Exactly. Because he's not questioned on that. Because he's white? Indeed. Yes. But like that's stuff that like the left should also be questioning. Right? We should also be questioning him on that. We should also be questioning all of our candidates whether or not they believe in a one state or two state solution. Right? We should all be questioning because like think about it like this, right? We stop giving Israel weapons and they start buying the weapons themselves. Like so like you support somebody who's like, we're not gonna give Israel any more weapons. You're like, okay, cool. Right? But then they let Israel buy weapons. You know what I mean? Not saying Grand Platinum is gonna do that, but like you have to be aware that like there's a further step beyond just like stopping this phase of the genocide. You know what I mean? And that somebody can be a ally in the moment, but then turn into a hurdle that needs to be usurped in the future. Right? And so you can support Grand Platinum because he wants to stop weapon sales to Israel. And that's fine. But understand that he's not anti-Zionist. Was there a tweet of him defending Hamas, or am I making that up? No, he had a Reddit post. What's the word? Complimenting Hamas's like tactical fighting skill. He's not like pro Hamas as an armed resistance group. He's pro violent. You know what I mean? That's it. Yeah, he only defended their war tactic. Right? He's not like Hamas is a necessity to defend like the Palestinian emancipatory movement, and they exist as a counterbalance to Israel's oppressive force. Like he's like, I like how they kill people. That's cool. Like that's it. He's a violent person. And that's kind of all it is. Right? He's not an anti-Zionist. Right? And if you listen to what he says, he's very clearly not an anti. Right? He's not an anti-Zionist. He's not anti-war. He's not the objectively worst take on Hamas. That's not the worst take on Hamas, to be fair. I've seen worse take. About his history also points out he does not have a coherent ideology. It's been all over the place. So I think he's more prone to be deviating from the promises than most. He doesn't have a long history of left-wing activism. Exactly. But he has a history of being inconsistent, right? And so I think it's even worse than like not having a coherent ideology. He's had a history of believing something and subscribing to an ideology and then immediately throwing it in our faces, right? To do the exact opposite, right? He understood that the Iraq war was bad, right? And the war in Afghanistan was bad. And he was like, I'm going to go join the war on terror because that's what you do as a man or whatever. That's inconsistency, and that is cause for concern. That is a cause for concern. Right? He knew that it was bad before joining, did 4 tours while knowing that it was bad. He left and then went back as Blackwater, still knowing that it was bad 6 years after he left. So who's to say that he won't know that something is bad while being a politician in office? And then he went and did it anyway. Does that make sense? Who's to say that he says, yeah, Israel's bad, we shouldn't give them any weapons, and then he votes to give Israel weapons? Because there is a history of him doing stuff like that. People act like that idea is like so unfounded. Like, what? No, that can't happen. But he literally has a history of doing stuff like that. Right? And we know that even like principled leftists, right, do stuff like that. AOC did that. You know? Like AOC would talk about like the humanity of Palestinians and why what Israel is doing is bad. And then like would either not vote or vote present on like stopping weapon sales to Israel. And if AOC can do that, who I would say is more principled than Graham Plattner, what would somebody like Graham Plattner be doing? It's either him or Susan Collins. I don't do politics like that, Chatter. I don't live in Maine. I can't vote for him. But what I can do is I can criticize the way that we engage with Graham Plattner so that the next Graham Plattner, we don't have this situation next time. Right? It shouldn't be either him or Susan Collins, right? Correct? Does that make sense? If you understand everything that we just said, right, and you wish that there was a better option, right, you have to understand that, like, how did we get here in the first place? And it's exactly, right? I understood that very well with Kamala Harris. When liberals said she's the best option, you understood that like, exclusively with Kamala Harris. You were like, yeah, she may be the best option on paper, but like, I can't look past all the stuff that she's doing. But for some reason, that goes out of the mind of leftists when it comes to Graham Plattner. I agree, but I would prefer a more principled leftist and anti-Zionist. This is our reality of the situation. Did you vote for Kamala Harris? Chatter? Did you support Kamala Harris in the 2024 election? Yeah? Okay, at least you're consistent on that. That is a consistent position. Right? But was it frustrating? Right? Was it frustrating that like you had to vote for this Kamala Harris person? Harris should have cheated on someone, true. Bernie Harris is different in my opinion because it was so obvious she's going to lose. I disagree. It's not at all different. It's the same thing. It's lesser evil voting. It's the same thing. It's lesser evil voting. It's lesser evil voting. And I don't subscribe to lesser evil voting. I don't subscribe to that strategy because I think it's an ineffective strategy. It's ineffective. Right? But it's the exact same thing. Right? You can support Graham Plattner as a lesser evil strategy or whatever, and I can disagree with that strategy. Right? But the idea that he is something that he's not is so frustrating. The idea that like you somehow can't criticize him because, well, he's all that we have. Right? When my issue is that like if people were criticizing him earlier, he wouldn't be all that we had. It's literally exactly what I said for Kamala Harris. I said this exact same thing verbatim in 2024. With people saying like, oh, Kamala Harris is all that we have. Right? I said the exact same thing. I said, if you people who are saying this now, right? If the people who are saying what you're saying now were with us 6 months ago, maybe she wouldn't have been the only option. If the people who were writing for Kamala Harris in October, right, were alongside us in July when Joe Biden dropped out, then we would have had a different option. Does that make sense? We could have had an open primary. We could have nominated somebody else at the DNC. Right? Literally anybody else. But the people who were defending Kamala Harris were like, oh, well, you know, she's our only option. You criticizing her, it doesn't matter because she's our only option. You're helping the Republicans win by criticizing her. And that was stupid and that was dumb. It's the same thing with Graham Plattner. If the same people who are defending Graham Plattner now, right, were able to criticize him 6 months ago, 7 months ago, 8 months ago, then we could have had a different option. I was criticizing him there. I've been saying this for that long. And that's why it's so frustrating. He should not have been the candidate. He should not have. Someone's talking about someone talking online had any power to influence the Dems positively. They have to go to a primary where people at least voted for Plattner to be the candidate. You know, Plattner didn't win like the primary because people voted for it, right? Like Janet Mills dropped out. You know what I mean? Like Plattner, like, because you want to get clout. Yes, but that's my point, is that could have been another candidate, any other candidate. The idea that like that happened because Graham Plattner is Graham Plattner is stupid, because that could have been any other candidate. My take is it didn't have to be Graham Plattner. And the fact that it was Graham Plattner, who has all of these red flags, is a problem. The left needs to be more proactive into getting actual candidates who will actually represent the things that we stand for into office. On the left didn't want to run against a party endorsed candidate, but maybe it would have been a different situation if, like, you know, the entirety of the left were clear-eyed on this. He's in Congress and he votes like an anti-Zionist. Will you change your stance of him? No, because my issue is not that he's a Zionist or an anti-Zionist. That's not my issue with him. That's one of my issues, right? He's also a liar. He's a liar. He is a murderer and potential war criminal, and participated in a war criminal, occupying army, and is unapologetic for it. So my position on Graham Plattner as a person will not change. Right? I'm not saying that he will betray the left. I'm not saying that he will be John Fetterman. I'm saying that, you know, there are signs that he might be because he's inconsistent. I mean, as a politician, no, that still stands. If he gets in office and then calls for the dissolution of the apartheid state of Israel, then sure, I will say I'm sorry, Graham Plattner, for ever criticizing you. But he's not going to say that. He won't be the American led in office. Yeah. If Plattner changes his stances for an election, he will change it again when he's in office. But to be fair, I don't think he's changing his stances. I don't think he believes these things. He's never claimed to believe these things. People have always put this stuff on him. That's the issue, right? Graham Plattner has never claimed to like be a socialist, right? He was participating in like the Socialist Rifle Association or whatever. He was never like, I'm a socialist or whatever. People saw the stuff that he posted online, and people were like, oh, he must be a socialist. You know what I mean? Even though he disavowed that and apologized for it. That's the one thing he has been consistent about. He's just pro-violence, yes. The only thing he apologized for, exactly. Anyway, we'll get to Graham Plattner cheating on his wife, apparently.
Another controversy giving Democrats major heartburn in dogging Graham Plattner, the presumptive Democratic nominee in the high-stakes Maine Senate race. The Wall Street Journal and the New York Times published reports yesterday that claim Plattner's wife, Amy Gertner, told Plattner's campaign last August about sexual text messages she found between her husband.
Wait, that's before he even ran. Bro, that's before he ran. Like before he officially announced that he was running. He announced in August with his campaign video. Yeah, August 20th, 2025. He's like, hold on. Hold on. My name is Leon.
What's going on, y'all? We are on the.
Dang it, no, I just want the music. Give me the music. Give me the music. Where's the music at? Hold on. To find it. Yeah, okay. There it is. My name is Graham Platt. He's got pride in his heart. And I cheat on my wife. Vote for me. When I went to Blackwater, I knew how to kill people. Look at that truck, Ford Country. For analyzing Platter as a Zionist Democrat, then there's no anti-Zionist in Congress. Also, the United States, the fascist government, and converting to an anti-Zionist state isn't a quick project. Yeah, but Graham Platter doesn't want to do that. And also, if we're changing, if we're again, this is what pisses me off about this, right? Because after the 2024 election, I remember very clearly, right, a lot of people online, or a lot of leftists online, saying that they would not vote for somebody who's not an anti-Zion. Right? Am I wrong on that? Did y'all hear the same thing? Did y'all hear very similar sentiments after Kamala Harris was running? You know, they were like, I'm not going to support any candidate who's not an anti-Zionist. That's what I remember. I remember that being the case. You know? My issue is that has shifted and changed. And that can change, and that's fine. I don't even really care. My issue is in people yelling at people who still have that line. Right? Because, like, Graham Platter killed people. I think this is the perfect example. Yeah, Brad Lander is a great example. Right? Like I got another good example. I still stand by. I think that Nithya and Graham Platter have like the exact same position on Israel. You know? The same position on Israel. And to be fair, Nithya didn't kill people in an illegal occupying war. Right? But she gets a lot more flack for her positions. Right? And Graham Platter never gets questioned on his. I mean, I have to agree with it. It's true. They have the same position. The same positions. I mean, some people are probably pretty young. The war in Iraq was downside worse than the war in Iran right now. Like what happened in Fallujah, which Platter participated in, indescribably grotesque. Yeah, and he lauds it, right? He simultaneously talks about how he was killing people. He knows how to name an enemy, or when we saw combat, and this and that. But also, me and my unit, we tried our best. Nithya worse? Nithya's not worse. They're the same. They had the same position. Nithya calls it a genocide, right? But she thinks that Israel has a right to exist or should exist. Graham Plattner thinks the same thing. She wasn't just that something. I haven't seen Plattner say that at all because Graham Plattner's never been asked that. Chatter. If Graham Plattner is asked, does he think that Israel has the right to exist? He's going to say yes. The issue is nobody asked that because people keep glazing him. Right? I would love to be proven wrong. Somebody please ask Graham Plattner if he thinks that Israel should exist. Please. I want somebody to ask him that. I'm being 100% serious. I don't agree, but he should be asked that. What do you mean you don't agree? That's true. What do you think he will say? What do you think? If you think he says anything other than that, you are deluded. You are delusional. You are projecting what you feel about him onto him. If you ask him if he support a one-state solution where everyone has in Israel gets equal rights, he would pivot immediately, talk about I agree. I agree. He will say Israel should exist. Who in Congress will say no? I don't know, nor do I care. I don't position my support for candidates based on what the current Congress says. We live in a Nazi state. I'm sorry, I have standards, chat. You may have low standards. I don't have low standards. If you want me to support this man, I'm telling you what my lines are. I think he would say what Zoran says about the same question. You are wrong. You are incorrect. If you think that he is going to answer like Zoran Mamdani, you are literally wrong. And you have not heard this man speak. I genuinely think you've only heard people talk about him. Genuinely. If you listen to this man speak and you think that he will speak like Zoran Mamdani, you are incorrect. Completely incorrect. Genuinely. Nothing from anything that he says positions him as like even close. I don't know why we're wish casting. This is what's insane to me. I think what I fail to understand is what do you want to be done about Plattner? I can't do anything about Plattner. What I can do is try to slightly shift the way that you stupid people are operating around this, like around politics. Not you specifically, but I mean people who are like defending Plattner like their life depends on it. I don't live in Maine. I cannot vote for Graham Plattner or not vote for Graham Plattner. But what I can try to do is I can try to get people to understand that the way that y'all talk about politicians, right, lets them get away with so much stuff. Which means for the next person and the next Graham Plattner, you're going to be defending that person too. If we can't even draw a line in like what Graham Plattner does and what he defends is bad, how can I trust the left to care about anything else? With a tattoo, if leftists are willing to debase themselves by saying they can't recognize Nazi iconography, how am I supposed to trust those anti-fascists? Supposed anti-fascists that are like, listen, I had no idea that was a Nazi symbol. The lengths that people are willing to go to defend this person are absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. It's absurd. If everybody was just like, listen, I don't like that Graham Plattner is the best option that we have here. I don't like this man or what he's done in the past or his history, right? But he's not Susan Collins. If that's how people were talking about him, I literally would never talk about Graham Plattner. I would disagree, but I would never talk about this. But that's not what people are saying. It's not. Right? If people were actually being like practical about this person and stopped like wish casting and projecting onto him, then that would be one thing. We're saying that he's Lenin underneath, and that is insanely silly. It's insanely silly. That's my take. That's my take. People just need to be realistic about Grant Plattner. Right? Because, I mean, people keep bringing up the Fetterman conversations, right? But a lot of people who supported Grant Plattner also supported John Fetterman. Are you saying Plattner supports money and arms to Israel? Did I say Plattner supports money and arms to Israel? Did those words leave my mouth? Is that what I said, Chatter? Chat, is that what I said? That's a question. That's not a question. That is an assumption. That's or an assertion. You were implying that I said that. So are you saying you're a pedophile? Do you think there's no undertones if I said that to you, Chatter? Do you think I'm not implying something if I said that to you? Another question mark? Yeah, I asked you a question too. Are you saying you're a pedophile, Chatter? Is that just a normal question that doesn't have any implications? Am I not implying something about you when I say that? Literal answer, got it. I don't care whether or not Graham Plattner supports sending money to Israel or arms to Israel. I'm saying that no matter what he says, it doesn't matter. Literally, what he says does not matter because he's inconsistent and a liar. I don't know what he's going to do because he lies all the time. I have no idea. He could be John Fetterman because he's a liar. He's a known, consistent liar. Yeah, Chatter isn't saying no. He's ignoring the question. He's a liar. I would like us to have candidates where I don't have to imagine. He could also not be a Fetterman. Yeah, but you realize when I say he could be a Fetterman, I'm saying that because I have proof of it. I'm saying that because of the words that he has said and the way that he's behaved is inconsistent. I'm not making it up, Chatter. I'm not making this up. This is not coming out of nowhere. He's a known liar. Known liar. He definitely lies about the whole Blackwater question. He claims that it was they had to change their name, but it wasn't really Blackwater anymore. And then he has a Blackwater sticker on his refrigerator and a Blackwater hat that he wears, by the way. The most diabolical civilian force for destruction in Iraq. Yes. Yeah, the fact that people can't even be slightly critical. The fact that like people are they turn their brains off is insane. You should be scared he's going to be turned out to be Fetterman too. Genuinely. If you have any pattern recognition, you should be afraid he's going to turn out to be Fetterman. I'm being 100% serious. He still sports Blackwater merch? No, I'm not saying he still sports Blackwater merch. I'm saying he has worn Blackwater merch in the past. He doesn't have from what I understand, he does not have a recent picture with a Blackwater hat. But with this guy, who knows at this point? You know what I mean? Right? But genuinely, if you don't look at Graham Plattner and think, I don't trust him to not be a Fetterman, and that's not even a question in your mind. The prediction between Dutch one round of the supposed New York Wall Street Journal article saying that the text refers to his penis as a Nazi language. It's frustrating, but there's plenty of real things to criticize him on. I haven't even started this story yet. I'm still on people trying to defend Graham Plattner. But I did see that. People rightfully disown IDF vets. Why not US vets, especially ones who work with Blackwater? And what's so frustrating about this is that the defense of this right? The defense of this is like, oh, well, Americans don't care about this stuff. And it's just like, okay, so if Israelis don't care about like the stuff the IDF does, we just forget about it. Oh, sorry, who cares? Or does it not matter because it's still immoral and bad? You know what I mean? I'm just consciously optimistic about it. That's all. Seeing people on Twitter saying Republicans do way worse, so we should support Platinum is crazy, have a standard. That is insane. And I'm gonna be real, I'm sorry, also not true. Graham Plattner has done worse than 99.9% of the entire country. There are very few people in this country who have done worse than what Graham Plattner has done. Republicans included. Right? Because there's an argument you can make about like Republicans being like, you know, being indoctrinated and brainwashed. Graham Plattner was clear-eyed, bro. He was clear-eyed. He had his glasses on when he was like a part of the war crime army. He was clear-eyed. He knew it was bad before he did it. And then he joined and went back 3 more times and then went back to join Blackwater. And again, I'm not even saying that even somebody like Graham Plattner cannot be rehabilitated. Right? But I love the fact that like that line has completely gone out the window at this point. You know what I mean? Now people are saying it literally doesn't matter. It used to be a few months ago, right? It used to be that like, oh, well, everybody can be rehabilitated. There's rehabilitation there, right? Now they're saying, listen, none of this matters. Who cares? Now they're saying it doesn't even matter anymore. Now they're saying, who cares if he's been rehabilitated, bro? Who cares if he's been rehabilitated? Who cares? Doesn't matter. Platter wasn't just some propagandized 18-year-old who escaped poverty through joining the military. He did it for the love of the game over and over. And that's so insane. And the worst part is that he's not even apologetic about it. He's not even slightly apologetic about it. That's the craziest part. Also, you can say no to the military and get another job. This is true. But again, I think that there is a level of like propaganda that is imposed upon like children, essentially, to get them to sign up for the military. And I can understand and I can acknowledge that. That's not even Graham Plattner. That's literally not even Graham Plattner, bro. I would have said that last stream is so strange. When from things like he didn't know it was Nazi tattoo, it was a skull and crossbones actually. Yeah, it was a skull and crossbones actually. Like how to regress it, I don't even know. I know it's hard, but has never murdered people for pay is really too much to ask for like an official. And they're so hard on John Fetterman for chasing a black guy with a shotgun, rightfully so. Graham Plattner has killed people. Like he was a part of an occupied army that has killed people, right? And then he speaks about positively. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? And I'm the crazy one for being like, yo, what are we doing here? I don't think once he gets into Congress, he just won 80s. Fetterman was never anything that was really progressive. He had some ads that sounded good, to be honest. And for being honest, neither is Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner is not as radical as people make him out to seem. Right? So I'm not saying that he'll 180. I'm saying that he's lying about what he's saying now. Right? He doesn't need the 180. He didn't have the 180 to join the Marines after knowing the Iraq War was bad. It was just inconsistent. Right? He was like, man, the Iraq War is bad. It's not good. Oh, thank you for the M4. when I have to critically support him and refocus energy anywhere, I'm not giving him any support. Zero support. This guy I can't say what he can do. Which is where your body count. Graham Plattner is my source. He's talked about shooting at people and killing them. He's talked about it positively. Going into combat, killing people, fighting people. His homie was driving a vehicle. It turned over, and he had to kill people in order to save his homies. Playing as a devil advocate, what do you say? Like to the Marjorie Report, for example, saying that his Blackwater stint doesn't matter because it was just a diplomatic work. I completely disagree with that, and that's dumb. I that's like defending Ela Klein because saying that she was just a secretary. I don't agree. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It literally, he's not even all that. I'm being entirely honest. He's not even particularly radical. He's not. He's like less radical than Bernie Sanders is. And people have so much smoke for Bernie Sanders, right? Rightfully so, in many cases. His policies that he advocates for are less radical than the stuff that Bernie Sanders advocates for. And he's racist. He's racist. He's misogynistic. He was a rape apologist. Like, the guy's issues page is pretty left wing. It's not radical. That's not radical. No arms sales to Israel is not radical. Please raise your standards. That's not radical. 80% of the country believes this at this point. You know what I mean? It's not bad. I'm not saying these are bad things, but it's not like particularly like radical. It's not like he's not like a Marxist messiah. Right? And if people were positioning him like he actually is, right, it would be one thing. If people said that he's saying things that are popular, which is true, right? He's advocating for decent populist policies, which is true, but he has a past that is bad, but he's better than Susan Collins. If people were saying that, I'd be like, whatever. I would stop talking about him. I would never have talked about him in the first place. I would have been like, yeah, this guy sucks. But like, and I would have moved on. But that's not what he's saying. Maybe top 3 senators, all of our senators are bad. He doesn't even call himself a socialist. People need to stop lying about him. That's literally it. That's it. I don't know about top 3. But like, you know, that's like where he falls in the ranking is up to personal interpretation. But it's literally that, right? Just say what he believes. I hate this wish casting. I hate this like this projecting onto him. And I hate people who are like looking at people who are rightfully skeptical like they're somehow wrong for that. Or they're somehow ruining the movement or something. Like honestly, like if you're not skeptical, I don't know what to tell you. You should be skeptical of every politician. Even if he said everything perfectly and he had no past, you should still be skeptical. You should be skeptical of every single politician because all politicians are liars. Every single politician is a liar, right? Because they have to lie to get into power. They have to mischaracterize what they will be able to do when in power, right? They will be lying about their past and what they believed originally, right? They'll lie about what they want to do. All politicians are liars. So acting like this specific politician is not a liar is just, it's insane to me. That's it. This is why I don't really have much beef with the way that Hassan covers Grand Platinum like 90% of the time. Sometimes Hassan covers Grand Platinum very silly, like, right? But most of the time he's just like, you know, I don't want a Republican to win. You know, Susan Collins is bad or Janet Mills is bad. And, you know, I'm skeptical of him. That's how his coverage was. I think before Janet Mills dropped out. I haven't seen the new stuff. I'm in a clip. I just remember Hassan talking about Platter, I thought yesterday before he went to Delaney. He may not have used the word trust. He may have said he had questions. To be clear, I've been ripped online for saying I don't support Platter or grandfather with POW or Nazis and tattoos is big for me. I don't live in Maine either. I think Hassan can be forgiving on this stuff because I'm tired of left candidates with this type of baggage. Agnostic on him now. I think I saw that. Right? Because again, his New York Times interview was really bad. Right? So it's just like, I hate people pretending like his past doesn't matter. That's frustrating to me. And people pretending like he's like this some sort of like socialist like messiah or something. Who will like, you know, single-handedly take down the worst of it. Like Hassan's been watching your coverage. I think so to some extent. Doesn't even make sense pragmatically to lie about him, like when he's going to win no matter what. Exactly. He was agnostic, but his coverage was pretty positive yesterday, and he yelled at, I suppose, the Ostras for not liking him. I mean, we can look at it if you want to get into it. This is one thing that I'm not moving on. You've been black for 23 months. You think my hater hard? Because I'm just messing. Next, let's cover Drake. Okay, I'm not even doing that. Because BBC that publicly doesn't quantify as support. Like supporting him would generally mean helping to push for a message that downplays his criminal atrocities. I think you can say that that's support. Again, I didn't see his coverage yesterday, so I don't know. People's experiences inform their perspectives. If he's showed any remorse for the bad things he's done, it would be different, but that's not the case. So you have to assume that his past is the foundation that for his worldview. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And what really upsets me is that if people actually held his feet to the fire 9 months ago when he first started running, he might say stuff differently. He might believe things differently. Schumer said we should leave white leftists to deal with Plattner and stop focusing on him. I don't give a fuck. I will talk about what I want to talk about. And if you don't like it, you can suck me. From the back and the front. Hey, what's up with Grandpa being a cheater?
Other women early in their marriage. These were messages his wife found last year, but were sent before the campaign began. Publications reported that Gertner flagged the messages while his campaign was internally vetting the candidate. A former political director for Plattner's campaign confirmed to CNN that Gertner told her Plattner had been sexting multiple women, though CNN has not independently verified the existence of the texts. Now, Gertner says she felt betrayed by that ex-campaign aide, whom she confided in and considered a friend. In a statement, she said, quote, I trusted this person with the most private chapter of our lives, the early days of our marriage before any campaign was on our mind, and I am deeply hurt by her betrayal in the invasion of our privacy. I know who Graham is. I know the man I married and the husband he has been to me on the best and worst days of my life. That hasn't changed, and it won't. Now, the campaign also shared this video from Plattner's wife.
Well, sorry, I missed it. I run it back a little bit.
Women, though CNN has not independently verified the existence of the texts. Now, Gertner says she felt betrayed by that ex-campaign aide, whom she confided in and considered a friend. In a statement, she said, quote,
it is I will say it is a little bit funny to like be like, I was betrayed by the campaign aide who leaked this. How dare you? And not by like, I don't know, Grand Platter cheating on her with like multiple different women. That's kind of funny. Again, this is like meaningless in the grand scheme of things. I don't really care, but it is slightly funny.
I trusted this person with the most private chapter of our
Did not
lives.
sex that woman.
The early days of our marriage before any campaign was on our mind, and I am deeply hurt by her betrayal in the invasion of our privacy. I know who Graham is. I know the man I married and the husband he has been to me.
It's fine to feel betrayed, to be honest. I mean, maybe. I just think it's kind of funny. Is he caught fully cheating or just sexting? I mean, sexting is cheating.
On the best and worst days of my life. That hasn't changed, and it won't. Now, the campaign also shared this video from Plattner's wife.
I find it really shameful that there's a group of media outlets and people who are willing to spread gossip instead of talking about real issues that Graham is running on, like healthcare and education and childcare.
All right, my excellent panel is back, including the man from Maine himself, Burgess Everett, a keeper of all
It's
things.
kind of like their private business. Now it's leaked. It sure looks bad with everything else. I don't think it looks necessarily bad. I genuinely don't care. I don't care that he was cheating, and I also don't care that it got leaked. I literally don't care. I do not care in the slightest.
Senate. So, how damaging, Burgess, will this be for Plattner?
Well,
Like, not at all.
this comes on obviously the heels of plenty of other revelations about him, including his Reddit posts and his tattoo. So I see it kind of as another brick in the wall there. The problem for Democrats is Janet Mills, the governor, dropped out. So there
And
is
also, I will say, yeah, it's just a cherry on top. I will say, it just basically, he's a liar. Like, this proves me further correct that he's a liar. I mean, I didn't need more proof. We've seen it ourselves. He's just a liar.
is a mechanism for them to perhaps nominate another candidate later if Graham Plattner were to drop out, but there's been no signs of that. He's been acting, pretty defiant, I would say, since the stories.
And like, again, he shouldn't have ran in the first place. I'm not saying that like every candidate needs to be like squeaky clean with no controversies, right? But like, at what point? Genuine question. What would it take for somebody who currently defends Graham Plattner to turn against him? I can see that. I can see that. And if he's Benjamin Netanyahu, not even, I don't think. Israel support, not even. Not even, I don't think. A crime against an American, not even. I think like pedophile allegations may be the thing. Have you had a work wife? Not while I was like in a different relationship. Nazi memorabilia. I mean, he has like Blackwater merch, so like it's not too far off. And he had a Nazi tattoo, so like. If he dodges questions with Hassan. No, I think even then, like there has been candidates who have dodged questions with Hassan, but like I think like Graham Plattner is even just like so much further, like so much more popular with like leftists. They defend it so much more.
pushing back hard against it.
Defense.
I think,
mean, to be fair, he defends his role. That's a million Iraqis. So. What's this? Oh, it was 20 hours ago. Okay.
But yeah. Graham Plattner's insurgent bid for Senate in Maine was gathering steam last summer when his campaign was confronted with some potentially explosive information. Mr. Plattner's wife, Amy Gertner, told the senior campaign aide that he had been exchanging sexual messages with multiple other women. It was the kind of revelation with the potential to damage the political newcomer just as his campaign to unseat.
I do love the difference between like the controversies of like Abdullah Saeed and like Zohar Mamdani and then Graham Plattner. You know what I mean? When Abdul got betrayed by a campaign aide and that leaked their phone call, it was just like, yeah, man, like, I think it's dumb to support like the death of the Ayatollah publicly. We should just not say anything about that. Right? And that was his big controversy. You know, it was just like a lot of people, you know, in Michigan support the Ayatollah. So we shouldn't support like his death publicly or anything. And Republicans were like, we got him. Graham Plattner is like, Nazi tattoo, Blackwater mercenary, 4 tours at a war that he knew that was bad already. He's a serial cheater, texting 6 different women while being married and running for office. Like, and Zohar Mamdani is just like, he put African American on his college application. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Well, he is. Okay, we're not defending Zohar Mamdani putting like African Americans on college application. That's not the topic of discussion. But like it's crazy. Like, again, he should not have been the candidate past November of last year. At that point, it should have been like, we need to find literally anybody else. He's problematic, but also shows weakness of character in a leader as a communicator. If you can't successfully navigate your personal intimate desires, so you're not lying to your wife. Also, you're a security risk because your weakness is women. 128. Oh, it's a little bit further ahead. Okay. 128.48.
Okay. That's it. I'm not going to sit here and act as though this is, you know, you need to say this is the greatest fucking guy of all time. Okay. And I was, ironically enough, much more positive on Graham Plattner until I listened to him talk on the New York Times podcast, which everybody loved. But I personally thought it was like, it was much more cagey. And I think maybe it's because he's just not the best speaker. But I thought his answers to a lot of these questions were a lot more cagey than I thought he would be, especially at this point. But having said that,
yeah, I mean, it's true. He did lie. He lied multiple times. Multiple times at a number of different instances. But yes, everybody did love his New York Times interview. Very few people actually had my take. Did you listen to the podcast? Which podcast? The interview? The New York Times interview? Like that one? That Hassan mentioned? Yeah, we watched it on stream. It was really bad. That's what turned me into being like critical of Graham Plattner, but like was gonna let it slide to like genuinely being like a hater. Like, I became a Graham Plattner hater after watching that because I saw him consistently. Did you were a hater officially after that? Yes. And I am. I think the issue now is Plattner got the money getting backed by people like David Hogg and other candidates that are better than him couldn't even get on the ballot in Maine because it's Maine. Yeah, but again, my issue is just like that. These are issues that exist now. They didn't exist when he started running 9 months ago. You know what I mean? At any point before that, we could have mobilized to get somebody better. And I was saying that we should be doing that back then. I was there saying that back then when people were defending Graham Plattner. Right now, those same people are using the excuse that it's too late now to say, oh, you know, we can't do anything about it. I was there. I was saying this back then. And the same people were defending him on different fronts, right? The same people who are saying that it's too late now were defending his Nazi tattoo 9 months ago. We're defending his Blackwater stint 9 months ago. You know what I mean? It changed. How they defended him changed. Before, it was like, oh, well, actually, nobody cares about the Blackwater thing, so we shouldn't care about it. Or it was like, Nazi tattoo? I didn't know it was Nazi tattoo. Up until now it's like, sure, all that stuff is bad, but like, it's too late to get rid of him now, so. Drug. Right? It's okay. It's exactly what happened with Kamala Harris, right? It was Kamala Harris became the nominee in July. People were saying that, you know, she shouldn't be the nominee or whatever. And they were like, because like she's a part of the Joe Biden administration and because she can't say that Israel's committing a genocide. And people were like, well, you know, she's the best option that we have. And like, she can be moved. She's moving left. She's moving left. Right? And then it's like up until like October when she was still saying the same things. Now it was like, oh, well, now it's too late. Maybe you should have been saying this before. It's too late now. We can't have a new candidate. The election's in like 2 weeks. Same exact thing. These are the same people who aren't who are confused when their Dem governor isn't telling local police to stop ICE from abusing detainees. Yeah. Plot twist, she never moved. Yeah, of course she never moved. She never was going to move. Right? So the people who were proven correct when they were saying that one, she shouldn't have been the candidate. But go back to even when Joe Biden was dropping out. The same thing, right? Same thing. People were like, oh, Joe Biden can't drop out. He can't drop out. He can't drop out because he's our candidate. He's our guy. We need to support him. Right? Up until the moment where he dropped out. And then they were like, oh, Kamala Harris. Because again, I don't know. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. Because it's just like, if we were just realistic about what Kamala Harris stood for, Kamala Harris, Graham Platter, what Graham Platter stood for, it'd be one thing. It'd be one thing. You're not going to be judgmental for some people in Maine that vote for this guy. None of these people live in Maine, bro. It's Maine. But like, for the 12 people who may be on Twitch living in Maine, yeah. Some of them are on the public benefits of a Republican majority that would literally die. But the media pundits that are glazing it for a year put us in an embarrassing position. Pissed about that.
I think like you're going to hear a lot of people say this is not that.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to finish this.
Having said that, people constantly hear one side of this argument and never the other and get very upset at me. Because they'll clip the part where I'm talking about, like, there's never been a fucking revolutionary movement that hasn't comprised almost entirely of former military officials, former military members of some, you know.
Oh, wait, I think I just got mentioned. This was the mention that I saw. I saw my name passed in the chat. Oh,
Rather heinous groups, you know, the
for a guy who literally can't lose his election in May, he sure gets a lot of disproportionate amount of coverage. It's weird in my opinion. Because again, he's useful. They see a usefulness in having a white working class man be like popular. And they want to use that to their advantage. He's useful.
The czarist military that ended up being recruited into the Red Army, right? Hold on. Brother, what is going on? Dude, this fucking it's crazy, dude. It is crazy to me that I'm over here in
that's
fucking
it,
New
right?
Jersey and I have to unlock my door for the people at my house who can't be asked to go and unlock the door themselves. So I'm unlocking their door for their food delivery. What are we doing here? What's going on? Anyway. I think your relationship and respect for Jeffrey Sachs is far worse than supporting Plattner electorally. Okay. Weird how the contradiction is always shitting on Trotsky or siding with feds. Didn't Mao technically fight with Shanghai Shek against the Japanese? Yes, but what we're talking about is what predates the fight against the Japanese, for the record. The USSR's initial assessment was that the Communist Party of China simply did not have the ranks, which is true because in the early 20s, the Communist Party of China's numbers, paying membership,
This is about Plattner.
or just membership numbers, were quite literally, I'm not accosting you, I'm just explaining to you history, okay? So the Communist Party of China simply did not have the numbers. So the USSR's advice for the CPC was to literally align with the KMT, which they did.
Okay, who's in this timestamp? No, the timestamp was good. I saw what I wanted to see. It's just extra stuff. Every once we can see the rest of the Plattner covers. I want to see more of the cheating stuff.
Bad for the Graham Plattner campaign, people that support him. I think you got to flip it on its head. This is not good for the Graham Plattner campaign. This is a problem. It's taking up all the news cycle I was seeing over the weekend in terms of these Senate races, and it's not a great way for him to enter the general election period.
Yeah, and
I disagree. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. Either to the average voter or just in general.
Why the Democratic leadership wanted Janet Mills. This is why Chuck Schumer recruited Janet Mills. I mean, she could not catch fire in the campaign, which is why she dropped out, because they were concerned about a novice candidate with a checkered past.
Yeah, Democrats have been critical of Chuck Schumer. They know that he is a good campaign strategist, but again, lots of criticism over the past year on his handling of a number of different things.
Stuff didn't deter him. Why with this? Mostly because normies don't know what Blackwater is, just in general, but they do know infidelity, and they think oh, cheating or whatever. It still won't matter. I don't think it's enough. You know what I mean? But as a factor, this would be proof of how much the establishment hates him, which will make him more popular amongst whites. You guys are not gonna like it, but that's how it is. I don't do things based upon what white people like, chatter. I'm sorry, I hate to inform you of this. I don't care. I don't talk about things based on what white people like. I talk about things that I think are moral and just and important. I'm not white people like this thing, so it's good. Yeah, they used to like lynching my people as well. Was that good too? So you don't understand, right? This one Democratic candidate really loves lynching people. He's a big Klansman, right? He can't turn against the Klan because white people love the Klan, right? That's a stupid argument, isn't it? Right? Again, Ezra Klein says this too. Ezra Klein says we should run pro-life Democrats, anti-choice Democrats, because in red states, because abortion is not popular there. Do we just turn away our support for these things because of what the base of constituencies believes? Right? We live in a transphobic country. Do we abandon trans people because that's what most Americans think? Or do we stand by these things because it's moral and it's important and it's just? Right? I said this about slur usage and dark woke as well, right? Because if the left gives up on this, who else will care about it? If the left gives up on this, who else will care about it? If the left gives up on fighting against slurs, who else will fight against slurs? If the left gives up on fighting against abortion or fighting for abortion rights, who else is going to fight for abortion rights? If the left gives up on fighting for trans people, who else is going to fight for trans people? That's why we need to have principles. That's why we need to be principled. That's it. I don't care what people in Maine like. I genuinely don't care. Do not care in the slightest. I don't care. I'm not in Maine. What I do care about is making sure that the left stands by its morals, right? So that when this happens again, we're not moving the line, right? We're not allowing things that we shouldn't allow. We're like 2 months away from some Teggy calling abortion rights a poll. To be fair, that's the ACP. If I'm being entirely honest, you just described the ACP. Like, the ACP does that for like trans rights.
One thing that I have consistently heard from those same critics is, man, if Graham becomes the nominee and you just can't flip Maine in the general election, or if, for example, in Michigan, a non-Schumer...
I literally just said that. Like, verbatim. Yes, he did say that.
Just subscribed.
Got worthy over the 5 months.
Candidate comes forward, particularly Abdul El-Sayed, then we could potentially lose a state that we currently have the majority in. Mm-hmm. And that is a problem. Does that mean that really can't flip Maine in the general election? Or if, for example, in Michigan, a non-Schumer candidate comes forward, particularly Abdul El-Sayed, then we could potentially lose a state that we currently have the majority in. Mm-hmm. And that is a problem. Does that mean at the end of the day in November, if, let's say, the Senate gets so close to flipping, Democrats in particular, flipping the majority, but they lose it because of these more unconventional, authentic candidates? I have heard already that people are very worried of that potential outcome.
It's a challenge here because it's the base, energizing the base, but that could be a risk when you have some of these candidates who have not gone facing the spotlight and face a lot of questions. One of the questions that I put to Graham Plattner himself, I talked to him back in January, and about
bro, why can't he talk to me, bro? Graham, call me up. I have fun questions to ask you. Don't worry, it'll be great. It'll be fantastic. Don't worry.
There are all these Reddit posts from his past. He said that he was a different person. He apologizes for those posts, and he says that he was, of course, he's a military veteran. He was going through a different time in his life. He was in combat. But I asked him if there were any more skeletons in his closet. I'm wondering, are there other skeletons from your past that still may emerge in this race?
Okay, what a crazy take of mine. I think there's one more. I think there's one more. I don't know what it is. Inward? Ooh, that's a good pull. Just one. There might be more than one, but I don't think this is it. Because think about it like this. Why would they leak this now? Right? When is the election? What day is it? The primaries technically didn't even happen yet. Primary happens on June 9th, speaking. Technically. I'm pretty sure. So technically, like, he's not even the candidate. Right? And then it goes to the general. They're not going to leak all they have now. Because they got it now, they're dumb. They leak it now because there's not much else I've really stuck so far. No, I don't think so. Maybe. They caught the Nazi salute on camera. No, I don't think that's it either. That's a bit too on the nose. Legit question, why not like it now? Is it why like it now? Why not let it fester? I genuinely believe that in a hypothetical, if there was a chance that Graham and another Blackwater mercenaries could face prison for war crimes, but it means a Platinum couldn't run anymore, they would choose to keep him in the raise. Well, yeah, but that's not ever gonna happen, right? Because one, Republicans are not gonna charge anybody who was part of Blackwater with war crime. Like, that's not happening in general. Two, definitely not the Democrats either. A lady who quit the campaign knew this for a while. Strategic timing. There was more coming. Exactly. I can see it being the N-word. I genuinely, I can see it being the N-word.
No. I haven't lived a boring life, but I haven't lived a very complicated life. I've never been close to money. I've never been close to power.
Everything about this man is inauthentic, bro. Everything about this man is inauthentic. Everything is inauthentic. His dad gave him $200,000 to buy a house. Like 9 years ago. It wasn't even that long ago. This is 9 years ago. You think he's lying when he says, yes, he is lying. I don't think, we know he's lying. Like, for a fact, we know that he's lying. He tries to run from it and, like, you know, be self-delusional. No. I maybe thought that for a second, but the way that he answers the questions during the New York Times interview is very clearly a fabrication. It wasn't self-delusion. Right? He's LARPing. It is a LARP.
I've never really had the ability to screw people over. My life is not very complicated.
He's never had the ability to screw people over. Don't worry about the fact he's a part of an occupying army. Don't worry about that fact.
And there is
Also, yeah, his wife. That's true. That's fair. It's crazy to have your Bill Clinton moment, like, before you're even in office, bro. That's kind of wild. This doesn't give me confidence he actually regrets things. We already know that he doesn't, you know? We know he doesn't regret things.
complicated life. I've never been close to money. I've never been close to power. I've never really had the ability to screw people over. My life is not very complicated, and there is not anything else coming.
There was not anything else coming. Turns out there was more coming, and there have been some stories since then as well.
Yeah. Well, it would have been weird if he had answered that question yes.
Yes, I guess
That's true. That is true. Which is kind of funny. But I don't expect him to say yes, right? What I expect him to say is, listen, I'm a human being. Human beings are flawed. And I've made mistakes in my past, right? And I've tried my best to hold myself accountable for those mistakes. You've seen a lot of my mistakes that have been leaked to you, right? But anything else you see, just know that I have done my best to learn and grow from it. You're not saying no, there's nothing else coming. You say, hey, if there is something else coming, just know it ain't me no more. It's exactly that requires him admitting that he's done anything wrong ever in his life.
Would have naturally created some other questions in the course of that. So that is one of those sort of like little white lies that people tell in politics. But look, the appeal of someone like Plattner is that he's a political outsider, is that he's imperfect, is that he's a regular guy who's been through the sort of pitfalls of someone who didn't come up through the political system. That being said, that means that his bio is all he has. He doesn't have a record in elected office. He doesn't have
a long resume in politics that he can point to sort of tell the voters what kind of senator he would be. And so, in an uphill environment for Democrats on the map, right? It's a good year for them vibes.
Yes, he is blue Trump.
Wise, but still a very tough Senate map. And there is no way they get to the majority without a state like Maine, which is a blue state where Susan Collins, of course, has managed to hang on for so long.
These stories about Platner's Pass have been out for months, and I've asked him about this, about the impact that this would have on him in the campaign. He said, look, this is baked in. I've spoken about this. I've talked about how I was wrong. This is not having an impact on the race. But one of the things that happened while Janet Mills was a candidate is that she didn't really launch much of a paid media attack campaign against Platner over these posts. There was an ad she put out late, but really not a ton of money. Republicans are now spending a lot of money to go after Platner, including this Susan Collins super PAC ad attacking him.
20 years of bigotry and hate from Graham Platner. He calls police officers all bastards, and Platner insults black people, saying they don't tip.
Okay, I don't think people in Maine are going to care about that one, though. At least they talked about it. Gosh darn it, why is Susan Collins' campaign more woke than leftist, bro? At least they actually talk about this. She's watching, guys. This is a pro Platner ad. I mean, to be fair, maybe his anti-blackness will actually help him in Maine. So, shine them, but they were the raid. Welcome in. Hello. Socialism with lesbian characteristics. W.
20 years of bigotry and hate from Graham Platner. He calls police officers all
Wait, did they get an actor to play Graham Platner? That looks nothing like him, but sure.
Of bigotry and hate from Graham Platner. He calls police officers all bastards, and Platner insults black people, saying they don't tip.
Now, again, Platner has said that he was wrong with some of these past posts. He said it does not reflect who he is. But nevertheless, Burgess, how much of an impact will this GOP attack machine that is coming, that we're seeing on air about Platner's past, how much of an impact is that going to have on Platner?
I think it will have an impact in the sense of this is going to be the story. You already see how he's on the defensive. We're also seeing that in Texas, right? Like when Republicans concentrate paid and free media on something.
The Republicans will agree with the black part, exactly.
And that's what's happening to James Tallarico as well. And you made a great point about Janet Mills, who kind of launched a small ad campaign seizing on those Reddit posts, but she didn't spend enough money for it to really resonate and sink into voters.
Yeah.
Maine is a small state, about 1.3 million people. Folks are going to see a ton of these ads, but I do think that there is a question of whether they might backfire, because I believe in 2020, Democrats launched so many ads attacking Susan Collins, supporting Sarah Gideon, that I think Mainers started to tune it out. They're not used to being saturated with these sorts of ads, these negative ads. So I do think there's a risk for Republicans to go too far in attacking him, because I do think Mainers might tune it out eventually.
Yeah, and it's a good point. And as we go to break, the poll, one of the most recent poll, had Graham Platner up 51-42 over Susan Collins. We'll see if those numbers change in the aftermath of all of this.
Congresswoman, as a politician here, as a Democrat, what do you think this is going to mean going forward up in
Did they share some of the text? I'm just curious.
Maine?
My genuine belief here is that voters in Maine right now are concerned about the fact that they can't afford health care, they can't afford housing. We have the most corrupt White House in American history. Susan Collins has enabled Donald Trump at every turn, not just in this administration.
I saw a tweet saying that Platner has an active account and the source of the Daily Wire. Okay, if that is true, I don't want to know what he was doing on Kick. There are only two groups of people on Kick. Children, and you can guess the other group. Literally. That's it. Yes, kids and their abusers. That's the only groups of people on Kick. That is it. So maybe he was on it when he was in high school. The last time I was on Kick was when I was in 7th grade. And I remember having friends, right, who were girls who were texting like 25-year-olds in like separate group chats and stuff. That's what happened on Kick. You know? But he has a Snapchat too. Who do you think he's streaking? It's in this article. It's gonna be paywalled, isn't it? Yeah, it's paywalled. Getting green like cake was a Canada ban, unfortunately. Profile picture Yadam Cake was not a high schooler. How do you, is it in the article?
But from the very first administration by voting to confirm.
I just don't like Cake. I talked about it before. I just don't like Cake. As a platform. But on Twitter, he's shirtless. Stop. Okay, we're moving on.
Kavanaugh to the Supreme Court, voting to cut Medicaid for millions of Americans, enabling his authoritarianism. I think that is what voters right now, not just in Maine, but across the country, care about. And I think that's what's going to matter in November.
Look, I think it's outrageous. Where's the outrage? you Democrats went bananas.
I'm sorry. He's like, I think it's outrageous, bro. Only I get to cheat on my wife.
On Brett Kavanaugh on an unsubstantiated allegation
for sexual assault.
This we're gonna see. We're gonna see what shoes have to drop here yet. This guy had a Nazi tattoo. A Nazi.
What? I can't with Republicans, bro. I can't. You can't be a former Trump advisor doing this. You can't. You're not allowed to do that.
Tattoo.
Nazi death squad tattoo.
But you like that. You were a former Trump advisor. You're pro that. You like that thing. Bro, if he was a Republican, you would be writing for him. You'd be like, that's a real American tattoo, brother.
Nazi death squad tattoo. Tattooed. He's derided his fellow servicemen, saying, "I wish you would have died. You deserve to die." I mean, the guy.
Okay, he didn't say that. I don't think he said that about his fellow servicemen.
He's a terrible human being, and for your party to stand by him, this is reminiscent of Joe Biden just this past week saying, "You know what? I know Joe was kind of out there, but we just want to beat Trump. Anything to do to beat Trump. You guys are willing to do anything."
But Jimmy,
well, that kind of makes sense, though. No. Said about a Purple Heart recipient. Was it on his Reddit? Send it to me. That someone should have died instead of getting a Purple Heart. That's kind of funny. Politics moment. What's the context of that? Is he just like? Is he like? I don't know. Is he saying like it should have been me instead? Like I need to know the context of that.
Accept anything.
I mean,
there's got to be a limit.
To be clear, it's the voters of Maine who thus far have chosen Graham Plattner. I mean, there was a very robust candidate in Janet Mills. She was getting absolutely trounced in the polls, couldn't raise money, and dropped out. So it is.
But just come out and say what the allegations are terrible. This is if this were Republican.
It doesn't matter. He's cheating. Who cares, bro? You can't do decorum politics in 2026. Your man changed that. It doesn't exist anymore. You can't do decorum politics in 2026. You can't. And this is the problem because neither conservative nor liberal media are actually going to talk about his actual problems, which is like his stint in Blackwater that he defends.
You would be beating the hell out of the person.
Donald Trump is the president of the United States who's in the Epstein files with allegations from
Wait a minute.
This is the thing.
Hold on,
just quickly. It's the sanctimony, not from you personally, Nate Urban, but the sanctimony from Republicans who have embraced and allowed Donald Trump to completely remake their party and have rolled over as he's done it. It's a little tough to stomach.
This is true. Wait a minute. Every choice is a choice. And on June 9th, Graham Plattner is going to run against the governor of Maine, someone who has a credible record, who can't raise a nickel because Democrats want someone who's crazy and awful. They're attracted to Plattner because he's awful. It's not a hesitation. It's what they.
But like, that doesn't even make any sense. That doesn't make any sense because they didn't like the guy. They can't say that, obviously, but they didn't like the guy. The Democrats did not like Graham Plattner until Janet Mills dropped out. So, like, what is he talking about? Purple Heart story? What did he say? Plattner left a comment on Reddit thread titled "Old footage of U.S. soldiers taking machine gun fire in Afghanistan in 2012." His comment has since been deleted. His comments are now categorized by the main monitor. The video never gets old. Some other effort didn't deserve to live. At least his stupidity and as wheezing in the available for all future infantrymen to witness and hold in contempt. Poor marksman on the Taliban's part. It's only reason why this mouth breather made it home. He managed to make every possible decision possible when it comes to a small unit combat. What video is he talking about? Oh no, wait. The comments, the criticism, pushback, including from the veteran that Plattner was talking about, Purple Heart recipient Teddy Daniels wrote an op-ed published in Wall Street Journal. I need to see that. Hold on. It's an r/combat footage. I want to see what footage he's talking about. Hold on. Oh, U.S. soldier filmed himself being shot by the Taliban. Is that it? Oh, okay. You know, I think his beef is I think his beef is that he was just like he's fat. His beef is that this guy is just bad at doing combat. He makes the military look bad because he's fat and he's like wheezing and breathing heavy. I think that's what it is. Yeah, he just doesn't let the guy who's breathing heavy. He's like, when I was at war, we never did this. We only got shot at dignified. Or if he's on, I think, for the 13 months.
They want. Maine primary voters like the awful.
They're attracted.
Think about what the general election is about, though. Susan Collins voted for the Affordable Care Act.
The American Cyber Dude. Oh, is that Chris Kyle? To be fair, a lot of veterans hate Chris Kyle. Yeah. A lot of people who were in the same unit as Chris Kyle hated Chris Kyle. Chris Kyle was like notably like an unpopular like person. Like even among vets, like people did not like this man.
Voted for the stimulus.
But people were cheering when he died. People were cheering when he died. People were like, yeah, it's good riddance. Like he was unpopular.
Under Barack Obama. She voted to confirm Sonia Sotomayor and Elena Kagan. She is as centrist a person in the United States Senate as you can find. And Democrats, if they prefer a Nazi death squad tattoo, sexting with a bunch of other people person over that, then they've really...
Didn't Kyle lie about shooting citizens during Katrina so it's easy to hate him? Yes, he did do that. This trial was really bad because he sucked. He sucked. He was like, he represents what a lot of vets don't like, which is like the more overt people who are like, I'm in it for the violence of it kind of thing. You know what I mean? So he does make the military look bad, right? Like just because like he's like, I'm going to do violence and I love doing violence and violence is what I want to do. More violence, please. Like he's like, yeah.
Really jumped the shark.
Well, she's a centrist who voted to confirm justices who overturned Roe v. Wade. So to call her a centrist, to call her a centrist is a little I'm not so sure. But look, Democrats in Maine are attracted to Plattner because they think that he's going to upend a status quo that they feel like isn't working. I would refute the idea that they're attracted to him because of some of these things that we've seen come out. All that said, I want to say
I am having flashbacks to 2020 when Democrats lost a flippable seat in North Carolina around a sexting scandal. I think there's a lot about Graham Plattner, frankly, that is unpalatable. Look, I've been very clear on air. He was not my choice.
You deserve credit for that.
He was not my choice, but I do think we have to respect that this is where voters in Maine said they wanted to go. But look, I also would be concerned, frankly, as we've seen the drip, drip, drip here. Campaigns are ugly. Oppo research is intense. He has clearly signaled that there is more here. I think that's troubling.
Did he? I didn't see him talk about this. All I saw was he had his wife come out and defend him. He's about a picture on his Kick profile was a shirtless mirror selfie with a towel from the neck down. By the way, what? Someone sent a link to it, right? More disqualifying than Blackwater, to be honest, this player. It's real. Here it is. Graham Plattner's active profile on Kick, a predator's paradise app known for a hotbed of child pornography, kidnapping, and sexual abuse. And it's from the Daily Wire, so they like that kind of stuff too. But like, that is what Kick is, to be entirely fair. Like, I have not personally seen Kick used for anything except for that. Right? Like, no adult person that I know used Kick, obviously. And when I was a kid in middle school, I saw like the kids around me get groomed by adults on Kick. That's what Kick is. Kick is still active. It should not be. Should not be. Right? Because Kick has this weird thing where, like, if I remember correctly, there's a weird group chat feature where, like, if you're in a group with somebody, like, somebody can add you to a group, and then, like, somebody else can add you from a group, like, to a group from that group, and they can start DMing you from there. And so there'll be groups with, like, hundreds of people. Like, predators will scroll through, like, the profile pictures and be like, oh yeah, this is a little girl. And then they'll start messaging that person. The like literally like 11-year-old, 12-year-old. From that. Right? Trying to like meet up with them and stuff. It's like the group chat feature was really bad. It sucks. It's not good. Those sex workers are on there also. I have not seen that, but I just know there's a lot of predators.
So I would expect that we probably are going to see more.
No, there'll be
here.
more.
And
There'll be more. If Graham Plattner's saying there was no more, Brad knows this. We've all been in campaigns a long time. You don't put the good stuff out at the beginning.
So he's certainly the nominee.
You wait.
That's right.
You wait till he's the nominee.
That's right. Yeah,
and
10
then
days.
Get locked in. It'll get worse.
I will say here, also I will show this. Not to show the picture, hopefully. Like this pose. App known for a hotbed of child pornography, kidnapping, and sexual abuse due to posting from one. I don't think this is a good defense. You don't have to. I don't do this. Don't do this. Like, Twitter is bad. Twitter is bad. But Kick specifically is it kind of like defending like Omegle. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to defend Kick. You don't have to defend Omegle. You don't have to defend these kind of apps, right? Like, these are apps that are like known for like a specific thing. If you go to Omegle, you know that it's known for like unsolicited like nude pictures kind of thing. Like, you could just say like, I would even take it was a different time or whatever over being like, I mean, it's basically like Twitter, because it's not like Twitter. Not at all. It was going to be shut down. Did it stop? I'm not gonna look it up. I'm not typing in Kick in my browser. But like if was gonna say, if he was signaling that there's more to come after this, I am very curious as to what else is from this. I know about Chaos, but no, not KICK Kick, not the live streaming app, but KIK Kick. I would No, I wouldn't say. I would still say KICK Kick. The streaming platform is worse than Kick, just because of like the very rampant paid for abuse that is done on there. Like people have killed people on Kick. They probably have some of his chat logs from Kick. If they do, maybe he's one of like the 5% of people who were like on Kick normally, but like I don't know. I do want to get to the Lego thing though, which is like there's like apparently like, this whole thing with like Lego scandal, with like Legos being Lynn. We spent too much time on Grand Planner. I want to get into Legos. I want to Kick because One Direction used to broadcast there in the early days. There's child abuse on Kick too. Yes, there is child abuse on Kick too. And that's monetized child abuse. Right? People get paid to do stuff like that. So they're both bad. Both Kicks are bad. Neither is good.
Life collecting what's now known as the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection ever. It's estimated to be worth around $200,000. And then the entire thing got... This man spent his life collecting what's now known as the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection ever. It's estimated to be worth around $200,000. And then the entire thing got stolen. And the police are actively working with the thieves to cover the entire thing up. But the craziest part is that the collector doesn't even know that his
the YouTuber brain sometimes gets in the way of his journalism in this video, so brace yourself to get a little noise sometimes.
Collection's been stolen. Yeah, the collector's son, Brian, well, he reached out to me because he has no clue how to break this news to his dad.
At this point, my father had a health episode. We can't bring any stress to him.
The reason he's reaching out to me is because
10 minutes of blur? Why is it there? Is that an editing mistake?
Because the police are covering this entire thing up. And at this moment, I promised Brian that I would not...
Lawsuit? But like, what is it blurring?
End this video until I get his entire world record Star Wars collection back. But anyways, the thief of this collection is actually a corporation called Bricks and Minifigs.
Bricks and Minifigs, the biggest toy store of its kind.
Is the largest toy store.
Bricks and Minifigs were not just your average Lego store.
For collectors, Bricks and Minifigs is basically seen as the best and
YouTube editor bug post upload. Oh, that makes sense. I thought it was something like that. So he probably had to blur something post after it was uploaded using the YouTube editor, and then it's cooked. It's wonky.
Safest way to sell your Lego collections.
I'm selling my Legos. So what I'm planning to do with them is take them to my local Bricks and Minifigs.
Because there's so much positive media about them everywhere, Brian thought that this would be the perfect store to finally sell his dad's Lego Star Wars collection.
So I wrote up a contract.
In the contract, it says that these are still the family's Lego sets, but every time one gets sold, the store gets to keep a small percentage of each sale.
This was a store's worth of inventory. So that store that day was nothing but my dad's collection. Like all the shelves filled. They had to bring in extra shelves and fill the whole party room with shelves.
But the owner of the franchise, this woman, well, her husband had to actually leave the country due to some work-related reasons.
My husband and I were planning on moving out of the country. I reached out to corporate to let them know, hey, this is something that's coming up in the next like 4 to 5 months.
She told the Bricks and Minifigs head corporation that she was planning on selling the store, so the corporation actually was able to find a buyer to buy it from her.
They let me know that they had somebody who was interested in purchasing a franchise in the area. He was going to be in town and he was going to stop by and just take a look at it. It wasn't until Brandon got there that he informed me that they were terminating my franchise agreement we were getting threats from Brandon and from corporate that if we didn't leave the store immediately, the police were going to be called. I told corporate I wasn't comfortable leaving that night without the inventory. I was also told I was not going to be able to stay there long enough to do that inventory.
But we don't just have to take this woman's word for it. She was actually able to save all the security camera footage from that night, proving that everything she just said is true.
All the footage and evidence is there in the security cam footage. It's him at the store kicking her out. In that footage they sent us is Crystal asking him, how am I supposed to pay this guy? These are sets he has not been paid for.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that kind of side that.
His own corporation is sitting there on video saying they're going to take it.
After this woman got kicked out of her own store, she called Brian explaining how corporate just came down and is now trying to take the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection without paying for it. So Brian called the store to see what was going on.
Called the store and I said, what happened to Crystal? And he goes, well, that's kind of a private matter, but the corporation's taken over the store. There's something I can do to help you with. I said, well, yeah. I am the owner of about half your store's inventory. All those vintage Star Wars sets you have in there are ours. And he goes, I don't know anything about that. I said, well, you better get to learn about it because I have a contract, I have photo evidence, video evidence, like that is our collection. So I went down to the store, brought a copy of the contract. We're like, you need to let me in back and let me see the sets that you still have. All you have to do is let me in back. We can go that route or we can go to court. And the guy just looks at me, crosses his arms and goes, let me tell you what's gonna happen. If we go to court, we're gonna drag this thing out so long and you're gonna end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth or what you ever would have gotten out of it, that it ain't worth it, man. So if that's the route you wanna go, and I go, that's really the route you wanna go, rather than just letting me walk in there, and he goes, nope.
Dang.
What am I to do at that point?
Bricks and Minifigs knows that this family, especially with the father's health, doesn't have the resources to take them to court. And almost mockingly, they've since flooded all of their social media with tons of pictures.
That's crazy.
Of Star Wars Legos. At this point, it seems like they're just rubbing it in this family's face that they stole the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection in the world. And they got away with it.
Everybody is absolutely baffled. How the hell can a corporation...
Yeah, they're like Wizards of the Coast. Honestly, from what I know of like the Wizards of the Coast Pinkerton situation, this might actually be not as equally as bad. I won't say it's worse.
Get away with doing this.
Yeah.
And why are the cops not helping?
But luckily for Brian, a YouTuber ended up catching wind of this story and created a team of YouTubers to do whatever they could to get Brian his Legos back.
This is the full inventory of all the sets and minifigs. We can figure out how to get this guy his money and his stuff back.
But right after they started, they instantly stopped working on this case. So I called one of them to find out why.
So they were threatening legal action against us. You know, Bricks and Minifigs, which is a pretty big company who probably has way more resources than we can, you know, really put up a fight against.
Bricks and Minifigs know.
What legal action for what?
Is that they can just bully anyone that tries to expose them with frivolous lawsuits. And this left Brian feeling pretty hopeless.
It eats me.
I will say, it is a tad bit ironic that he went on on Ethan Klein's podcast to talk about this yesterday. Just a little bit ironic.
Alive, I had terrible anxiety attacks over it, got put on medication. I just kind of was like,
I'm pretty sure Reckless Bane went on YouTuber, not the guy's son, YouTubers.
I just have to let these freaking things go right now. Because it didn't seem like I have any path to go, you know?
Well, I guess now it's time for me to get involved. So immediately,
okay, what is he gonna do? Okay, this is intriguing. I'm intrigued now. He's like, now it's my turn as a YouTuber. What is he gonna do?
picked up some friends, and started driving 16 hours to this bricks and minifigs store. And I will do literally whatever it takes. Even if I have to take down the entire police force, I will stop at nothing until this family gets their entire Lego Star Wars collection back. And now 16 hours later, we're finally pulling up to the...
No, I actually disagree with that. This is a big corporation weaponizing and utilizing the legal system and the police system against a small family to steal what belongs to them.
The bricks and minifigs store. So I started a pair of spy camera glasses. That's what I'm gonna use to film this. And honestly, I kind of just want to hear bricks and minifigs side of the story.
Hi, how's it going?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
It's pretty good. So basically my friend said that you guys have some of his Legos, I think, and he told me to come here and...
That's pretty funny. Yeah, it's just wild because you can't just steal an entire store's worth of inventory. Even if you revoke the franchise rates, you can shut down the business, but the inventory is not yours. The question that I have is whether or not the contract is technically legit or not. So I think they'll pull that, right? They'll pull the whole like, well, technically this contract's not actually legitimate or whatever. And you didn't sign the contract with us. You signed it with the previous owners. So it's actually null and void, technically speaking. Technically.
See if I can pick them up.
Who's your friend?
I think they're Brian's Legos. It's like a big like Star Wars collection set, I think.
You could go ahead and leave now.
Really?
That's crazy.
So you could go ahead and leave now, or I will call the police for harassment.
Well, I'm not harassing you.
No, you are. Hi. You want to watch the cameras? I'm being harassed by you. Watch the cameras. I am being harassed. You need to leave.
Literally, all I...
What was he expecting? I didn't think it would take that quickly. I didn't think it would happen so quickly. I didn't think invoking Brian's name would elicit this response. You know what I mean? I know they know, but like not even any, you're not even going to pretend to like not know. It's like, he's like, hey, how you doing? He's like, I'm doing good. I think you have Brian's Legos. You better get out of here. You better get out of here or I'll make you get out. Like no in between, no like, you know, how was your day? It was just, hi, how are you? To, I'm going to call the police. Go back, I missed it. No, I'm not going back. We have an hour to get through this. I'm sorry.
Did was just bring up that my friend has some Legos in their store and the manager started freaking out on me, but I wasn't going to leave the store.
To be fair, she did start freaking out on him. Okay. Sometimes I'd be like, maybe this is a little bit of YouTuber exaggeration. No, she like immediately, it was like, get out or I'm going to call the police. Hi, I'm being harassed. Please watch the cameras. That's a pretty big freak out, I'll say.
Or without hearing her side of the story. Before showing up, I printed out a copy of the contract the store made with Brian saying that all of these Lego sets will remain his until sold. Because I have a contract, legal reason to be here, legally this does not count as harassment. Instead, the manager should be checking the store's inventory to see if these sets are still in their store.
Well, so here's still all of the Lego sets you guys still have.
I don't have anything to do with that, and I don't want that. You can go ahead and leave, and I'm going to ask you one more time. This is the last time. I do not want that. You're not handing me anything.
I tried for a long time just to get her to look at this contract. But finally, she gave me an answer of why she can't help me.
He's been supposed to be getting a hold of corporate.
Basically what the manager's saying is that if someone did steal the Legos, it wasn't her, it was corporate. But little does the manager know, I already did this. Yep, I literally went to the corporate Bricks and Minifigs headquarters.
How's it going?
And this was corporate side of the story.
You have to talk to the store owner. Yeah, like they're all locally owned and operated. And we can't do anything with it here. Their decisions are their decisions. For sure.
So when they say go to corporate, how do we respond next time?
I have no idea. You have to take it up with them. It's your thing with them. That doesn't involve us.
So I showed the manager what corporate Bricks and Minifigs said.
When corporate tells me this, I'm supposed to come back to the store, right? And so it kind of seems like you're going against what corporate's saying.
That's fine.
Oh, well, this is what corporate told us.
I'm happy that's what corporate told you. For the last time, I'm asking you to leave the store.
Can you give me a reason to leave, I guess?
Have you guys heard me asking several times?
I don't know about you guys, but to me, it kind of seems like the only reason she's asking me to leave the store is to cover up this $200,000 theft.
You leave. How many times have you been asked to leave?
Was there a reason you're asking me to leave?
You need to leave. I've asked you to leave. You need to leave. You need to leave. I've asked you how many times to leave this. I've been asking to leave.
Eventually, the owner of the store called in and asked if he could talk to me.
Are you the owner of the Bricks and Minifig store?
Yeah, why? What you got?
So basically, I just wanted to get some of the Legos back that you guys still have. I think I'm looking for the clone turbo tank.
Why do you think you would be entitled to our inventory?
Well, at least I confirmed the Legos are still here. The only thing is the owner's claiming that he's the owner of these Lego sets. I mean, it's pretty stupid of him to say that, considering I'm literally holding a copy of a contract he made with the store that said that this Lego Star Wars collection is not the store's property. It's the family's property. The contract makes all of this very clear, so I want to give him one more chance to answer a little bit better.
Well, I just want to get it back from my friends. He said he couldn't get it back, so I was just wondering if I could just come pick him up. Because you guys still have them, right?
Why do you think your friend would be entitled to our inventory?
Well, it's his. He owns the Legos.
Huh? He doesn't own the Legos.
Well, yeah, we have a contract. He does own them.
No, bro, are you an idiot? Are you stupid?
Josh, the police are showing up right now.
Well, I want to know what he was saying. Right? Because he's saying it's his inventory, and the contract says it's not his inventory. Right? I want to know what his explanation for that is. Like, it's either that the contract is invalid for some reason, or that they actually fulfill the terms of the contract, in which makes it theirs. Right? Or you got a contract from the people that moved out of the country. All the inventory of the store says, yes, I know that. Right? I need to know what the owner thinks the reason is. Right? He has to give a reason for why the contract is not valid. Right? Because that's where the impasse is. The store says it's theirs, but Brian says it's his, and he has a contract. And so it's either that the contract is invalid, or the contract is valid and the Legos are his. Can I say that or make the case too easy? Yeah, contracts are null and void if one party calls you stupid. True.
Hey, how's it going?
Well, at least the police are here now, so once I show them the contract we're in with the store, we can finally get the Legos back.
Basically, we have, I think it's like $200,000 worth of Lego sets that we just have them in the store, and we just like to pick them up, I guess, because they were going to sell it for us, but I guess they're not selling it for us anymore.
But does it sound like they want you here, right? So
they have our sets, though, yeah.
I understand that. But right here, the factor is that they don't want you. They're a privately owned store, and they don't want you on the front.
Okay. But I don't want them to.
Bro, I love that somebody can steal something from you, but if it's in their house, the cops can't do anything about it. You know what I mean? Which is like that's true technically, because they're gonna help you. Okay, they're just gonna say it's a civil matter. Yes, but like showing this is important to the store. Obviously, we all obviously know the cops are never gonna help them. You know what I mean? But showing that the cops are more willing to enforce trespassing laws and restrictions, right? Then do something about this very clear and obvious contract violation, right? Is an important part of the story, right? Because technically speaking, they should go and take this to a lawyer, right? And be like, "Hello, my lawyer. This is my contract. This store is not holding up their end of the bargain." The lawyer would then, sue the store for the figures. Right? That's how it would work in theory. Right? And then they will go to either arbitration or whatever to come to some sort of agreement that like the store does not own these figures. It's actually Brian's. And then like a judge would force them to actually have to pay $200,000 or give all the figures back. Theoretically speaking. Right? But I think you still have to, you don't have to, but you can still technically do your due diligence to try to go pick them up amicably. You're allowed to do that, right? Same with the store is allowed to technically trespass you from the store. You know what I mean?
The Lego set.
So right now, nobody's done anything technically wrong, per se. Except maybe like the trespassing.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
The police officer literally didn't care at all that the store just stole $200,000 worth of Legos. For some reason, he made it seem like I was the bad guy.
Able to enforce trespassing laws when a business asks them to. I mean, I don't think cops should exist as an entity. personally, but should there be somebody in theory to, maintain peace and order or whatever? That's a different conversation, right?
So you are trespassed from here. So
Okay.
Trespass for life. So if you come back.
Oh, for life?
Yeah. If you come back, you could be arrested. Okay.
Oh, so how do I get the Legos back then if I can't go in the store?
Okay, we talked about that. Do you understand the trespass portion? If you come back, you will be arrested. Okay.
So.
Okay. Again, Rob, if you come back, we're in the car and we're gonna arrest you.
Brian did warn me that the police are actively trying to cover this up. So Brian and I are now officially trespassed from the store. And if we ever come back to ask for his own Lego collection back...
I do love, though, that, again, you can steal something from somebody else's house and then put it into your house. And there's like very little recourse. This is actually true. Like there's very little recourse that you can take, right, to actually get that back. Unless you can prove that they took it, Unless you can prove that a burglary or a theft happened, right? You can't necessarily call the police and be like, they have my stuff in there, unless you can prove that they actually stole it. You know what I mean? That is true.
We are going to be arrested.
Is there...
And this is a very high-profile instance of that happening.
The reason why they're
Isn't
able
the
to
contract
just
that
take
proof?
all the Legos?
No, because the proof is not that a crime happened. You have to have a proof that a crime has happened, and not that, like, they are in possession of your stuff. Right? Because they could have gotten in possession of your stuff in an illegal avenue, which technically they did. Right? But they have to prove that a crime has occurred. They have to prove that they have actually stolen your stuff, right? I said earlier, this is legal theft. It's not legal. It's not their stuff. Contractually, if the contract is valid, it is not like legal because it is not their stuff. It's still illegal, but it's harder to prove that it's illegal. Which is fair because like what stops people from just doing that? The contract should be proved that, but that's a lawyer thing, not a cop thing. Yeah.
Give it back, or?
So, you just gotta leave.
I just have to leave?
So, leave now.
Okay. I'm not allowed to be in the parking lot?
No. So, this is all private property.
Oh, okay.
But, like, he was only trespassed from this store. He could technically go to the adjacent store because he wasn't trespassed. Cop's actually lying about that.
Okay.
Okay.
We've been filming for 10 minutes and I'm already trespassed from Bricks and Minifigs, which is like the whole location of the video. So how do I film a video at Bricks and Minifigs now if I can't even legally go back there? So to continue the video without
easily disguises
getting arrested, I went back to Bricks and Minifigs corporate offices. And the Bricks and Minifigs CEO, the guy who runs the entire company, Ammon McNeff, he personally came out to talk to us.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is that a lie?
No.
That's a lie. You did take the Legos.
No. So we have our attorneys have visited. Like again. So who's
Brian Mansell.
Okay, and who is that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Nope. Never happened.
What? Okay. So he's lying about it. Interesting. That's the route. Okay, that's very clear theft. They're like, yeah. Like, nope. Typically, corporate is not holding Legos, and the franchise owner is, but most likely have liability because they reviewed the contracts of the sale of the store.
It did happen, yeah.
But he's not saying that though. He's saying that like they're not like one of their stores is not holding their Legos.
It does happen.
No, we did not.
Yeah, because his Legos were in the store and you guys took them. I know you think lying to us right now is kind of like helping you out.
I'm not lying to you.
Well, we both know you're lying, but...
No, we don't know that.
So I showed him some social media posts.
To be entirely fair, I don't think Ben is like the best communicator because he's also not a lawyer. Because I want to know what he means by no, it's not. That's not true or whatever. You know what I mean? I want him to say what part of that does he think is not true? Does he not hold Brian's Legos? Are they technically not Brian's Legos? Is the contract invalid? You know what I mean? Why didn't they just start with getting in touch with Laura immediately and showing them the contract? Is this for just for content? I would presume that Brian tried that to a certain extent. I think. Right. Or at least Brian doesn't want to go down that route because the court said that they were trying to bankrupt him. There's no spoilers, not spoiling. Shh.
Own company made that are still up.
That's darn it. Never watch a movie with chat. They'll always be like, this is the ending.
So I showed him some social media posts his own company made that are still up that claims that these are Brian Mansell's Lego sets. And these Lego sets that they're still holding on to are worth $200,000. All of these claims are from his own company. We just caught the CEO of the entire company red-handed in a lie. Yeah, it's crazy.
At the very least, it tanks the reputation of this company. So, you know what I mean? There is a benefit of that. So just for the concept, this dude is giving entitlement, to be honest. What are y'all talking about? Like, from what I understand, if everything he's saying is true, like, they did steal the Legos. Like, what are we talking about here? Do you think the company should be allowed to just keep these Legos? Like, I'm confused.
To me that even the CEO is in on this cover-up. But anyways, now that we just caught the CEO in this lie, I wanted to let him know that it's gonna be much easier if he just gives us the Legos back now.
If you just want to give it back now, it's gonna be a lot easier for you guys, you know? I think you guys would prefer the easy way.
Amateur journalism. Let a YouTuber a little caught if it means exposing the story.
I
mean, he hasn't even done anything egregious so far. Not saying that like that this guy won't do anything egregious, but like so far it seems like it's fine. Like he got wind of the story. He was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go down to the store and see if I can get the Legos back, right? They trespassed him, so he went to corporate and he was like, you know, we have Brian's Legos back. Like, he hasn't done anything egregious so far. He may be a little bit annoying with his meta glasses or whatever, but like, he saw a guy who needed help. He was like, oh, I wonder if I could actually go and see if I get the Legos back. And what elevates this random YouTuber to adjudication status? Maybe I missed something. What is his connection to the original owners? The owners wanted somebody to help him out. I don't know what you wanted. The owners tried to get his Legos back. He couldn't get the Legos back. And so he's asking for people to try to help him get the Legos back. What do you want from this? You're like, no, I only want a lawyer. At the very least, what we see Bricks and Minifigs steal this guy's Legos, and it's bad. You know what I mean? Like, even if it's nothing else, it's awareness about like this company, what the company did.
The hard way, I don't think you guys are really gonna like it.
No, okay.
But we're getting back either way, so it's like you can either...
So you can leave. If you come back here, we will call the cops. If you don't leave right now, I will call the cops.
So you don't want to do the easy way?
So you're threatening me. What you are doing right now is illegal. It's an extortion.
So catching you guys in illegal activity, that's illegal on me.
Okay, you've been asked to leave. Please leave.
And with that, Bricks and Minifigs has made their decision. I presented them very politely with the easy way, and they said, heck no. Well, they've only left me one other option, which is the hard way. But now it's pretty much the super hard way because the police are protecting them. If I ever go back to the store, I'm getting arrested.
If you come back, you will be arrested, okay? You understand that?
So we all regrouped together to rewatch the footage I've gotten so far. And there was one thing the manager said that might be a way forward for us.
I have not heard anything from the owners.
Oh.
So you need to leave.
Can I talk to the owners then, or?
You go ahead and call the owners.
Do you have their number?
I'm not giving it to you.
Why won't you give it to me? Because isn't that the logical next step if we're supposed to
Well,
work
you
with
have
the
all the
owners? Then
information right there, right?
I have the Lego sets you guys have, but I don't have the owner's number. No. So yeah, if you give me if that's what you want me to do, then you can give me the number and I can.
No, I want you to leave.
Call him.
Basically, she's putting all of the blame on the owner of the store, which is good to find out. The only problem is she's not giving me the owner's number.
Yeah, if you could give me a number and we could call
I'm
him.
not giving you anything except for calling the police.
But you told me to call the owners, right?
You're absolutely right, but I've asked you how many times to leave the store.
But you have his number? Or?
No, I don't have any of their numbers.
Dang.
That's why I was like, corporate keeps telling me to contact the owners of the store, but with no contact info. So I try to contact the store, and the store hangs up on me and says I'm harassing them.
The manager
DSD for the Prime
is really trying to protect the store owner from getting in trouble. So if she's not going to give me his number, I'm just going to have to find it a different way.
When she hands me the phone, we might be able to see his name and number. Josh Lego.
Well, we found out the
I'm sorry, what? That can't be his actual name, right? I don't believe it. No, they're cooked, bro. They're beefing with Mr. Lego. Oh, that's hilarious. That's so funny. I did not expect that. I don't know what I was expecting. It was not Josh Lego. I was expecting the actual number itself.
We might be able to see his name and number. Josh Lego.
Well, we found out the owner's name is Josh. However, the number was way too blurry on the spy glasses.
No, it's so blurry.
So I checked the store's Instagram to see if it follows anyone named Josh, which it doesn't. So I checked their business records, but everything got scrubbed. This owner is really going to any length he can to stay fully anonymous. After watching the footage over and over, my final conclusion is, yeah, the manager sucks. But she's not really the mastermind of this whole thing. She's just protecting the
DCM, thank you for the Prime, by the way. Also, a hype train has started. So if you like Josh Lego, go ahead and drop me a Prime sub right now, real quick. Go ahead and drop a Prime sub down there. So Sivy, thank you for the 25 months is crazy.
Mastermind of this whole thing. Because she's brainwashed. But luckily for me, through my YouTube career, I've infiltrated tons of cults and I've personally experienced some of the most intense and crazy brainwashing in the entire world. Basically what I'm trying to say is I'm pretty sure that I could brainwash one of these Bricks and Minifigs employees way harder than any corporate offices could. And yes, that's the plan. Brainwash the Bricks and Minifigs employees to be on my side. Yeah, I'm starting a Lego cult. I mean, a true cult would never actually call themselves a cult.
I was voting for the 200 bits. Much appreciated.
They always disguise themselves as
plan. I have no idea.
Something else. So, yes, I'm actually just starting a regular old Lego club. Yep, that's what we're calling it. My friend Victor is going to be the cult recruiter. I dressed him up to look like a famous YouTuber, so he would look powerful, and the employees here will have to listen to him.
My name's Victor. We're going to Bricks and Minifigs. Let's go. All right, guys, we are heading into the store right now.
He was doing amazing, but we had to...
I don't think this is going to work. I don't know why the blur is still there either.
To make sure that these employees know that Victor is the real deal.
Dude, that's crazy. Dang, let's go. Yo, we got a fan over here. 1, 2, 3. Toys for everyone. Yeah. Real quick pic. Hey, I'll send you that clip later, all right?
You can? Yeah.
So far, everything we had set up was working perfectly. But now, we have to come up with some type of way to get one of these employees out of the store so we can brainwash them.
What? Why didn't... Okay. I don't even hate the YouTuber plan, to be fair. Why doesn't he just pretend to be a YouTuber? Go into the store and say, hey, I'm a big Lego YouTuber. I want to collaborate with your store. Can you give me the owner's number so I can collaborate with your store or something? You know what I mean? Not the Ben guy, but the Victor guy. They just have here. You know what I mean? But I feel like that would be an easier plan. Than like what they're doing now.
Hey, what's going on? So we're filming a quick video. Maybe you and her want to do like some kind of challenge for like $100.
I mean, sure, I'm down for that. I don't want to.
What's happening right now? Do they believe it?
He's doing the challenge. Hell yeah, they're believing the challenge.
3, 2, 1, yellow! Go, 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 go!
Wait, that actually worked?
And these employees started their YouTube challenge. And yeah, I'm just going to fast forward to this part. I'm not going to torture you guys with all this. All you really need to know is that this girl ended up winning.
High five, sweet. So now I'm going to call my producer.
Well, we saw her face because of the blur.
How's it going?
So we have the winner right over here.
We're partnering with the local Lego club, and we're gonna kind of do like an award ceremony. Like the Lego club wants to host the award ceremony for you. So, yeah.
And just like that, she's in. So we traveled deep into the woods and waited for this employee to show up.
What? I feel like we lost the plot a little bit. They had a very easy end of like getting like the owner's phone number.
And with that, our new cult member has arrived.
Yeah, I guess it's an intermission, I guess.
There's a Lego queen!
They were like, all the 12 girls will get bored. We have to put something in here.
Yeah, she's the Lego queen!
Before you can brainwash someone, they have to be open to it. And most cults achieve this by making the new recruit seem like the most special person in the entire world.
Official best employee of Bricks and Minifigs.
The winner goes to Caledonia!
To be fair, I think to some extent she had to have consented to be a part of a video. So they're not recording this without her consent. Right? It is under false pretenses, but I think it would be worse if they were like secretly recording this thing or whatever. She did like, this is supposed to be a part of a video, and it is technically a part of a video. It's still weird. It is still weird, but like, you know what I mean?
Lego queen!
Yeah, she seems to enjoy this. Also, her face is
Lego queen! Lego queen!
It's still not blurred.
Lego queen! Lego queen! Lego queen! Lego queen! Lego queen!
Another thing I've personally seen a lot of cults do is they instantly give new recruits power. If people feel powerful, they're less likely to think that they're the ones that are being manipulated. So we got to give this girl some power.
You give me power?
Yes.
Yeah, we're giving you power. You're the most powerful.
Queen says, jump. I feel like I can do anything I want. Just step on the Lego griffin.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Beautiful dog pile.
You primed it all!
Lastly, all cults do group rituals to make you feel like one with the group. So now we have to become one with this Bricks and Minifigs employee.
Rick.
What is going on? What is happening?
By brick, brick 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 by.
And now the employee is fully brainwashed. Okay, maybe not fully brainwashed, but we definitely did a much better job at brainwashing her than corporate Bricks and Minifigs did. So hopefully now I'm finally safe to bring up these Star Wars Lego sets.
We heard something about like some Star Wars sets.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about that or?
I know some of it. They were gonna reimburse him for everything, and then I think they did, and he's still upset about everything, which I get.
They reimbursed him for everything?
Yeah, we don't have any of his stuff on the shelves.
Really?
Yeah, we don't have any of it.
But just like every other cult member out there, these employees
It shouldn't have effed. I'm still here. We're back. I'm sorry, Bricks and Minifigs. I apologize. It was just Twitch. Twitch had a big blip. I go for we're back. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for chat to return, make sure you drop a sub, drop a subscribble, because at 1,000 subs, we do an art stream, and I'll paint another art piece, just like this art piece that I painted yesterday, or drew yesterday. So if you want to see me draw something like this on stream, make sure you drop a subscribble, and we can do some art streams at some point. You're an artist? Some would say. No, I'm learning to draw this year. My New Year's resolution is that I will learn how to draw. And so I have an art page called Shonda Artist on Instagram. Thank you. So it said low-key furry. Hey, I could have added cat ears, decided not to. You made that? No, I did make this. I followed a draw along. So you're good at everything? I'm not good at everything. It's about practice. Looks like me. W. Comic win. End of year. I have to make my comic by the end of the year. One issue of a comic. The shading has gotten better. To be fair, again, I copied the draw along. I did freehand the Batman logo from memory. I did add that. That was me. Oh, came out pretty well. The highlighting gives nice texture. Thank you. Just got the stream. Is this your interpretation of Grand Platinum between his second and third tours? Let's see Batman logo. Thank you. Ow, my knee. I draw Batman from memory. Oof. I don't know if I can do that. Like me either for the gifted sub.
A tier 1 sub to Black Talon Red. They have
I should be able
given
to apply
23 gift subs.
pieces. That's my plan. That's my plan. I learned a lot doing this piece actually, and I like it. I do like it. There are some things that I will change, and I won't point them out. You covered New Jersey's protest stream yet? I did not. All right, let's continue with this. We're getting an education.
Have been told a lie and are now willing to pretty much die to defend this lie. But good thing now she's been brainwashed even harder by our cult, and our cult is now going to give her the freedom to finally be able to think logically about this situation.
Rewind a bit.
Lies have been
really?
Yeah, we don't have any of it.
But just like every other cult member out there, these employees have been told a lie and are now willing to pretty much die to defend this lie. But good thing now she's been brainwashed even harder by our cult, and our cult is now going to give her the freedom to finally be able to think logically about this situation.
So we think they've been lying to you. So these were all the sets in the store, and they're all metadata timestamped.
Wait, we do have these ones.
Yeah, those are all his.
No, some of them I think we do still have.
Yeah, I know you guys do. You showed me one of them when I asked.
Did I?
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, it's called on you?
Yeah, all I did was.
Oh my god. You know what's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested?
Dang.
How do we get them arrested?
Now that we have a Bricks and Minifigs employee on our side, it's time to finally complete our mission and get Josh, the owner's number.
Wait, but you have like their numbers and stuff, right?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, did he give you Josh's number? Can I take a picture of it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I hope they showed her at least this section before they posted. So she's fired, right? I hope that like they at least got her consent to like keep this in to a certain extent, right? But to be fair, I think this is during 2023. This is a few years ago, I think. So she might not be working there anymore. I think. Where the camera says 2019. Yeah, but I think it was because it might be because the glasses weren't set right. Yeah, exactly. The camera's timestamp wrong. That's what I thought. The glasses weren't set correctly. But I do think this happened a few years ago.
Now that I have the owner's number, it's time to give him a call.
Hello,
Hello. I'm just calling to get my Legos back. I think they told me to talk to you about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what Legos?
I think it's the Star Wars set. I have a list. I can kind of pull it up. I was just wondering, like, how we can get them back. Should I, like, if I get your okay, I can just walk in the store and...
I don't know what Legos you're talking about, dude. What are you talking about?
I think one of them's called, like, the Super Trooper set. I think the...
Oh, Baldwin's goes there for the 9 months. Much appreciated.
We got... What else is there?
I don't know what you're talking about. Keep going.
You don't?
Since Josh was pretending to not remember any of the Star Wars sets that make up half of his store's inventory, I decided to send him over a picture of the contract his store is in.
What contract is it? I didn't sign a contract. I didn't sign that agreement. I didn't agree to anything in that.
And now I finally understand the legal loophole that Josh is using to...
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought they were gonna say. If you go back to like 20 minutes ago, like, was Josh being lied to? No, he's lying. He's the person doing the lying. He's saying, I didn't sign the contract. That contract was with the previous store's owners, not with me. So therefore, when I got a hold of the Legos, they just happened to be in the store that I took ownership of, and it's not my contract and I didn't sign it. Right? This is true. When you buy a business, you do assume all liability. And they're on camera saying that Josh will assume all liability. Right? So that's not even a good defense. So like, but he's just lying.
To get away with this. It's probably the stupidest loophole I've ever heard in my entire life. Josh is claiming that it's not his name on the contract, it's the previous owners, which makes no sense because in the security camera footage, he tells the previous owner that he's going to be the one taking over the contract now.
He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment liability.
I guess this is some sort of just contract loophole he's trying to use to steal the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection.
In order for me to be under contract, I have to sign something.
That's not how that works.
Have to take it.
That's not how that works.
Over from the previous.
Oh, wait, he did actually. He also did sign something. He signed the franchise agreement with the store, assuming ownership of, the assets and the liabilities of said store. Right? That's like claiming you can't pay your rent of a building that you bought from somebody because you didn't sign the rental agreement. Like, no, you assume the liability of that agreement that the store is already paying for, including like the rent, the electrical, the water, when you assume the ownership of the building. Like, you don't have to sign a new rental agreement because that is a part of the transfer of ownership. Right? Like when you buy a car from somebody that's not paid off, right? When you buy that car, you are assuming what you signed was like a transfer of ownership, the responsibility to pay for that car, right?
It's owner, right?
So you title search when you buy something like that.
That's not how the law works.
Yes,
yeah,
it's tampering for a house.
Something.
Or you had to take it over from the previous owner, right?
Nope, that's not how the law works.
Yeah, it is.
It is?
So...
I was like, what is he gonna say? Hold on.
Yeah, it is.
It is?
So
if that's how the law works, then sue me for it.
Yep. There it is. There it is. There it is. Josh Lego. Tisk tisk.
You don't just want to give the Legos back? Like...
Show me. Let's go to court. I'm calling the police right now, and you guys are going to be arrested for harassment.
Do you feel threatened right now?
Yeah.
I was surprised at how much the owner wanted us to sue him. He wants this because Brian already tried to sue him, and it didn't work.
We've been to a couple attorneys, and they basically spelled it out, saying here's the path that's going to happen if you go down each of these routes. They're now in Spain, so we're getting into that whole international thing just to have them an injunction on the store to have them go back and prove what they sold and not. And that's like $60,000 to $70,000.
Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs knows that Brian and his dad don't have nearly enough resources to sue a company as big as Bricks and Minifigs.
He's like, we're going to keep these. You're going to walk away from this. You're not coming back. And if you choose to sue us, we will drag this out in court till it is well past what this collection is worth.
Companies get to do this, by the way. Like, companies are just allowed to do this, and they do this all the time. EXY is 33.3. Thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated.
So let's lay out the puzzle pieces really quick. If Brian and his dad sue Bricks and Minifigs, it's gonna ruin their lives. And by the way, this Bricks and Minifigs company has been treating this family. I only think it's fair if they're the ones that get their lives ruined. In order to make things right, it looks like we gotta do this. Now Bricks and Minifigs has their
like make Bricks and Minifigs sue. I don't think that's an actual plan. That's insane.
Life ruined, and you can see Brian and us, we are the ones now doing the illegal activity. So I told my group.
Okay, that was kind of funny. That made me laugh.
In order to make things right, it looks like we gotta do this. Now Bricks and Minifigs has their life ruined, and you can see Brian and us, we are the ones now doing the illegal activity. So I told my group the plan. We have to do something illegal.
I thought you said you didn't want to do anything illegal.
Right.
Well, but the thing is, they're getting screwed because of it, because they would have to upfront the cost, and then if they take us to court, then
okay, I'm down illegal. I'm down for the illegal stuff.
And the group is in. So now it's
you still have to pay legal fees. Like, you don't just get to not pay any legal fee. You still have to hire a lawyer if you are being sued by somebody. Am I wrong on that? Am I misunderstanding how that works?
Time to do an illegal business move against Bricks and Minifigs. Let's just hope that they take the bait and sue us.
I mean, you can get your legal fee paid. Yeah, if you win. After you pay the legal fees, you have to pay the legal fees up front. You know what I mean? Like, you have to pay your lawyers to get you to the point to winning.
What I was thinking is, what's the easiest way to get them to sue us? We steal their name.
That's good. Oh, man.
Perfect. First, I went to Google Maps and took a screenshot of the sign outside their store. I got rid of their tagline because it's boring, and I changed it to "We steal from old people." And now the tagline's actually accurate. Also added a cute little company logo. And this is my plan of how I'm gonna make it into court with Bricks and Minifigs for free. Once we're in court, we can finally hold Bricks and Minifigs accountable for stealing the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection. And of course, they're also going to try and get me in trouble, but this is where I'm going to make my grand reveal. You see, this entire time, my company name was actually called We Steal From Old People. Yeah, the words Bricks and Minifigs, that's just the company tagline. In America, there's no specific law that says whether the tagline has to be above or beneath the company name, so I'm just allowed to do this.
So people are just assuming that the name is Bricks and Minifigs, when that's really just the tagline of our company, and our company name is actually We Steal From Old People.
Yeah.
And now, because I'm actually not stealing their name, it's gonna be so easy for me to win this court case. And Brian's gonna get his entire Star Wars Lego collection back. All while Bricks and Minifigs pays for all the legal fees. So I registered We Steal From
stupid, it just might work.
Old People as an official Oregon company. And now that my company's legally approved, I made a website, and you can visit us at www.westealfromoldpeople.com. You can help support us by buying some of our We Steal From Old People merch, or give us a call. But as you can see, we have great reviews. And so now to promote this website, I'm going to put my company logo directly
It's still there.
over top of the Bricks and Minifigs company logo. So I asked ChatGPT what the dimensions of this billboard is. Sick. I'm making my logo with the exact same dimensions.
Yes, dude! Oh my god! It looks exactly the same.
This is where we started to realize we are taking this way further than just a bad business practice. I'm pretty sure putting my logo over their logo is actually criminally illegal.
But luckily for us, though, if we go back to the beginning of the video, Bricks and Minifigs actually gave us a solution of how any company pretty much can get away with this.
You have to talk to the store owner. Yeah, like they're all locally owned and operated, and we can't do anything with it here. Their decisions are their decisions. For sure.
So when they say go to corporate, how do we respond next time?
I have no idea. You have to take it up with them. It's your.
Weren't these guys' faces blurred when we watched it the first time? Yes. That is honestly kind of funny. I was like, hold on a second. Wait. I didn't recognize this guy's face. I don't think I saw this guy's face.
Thing with them.
So basically, if you put all the blame on your lower franchises, you're safe. So I registered 5 franchises under my We Steal From Old People company.
I'm supposed to be the owner of the first company.
Ooh. I want to be an owner.
Congratulations, you're a franchise owner! If you choose to put a bunch of banners on their store, I can't get in trouble for anything.
Yeah, every one of my friends is now a legal franchise owner of We Steal From
I don't know if that's how that works.
Old People.
No, it's still illegal. Like, 'cause he orchestrated it, so like he can still be held criminally liable for like being an accessory to the crime of vandalism. Gotta take him to court first? No, they can just call the police to arrest them all.
Each of my franchise owners,
they would have to defend themselves.
Is allowed to make their own decisions of how they want to run the company. And what they've decided is that they're getting 2 pumpkins, and they're going to use these pumpkins to support this tarp, and they're going to climb up the Bricks and Minifigs building, and they're going to hang our logo over top of their logo.
And I basically just sit down here and, have my franchise owner do everything for me.
And we did it. And the sign is way too small. What the heck, ChatGPT?
Yeah, I miscalculated the size. So, sorry guys.
It'll work for now. So we're still going on with the plan.
2, 1, let's go.
We're setting up a Bricks and Minifigs We Steal From Old People company booth right outside of their entrance.
If anyone wants to walk into the Bricks and Minifigs
That's kind of funny.
store, they have to get through me and my merch.
You know, I have all of the court papers already filled out if they want to sue me. Hopefully they take the bait.
You can't even see the stupid banner.
Court papers already filled out if they want to sue me. Hopefully they take the bait.
What up? You want to buy some merch? Yeah. What's this?
Yeah, we also got some We Steal From People barf bags because honestly what they're doing in this store is so gross, it's probably going to make all the customers throw up.
Do you have an XL? Take a large. Well, we stopped a customer from going into Bricks and Minifigs, and he left with our merch.
They could also be sued for that. Well, that's what they want, though. Oh, that's genius. That's genius. It's the perfect plan.
It was going pretty good, and I was stopping a lot of customers from entering the actual Bricks and Minifigs store.
For what?
Okay.
For honestly, you could be sued for anything, to be fair. you can be sued for anything. It's just a matter of not whether or not you can legally pay for it, right? Or if you can defend it. Right? So they could sue technically for defamation and then cite the damages of being like the loss of income and the customers that were being turned away. I don't know if they say during the outbreak with how does being sued connect back to Brian's situation. It doesn't really, barely.
I might just be out here all day.
Yo, yeah, that's true. I did almost get sued for nothing. That is true.
This is going very well.
It was almost going too well.
It's basically the end of the day now. They haven't really seen me because these windows are tinted, I guess.
In order to get the store's attention, my friend Jay is going to walk into the store just pretending to be a normal customer and ask what's going on.
Is this the main store or is it the one that's out front?
Wait, like, is this the main entrance?
Yeah. No. I'm saying like the counters. There's two. There's one here and then one outside.
No, there's a guy who's selling stuff out front. I don't know what he's selling.
Wait, what?
I love that another random person was just like, yeah, I saw this guy too. I thought, I don't really sell it, but some guy sells it. That's so funny.
What?
Hello, you want to buy a shirt? What?
You can't be out here doing this.
If you want to buy one, I can give you 50% off if you want.
No, you cannot be out here doing this.
Why not?
Were you the guy that was just trespassed out of here? It's the guy that was out there. It was the guy that we just trespassed.
What was it?
Yes.
She's calling the cops right now.
I love she was like, what? Was it? Girl, you just talked to them.
Oh, the police are here.
This is a problem. The police told me yesterday that if I ever come back to this store in my life...
Wait, hold on. Yesterday? Wait, okay, I'm confused. The timeline has now confused me. I have been confused by the... Yeah, they work quickly.
time, I'm getting arrested.
If you come back, you will be arrested. Okay? You understand that?
And as you can see, they still haven't sued me. I can't just give up on the plan before being sued. So I did a switcheroo with this guy. He's wearing my exact same clothes and his legal name is also Ben.
That's kind of funny. That is kind of funny.
Once the police find out that they caught the wrong Ben, I'm gonna be super far away.
Oh, it was so cold.
Okay, I couldn't get that far away. The water was freezing, but I think I got far away enough at least. But anyways, back to the store. The police instantly tried removing our booth because us stealing their name is very illegal. But if we want to get away with this crime, all we have to do is copy bricks and minifigs. We have to put all of the blame on an anonymous corporate person, and then when they ask who corporate is, we just don't tell them.
Police wanted to speak to corporate.
Oh, hello, this is corporate. We steal from old people. How's it going?
You do what?
Well, the corporation's called We Steal From Old People. And our tagline is bricks and minifigs. We're a legitimate business, so yeah. What?
Who am I talking to?
This is corporate.
I know it's corporate, but who are you, corporate?
Corporate, we steal from old people.
No, I know who you are. I mean, who are you as a person?
Oh, I'm just the owner that runs it.
Who am I talking here?
This is the owner of We Steal From Old People. It kind of seems like a civil matter, doesn't it? Like, we have the plaintiff's claim if they want to...
Here's the situation. Do you really want to get in go round and around now?
And now, Bricks and Minifigs finally gets a taste of their own medicine. They're now in a situation the police can't help them with. The only way this will ever end is if they sue us. So I went back to the Bricks and Minifigs corporate offices to see if the CEO of this company would sue me.
Going about things the way that you continue to do this is not the right way. Do you understand that?
So what's the right way then?
Do you understand
Yeah.
that like the harassment style that you have conducted and bragging to people that you've vandalized the store and done other things along those lines, that's not the right way of doing it.
Well, I never vandalized the store, but...
people have told us that you have.
I mean, whatever, like, my, franchises do, underneath me, I guess that's, I can't really control them. I'm just corporate, I guess.
Are you a registered franchise?
Yeah.
You guys have FDDs and everything else? What states are you registered in?
Oregon.
You're a registered franchise, so...
Yeah, I'm actually a franchise.
Okay. I take it back. This is hilarious. Great idea. Great concept. Worked out better than I even thought it could. I don't know why I ever doubted them. No idea. Genius. That's so funny. That is genuinely so funny. That is hilarious.
Are you a registered franchise?
Yeah.
You guys have FDDs and everything else?
Yeah.
What states are you registered in?
Oregon.
You're a registered franchise, so...
Yeah, I'm actually a franchise owner of the franchise too.
The CEO
That is so funny.
of this company knows pretty much better than anyone that he can't get us in trouble for what we're doing because we can always just keep passing the blame onto our lower franchises. We're just doing the exact same thing he's doing.
Brick by brick! Brick by brick!
But yeah, it's like a legal organization. We have like legal franchises and everything. It's 100% by the books, and yeah.
Okay. I get what you're doing.
At least he finally acknowledged. He was like, all right. Even he had to be like, all right. Even he had to be like, all right, I see. I get it. Because to be fair, it is kind of genius. It's beautiful. Will it hold up to any scrutiny at all? Absolutely not. None at all. But is it hilarious? 100%. It is so funny.
I appreciate that you think you're being very clever and that you think that you can do all sorts of fun stuff this way, but it's like you have no business being here. So.
Well, we do have business. We have, like, you guys have a bunch of our Legos.
Well, if Bricks and Minifigs is not going to sue me, then I guess we have to settle this outside of court, which is going to be hard because right now, Bricks and Minifigs has somehow convinced the police that they aren't criminals. They just participated in a bad business deal. I mean, Josh has literally already exposed their entire plan to me of how they're planning on getting away with this.
I feel bad for him. That agreement is not criminal. That agreement is now civil. So it's a civil matter, it's not criminal. And I have extensive legal knowledge.
Yeah, basically a civil crime is just the legal way of saying a business deal gone bad, which, if this truly was just a business deal gone wrong, you would have to settle this through the court. The police aren't able to do anything. We have the police to solve criminal crimes, such as stealing from a lottery. That's a criminal crime that the police would have to investigate. So, here's the plan.
What if we do...
retroactively turn the... Oh, I understand. They're going to turn... because it's technically still Brian's Legos. They're going to do a lottery for Brian's Legos and then claim that the store stole the inventory for Brian's Legos. And then make the police... Okay, I see.
A lottery.
Yes. First, Brian donates one of his sets to a lottery, someone wins the lottery, and then if Bricks and Minifigs keeps the prize for themselves instead of giving it to the winner, they have now just stolen from a lottery.
Now it's not a business deal gone...
Okay. All right. That is pretty clever.
Bad. They're actually interfering with a state-regulated lottery scheme, which is now...
That is pretty clever. I'll give him that one. That's pretty good.
A criminal...
It won't work, obviously, but it's pretty clever. But can Bricks and Minifigs claim they own the Legos? Yes, but they have to do that through the court system for civil litigation, right? They have to sue to claim that they own the Legos. So then it goes back to plan number 2, plan B.
Cheap DN Screwed just subscribed.
Boom. The good version of those annoying First Amendment auditors.
Offense that the police would have to
To
investigate.
be fair, First Amendment auditors are generally good anyway, even if they are kind of annoying. Also, Chopped and Screwed. They give her the 23 months. That's craziness. That's a long amount of time.
That's a good idea.
That's interesting.
It turns out this is completely legal for us to do.
You still own the Legos, correct?
Technically, we own all of those.
Yeah. So it would be legal for you to auction your Legos off, right? If you still are the owners, right?
Yeah.
To make sure everything was legally legit, I registered for a gambling license, which...
Okay. Would you pronounce my name right? Thank you. I have a good pronunciation.
Yeah, it actually takes a long time to get one of these, which sucks. But on the DOJ website, it says that if you're a nonprofit or a religion, you actually don't need a license. It'd be cool to use my new We Steal From Old People company, but I already made my first dollar when I was selling stuff outside the Bricks and Minifigs store. And then I used that money to buy food from a robot. But luckily for me, I'm already the leader of a religion called Scientology Sucks, officially approved in California, which is another problem. I guess technically I need it registered in Oregon for this to work. So I registered for an Oregon PO box, which costs $35. I used it for this new Oregon Scientology nonprofit. I mean,
Okay, I'm pretty sure I lost everyone, but all you need to know is that I put a lot of work into making sure that this is a legal, legit raffle.
That means that if Bricks and Minifigs decide to steal from this raffle, they have now committed a criminal crime, which the police are required to investigate.
I want everyone's attention. We're doing a Lego raffle. This Lego set is worth $1,000.
Pretty much instantly, we were a hit, and everyone wanted to win this Lego set. But there's a problem. Under ORS 167.117, each participant must pay...
What is these channels have weird blur blobs now? I think it's something with, like, you know, legally they had to blur something and then it just weirdly stuck for some reason. I don't know. It's so strange.
Something of value in order for this to be considered an official lottery. We're about to charge lots of people money just to maybe be the next victim of Bricks and Minifigs. But we have to charge them money, and if we don't, then it'll actually disqualify our lottery, and the plan...
It also has to be fair, so they can't rig it. That will also disqualify the lottery.
We came up with to get the Legos back won't work. But then we realized, wait, we're filming this entire event. We can just give each person $1 as their appearance release fee.
$1 for being on camera, there you go.
So now when they buy a $1 ticket, the transaction cancels out and each person lost $0.
You get $1 for being on camera, and then the raffle is $1 though, so would you like to pay $1 for the raffle? Okay, awesome. So here's your ticket. So what's your business?
What's our business? We're with the Church of Scientology Sucks.
Yep.
Finally, it was time to pick our winner.
We are about to see who the winner is right now. We have the winning ticket right here. 5, 3, 3, 9, 7, 7.
Is that mine?
You won! Yeah, are you the winner?
Well, this family legally won this prize, so now if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't give it to them, they're committing a criminal crime, which could land them in jail.
The Lego set is in a place called Bricks and Minifigs. It's like right down the street, and we can pick it up.
Right down the street is crazy.
We drove to the store as fast as we could. We met up with the family and went inside to help them claim their prize.
I'm here to give these people their prize of a Stormtrooper speeder set.
Well, actually,
These people.
my sister. He won.
From who?
She won. Bro, okay, that's so funny. My sister won. She won. Oh, the kid's gonna be heartbroken. I mean, you could always just give them another set, you know. Anyway,
conducting this raffle, and You guys have the prize here.
I don't know anything about that.
To inform Amanda of the business deal her store is in, we showed her all of the raffle paperwork and the family who won this Lego set.
I'm not giving out anything.
Like, I can't leave without it.
Yeah, you can. You can have a good day.
Amanda has just made it very clear. Instead of giving this family the Lego set they legally won, her company is gonna steal it.
You're stealing $1,000 from a little girl.
Yep.
And she admitted to it. Criminal.
Stealing money from a kid, do you find that evil at all, or you that's how you want the business to look?
Amanda now has to cover up this crime her store committed. So she thought the best way to do this was to kick everyone out of the store.
That guy is not supposed to be here. You have a good day.
Wait, she's not gonna give him a prize?
But good thing for us, this isn't a civil crime anymore. Amanda just stole from a lottery. Now that they have officially committed a criminal crime, it's time to get the police involved.
This company just stole the prize from our lottery.
I have officers en route.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And now the police are here. But for some reason, I think they thought that I was the criminal.
Is this typically how you treat victims if they get their prize stolen, or?
Do you have ID or anything on you?
No.
What's your date of birth?
12/30/1995. Did we commit a crime?
I'm trying to figure that out right now.
The police were very confused on who the actual criminals in this situation were. So we explained everything to them.
I'm supposed to be getting this prize from here.
Okay.
And they're not going to give it to me?
But the police don't just have to take our word for it. I'm carrying all of the legal raffle paperwork, plus the Oregon law book that specifically states this is a criminal crime the police are required to investigate.
Oh, we have all the paperwork here. Stealing from a DOJ-approved raffling scheme is a criminal offense which the police have to investigate.
Now that the police have seen the law, they actually agree that a crime has been committed. They're now finally going to do a police investigation on this Lego theft. The investigator started by taking some notes.
They're selling stuff because they're thieves and stole stuff. It's a raffle?
Yes.
Okay. And we need to investigate some sort of raffle thievery.
Well, he started taking notes until another police officer came and whispered in his ear. I don't know what he said to him, but whatever it was, it made them all completely change their attitudes.
And you're trespassing the property for life, okay? You come back, you're gonna go in handcuffs and go to jail.
But they trespass you? But we're just trying to claim our prize.
You guys have no right or have no connection to the store. You're not.
Well, yeah, we do. They stole a bunch of, like, they have our prize, so there's a connection.
That is a civil issue between...
No, it's criminal.
Okay.
I got the...
Are you going to listen to me?
This officer's trying as hard as he can to cover up this crime, but I wasn't going to let him. But eventually, he said, if I don't let...
I mean, I would assume... I mean, I don't know. I won't assume anything. But, like, I would hope they would have told the family about what's going on at some point.
Let him cover up this crime, I'm getting arrested.
We really want to dive down this really deep. We're trying to give some outs. Okay, we're trying to work with you guys and give you some outs. We can start looking at if you guys falsified a raffle. Whatever that raffle looks like.
Well, here's the thing is, it's not a falsified raffle. We have all the legal paperwork right here.
You don't have authority to give out a prize. We're just going to get to the point that we're not going to have these conversations.
But they do. It's legally theirs. Just because it's in the ownership or the possession, not ownership, in the possession of somebody else, it is theirs. And they have a right to raffle it. Kind of sounds like the cops are litigating a civil matter. To me.
We're just going to put you in handcuffs, take it. Are we all on the same page?
No.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I'm not gonna let the police just cover up this crime. I'm gonna get this Lego set to the rightful winner.
First off, we do have the authority to do this raffle, so we are legally...
Are we done for the night?
No, it's actually required by you guys to investigate this, and it's not civil, it's criminal.
Just so we're talking in circles, right?
Yep. No.
Do you understand at least what he told you on the...
I don't think we're talking in circles. That's the first time we've got falsifying a raffle.
Just answer my question, please. Do you understand what Officer Bev has explained to you? Kind of what's going to happen, what's going to be the next steps?
I think...
Yes, no?
He just keeps going.
No, I'm not understanding.
You don't understand? What part don't you?
Yeah, I was pretty confused on what they were going to arrest me for. I mean, the Fourth Amendment in our Constitution specifically states that the police can't arrest you if they don't have a reason. I keep asking them for a reason, but they can't tell me anything that I'm doing that's illegal.
Well, I don't think we broke the law.
That was kind of how many times he gets arrested, assuming you watch the follow-up, too. I mean...
I'm understanding. That part doesn't matter. Here, it's pretty black and white.
They can't tell me anything that I'm doing that's illegal.
You have to now? I mean, if not today, then like Tuesday.
Well, I don't think we broke the law. I'm understanding. That part doesn't matter. Here, it's pretty black and white. Because right now, you guys said the law we broke is the falsifying the raffle.
No, let's do this. Let's just call it and we'll just go from here. All right, guys? Just please.
So you guys are going to investigate?
We are trying to keep you guys out of handcuffs. We don't want to go that route. We actually...
Well, they should be like, listen, guys, we don't want to have to like do all the work of like arresting you under false pretenses and then have, you know, y'all yapping in my ear about, oh, why'd you arrest me? We didn't do anything. Yap. It's actually for their benefit. This is for the cops' benefit.
Guys, we don't want that for you guys, but at a certain point, we can't keep doing this. All right, so we're good, guys. All right,
I don't think we're good.
Yeah, take care.
We're not good at all.
What? Pretty clear. You go on the property, you're going to get arrested.
When I came up with this plan, I was under the assumption that the police are supposed to...
Honestly, I think they should go and file a police report for the theft at the police department. I think it would be funny.
Follow the law, but I was wrong. In Kaiser, Oregon, the police don't follow the law, and because of this, another family got scammed by bricks and minifigs. I felt pretty bad, so I just paid this family what this Lego set was worth myself.
Do we call the police officer? Like, what do you do when there's just corrupt police?
Should you go to the police department?
Wait, that's what I said.
Police department?
So?
I'm a genius. Or I'm so content brained that I knew exactly what they were going to do before they did it. It's one of the two.
We went to the police department to tell them that some of their police are corrupt. And then we realized we're literally just telling the police that they are corrupt. Of course they're not going to do anything about it. Yeah, they just sent us home.
Oh, they should have told them about the theft. Okay. They should have told the police about the theft. I would have been at the police department every single day. You're gonna trespass me from the police department? You can't do that. You need to take me there to arrest me. I would be at the police department every day. Get myself trespassed from the jail, which means they can't arrest me because I'm trespassed from there. Genius!
But this is when we realized that this raffle might have actually accomplished something pretty big for us. Josh ended up giving me a call.
You guys keep coming to the stores. You park out front. You do fake raffles. You're threatening my business, you moron.
Josh seems pretty scared, and he should be.
Well, it was actually a real raffle, technically speaking. It looked on the up and up to me.
Eventually, I am going to end up solving all of the police corruption that's going on. And once that happens, Josh is no longer going to be in civil trouble. He's going to be in criminal trouble.
It wasn't a fake raffle. It was a real lottery scheme, according to Oregon state law. And it actually is a Class B felony, up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine.
Yeah, the loophole he's been using this entire time, just hiding behind the fact that it's a civil case, isn't going to work for him much longer.
Well, let's not argue that. I don't want to. It's just better to just say, hey, you're not a thief. You know what I mean? Definitions of whether it's stolen or not, I don't think, anyways, it's not stolen. Why do we care about that? Well, who cares whether it was theft or not?
But for some reason, Josh still decided not to give the Legos back. I think he might just need one more push. Here's the plan. Take a picture of every single sign that's outside the Bricks and Minifigs store. And now I'm going to redesign every single one to make them way better. For example, I changed Turn at the Light to Turn and Go Home. In Buy, Sell, Trade, I changed it to Steal, Sell, Trade. And I'm printing all of them out to scale. And nope, I didn't use ChatGPT this time. This time, I'm using a much better method, which is a tape measure.
the exact dimensions of their actual.
I love that he like puts on the helmets to do the crimes. Like that'll save him. Don't worry, if they don't know who's doing the crimes, it could be anybody.
Sign that they have up right now.
Now it's time to put our signs directly over top of their signs. But before we had time to do this, Josh gave me a call. He's still trying to convince me to sue him, so he gets charged with a civil crime, not a criminal crime, which could land him in jail.
If you think it's illegal, why don't you sue me? It's a civil matter. Tell Brian to put his money where his mouth is. Let's go to court.
Okay, you want to do double or nothing?
What are you talking about? Are you stupid?
If you're wrong, you pay us double. If I'm wrong, I pay you double.
Bro, are you dumb? You're obviously a kid. You don't know how this works.
I think you're scared. Double or nothing, let's do it.
You're so dumb, bro.
I think you're scared.
Okay.
Honestly, to be fair, he's just exactly. He's just rage baiting this guy, and that by itself is kind of funny. You know what I mean? This guy sucks, obviously, and just rage baiting him is hilarious. So that's hilarious. I'll take that. Even if nothing else comes from it, it's funny. It makes me laugh.
Let's do double or nothing. If you lose, you pay us $400,000. You're scared. You're a chicken. I'm calling you out. You're scared. I'm calling you out. You're too scared. You're scared. Put your money where your mouth is.
Are you just gonna be a pussy, or are you gonna?
I'm putting my money where my mouth is. You put your money where your mouth is.
Okay, let me talk.
Okay.
When Brian first came in, we identified anything that was on that list that would have been his that Amanda didn't sell, and we set it aside. And it's still sitting there. We're happy to give you your stuff back. I just don't.
Problem solved. Rage bait works, chat. Let this be a lesson. Rage bait works. Easy.
Any more damage to the store.
I guess Josh has finally realized that whatever he's going through right now will literally never end for him unless he gives the Legos back.
I'm happy to give you the inventory. It's only bringing me harm because you guys are doing wackadoo crap trying to attack us.
Well, it looks like we won. Brian is finally getting his Legos back.
This definitely changes the trajectory of a lot of the things that we had in
Yeah, dude, we had some really good ideas. Yeah. Well, what do we do for the next couple hours if it's raining?
Bowling. Let's go bowling.
We waited a few hours for Brian to get off work,
Let's go
and
bowling.
now he's off work.
Hey, Brian's off work.
So we showed him our entire conversation with Josh.
So what can we do now to work with you guys to get the sets back?
Okay, this is what I need done. I need a written apology from Brian. I need all the negative comments taken off. I need positive reviews on there to make up for the damage.
Okay, that's illegal, by the way. You can't do that. That is actually against new FTC guidelines about fake reviews. You can't do that. That is actually illegal. That is against the law. Like,
and then I'll give them back.
So you're holding my sets hostage.
Oh, you thought we were getting the Legos back already? We're not even halfway through the video yet. Yeah, so basically...
It is true. We're not halfway through the video yet.
Before Brian can get his Star Wars Lego collection back...
No, we are halfway through the video. Wrong, actually.
He has to write Bricks and Minifigs an apology letter for making this Facebook post. Bricks and Minifigs really doesn't like this Facebook post being up, because in this Facebook post...
But they should say that they'll do it only if, like, they have a contract written by a lawyer. And then it goes to arbitration. Or then it goes to... But then they start the legal matter. Not necessarily arbitration, yet.
Brian calls Bricks and Minifigs out for stealing his Lego Star Wars collection.
I'm not apologizing for shit.
I agree, but it sucked. But here's like where we're at, right? If you could just write the letter, like we can get the Legos back.
I walked in there with the best of intentions. Here's proof of my collection in the store. I want it back, and they've done nothing but lie and make my life a living fucking
hell over this. I've gone through 9 months of anxiety, stress, hospital-ridden, medication-taking types of burden.
I'm downplaying what happened to you. It's just,
No, I am not apologizing to this fucking asshole.
It sounds kind of crazy that Brian would be saying this, but I see where he's coming from. I've gotten to personally see a tiny bit of how this company bullying his family has just torn his entire life apart.
I just want to say thanks, guys. I have to go because I'm having a gnarly panic attack right now.
But at the same time, if Brian just writes this apology letter to Bricks and Minifigs, he'll get all his Legos back.
I get it. You're asking me to swallow my pride and write this letter, and I get it.
But then Brian told us a bigger reason we shouldn't write this apology letter. Because Brian told us that this apology letter is really a trap. Yeah, this is Josh trying to trick us into giving him a get-out-of-jail-free card. What I mean by this is, if Brian makes an apology letter to Bricks and Minifigs, then Bricks and Minifigs can now use this letter as written evidence in court that they're not the bad guys, Brian's the bad person. Brian told us.
True. But they have to go to court first. That is true. What if you put psych LOL on the back? What if you, on the back of the letter, draw like 2 fingers crossing over each other?
So that if we give them this get out of jail free card, then they have absolutely no reason to ever give the Legos back. I just want to say, if this is actually what Bricks and Minifigs' plan is, then that's insane.
Your Honor, I actually, when I wrote this letter, had my fingers crossed behind my back.
Really wanted to find out if this is what their plan was. So I decided to tell Josh that Brian is going to send him an apology video.
He makes the apology, then we can get the Legos back like today or tomorrow, you think? Or
Yeah.
Just in case.
I will say, this could technically be used as a verbal contract, but you would still have to go to court for that. So they're still at, they have the actual contract that states that he owns this, so he doesn't need to do any of this anyway. Right? I was a person trying to think over the 7 months. Much appreciated.
Bricks and Minifigs has evil intentions with this apology video. I wanted to give him something that they couldn't use in court. So I went back to the beginning of the video and took a screenshot of Brian's face and put it into this website. I also uploaded this video of Sheldon.
Hi, I'm Brian Mansell.
And after just a little bit of deep faking, it now looks like this.
Hi, I'm Brian Mansell, and I apologize sincerely.
Wait, okay, what's the deep fake for? I'm confused. Wait, he's like, technically it wasn't Brian, so it doesn't count?
For accusing you guys.
So the apology isn't real? Something that can't be used in court? I think it's a little bit silly.
Of stealing my Legos. I was wrong, and you were right.
This is the ultimate test. Was Josh being sincere, or was this all just one big trick?
Would he be like, bro, that's not real?
I'm gonna give it back to him. That's the long and the short of it. We've run me over. I'm good. We gotta win Amanda over, right?
What? Why? Amanda's just a manager. She doesn't own it. It's not hers. Why do you have to win Amanda? It's not hers. They don't belong to her. She's just a manager.
Apologize to Amanda.
Okay.
Oh, now the goalpost has shifted.
I guess Brian's just a little worried that you guys are just gonna keep postponing it until
No. Nah. What? What? Who said what?
You're gonna get him. I'm not gonna screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am.
Oh, thanks. Not who he is, chat.
I promise you. I swear to God. Go apologize to her. Say, sorry, man. Sorry. We did a fake raffle.
So before we can get the Legos back...
Fake raffle? The raffle was real.
Josh made up one new thing I have to do. I have to apologize to Amanda for my raffle being fake, even though I put in a lot of effort to make sure my raffle was actually real. I don't know. It almost feels like another trap. The employee we brainwashed from before told us that the owners are coming up with schemes to try to get us arrested.
After you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested?
Dang.
How do we get them arrested?
Maybe Josh is saying this to trick me into going back into the store so Amanda can call the police on me and have me arrested.
Yeah, it's probably that.
But I had to find out for sure.
Do you give me permission to go into the store to apologize to her? To make peace?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Hi Amanda, how's it going? We came to make peace, and we talked to Josh. He told us to come back and make peace with you. Is that okay?
It turns out I was right. This was a trap. Bricks and Minifigs doesn't care about giving us the Legos back. They just want to get us arrested.
There was a young man who was trespassed off the property maybe 4 or 5 days ago, and he's literally standing right in front of the store. Right here in the store in front of me.
We only have a very small amount of time before the police arrest us. So we decided to use this time to see if we could finally convince Amanda to make peace with us.
Well, I guess before they get here, we just wanted to talk to you, like civilly, if you would like to have a peace treaty with us.
Not in a harassing way, not in a very peaceful way.
Would that be okay with you?
But making peace with us did not seem like a priority for Amanda. Her priority was to get us arrested.
It's just a regular peace treaty, a 1-page document.
They brought a scroll. That's kind of funny.
If you need to go over it, like, you know, you need to take your time.
They have, like, the papers they're trying to get me to sign. It literally just says peace treaty. I don't know who this other guy is. He's apparently a guy.
Oh, he's the treaty guy.
Or the treaty guy.
He has some kind of like treaty on a scroll.
This is so stupid.
You go over it, like, you know, you need to take your time.
They have, like, the papers they're trying to get me to sign. It literally just says peace treaty. I don't know who this other guy is. He's apparently a guy.
Oh, he's the treaty guy.
Or the treaty guy.
He has some kind of like treaty on a scroll.
Well, do we stick around for the cops, or do we?
And so we waited for the police to show up. And they never showed up. But I guess it makes sense. I mean, the last time the police showed up, I was fully prepared with the Oregon law book. The Oregon law scared the police so much that they had to run away. I think they're scared to come back.
Hey, where the heck are these cops?
Hi, Josh.
Ben, how's it going?
It's good. So we walked in, we were like, hey, we're sorry. We have permission to come back here and like apologize. And she's like, I'm calling the cops. And she like starts.
Josh now realizes that his last-ditch plan to get me arrested, well, that plan didn't work.
I'm sorry Amanda did that. Thank you for doing that.
It looks like Josh has no other choice than to give Brian his family's Legos back.
You apologize, and it's up to them to accept. So let's cross Amanda off that checklist. Let's get this done.
And now that our work here is done, we decided to head back to Los Angeles. It's too late to pick up the Legos today, but tomorrow they're finally gonna give this family their Legos back. And now it's tomorrow. But the store has Brian's phone number blocked, so he can't call them. So instead, I called the store to see how Brian could pick up his Lego sets.
I was just wondering if you guys are still down to get the Legos back today.
I think I just want to make sure everything's properly.
The guy I'm on the phone with was trying as hard as he could to stall. It turns out that this is actually the same guy in the security camera footage that kicked the old owner out of the store. Google says his name is Brandon Best, and apparently he's co-owners of this franchise along with Joshua Johnson. But for some mystery reason, they weren't able to give the Legos back today.
They said they'd give me an update on Monday type thing.
Now it's Monday.
It is Monday.
Hey, I was just calling to see if you guys are still down to give the Legos back today.
He said. I imagine it'll get done sometime this weekend, so I don't know for sure. I don't have a quick update, unfortunately.
message for.
He said I probably won't be able to talk tonight. What the heck? Why do they keep postponing this?
Call has been forwarded to voicemail.
What the heck? Yesterday he said he would call me today.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail. Call has been forwarded to voicemail.
I don't think they're gonna give the Legos back.
Is not available. Please leave your message for.
It's been over a month now. And yeah, I've gotten no answer. And finally, after a really long amount of time, they finally answered my call.
I'm not going to distribute those things at this point. We've kept them on hold for this long, so.
I've just been.
So they have like squatters' rights? I love that. If somebody steals from you, right, after like, what, like 6 months or 9 months, 10 months at this point, it's theirs now. That's hilarious.
Told that Bricks and Minifigs is no longer going to give Brian his Legos back like they promised. And at this moment, I finally realized what I did wrong. Josh said we could get the Legos back once we make peace with Amanda, but we never actually really made peace with her.
And I'm not signing nothing from anybody.
Now it all makes sense. Unless we can somehow find a way to make peace with Amanda, we are never getting these Legos back. So I printed out a more official looking peace treaty and traveled from Los Angeles all the way back to Bricks and Minifigs in Oregon.
Well, I made it to Oregon. Hopefully I can get Amanda to sign the peace treaty this time and we can finally get the Legos back.
Hello. What?
You're not allowed here.
Oh, no, Josh told me to come back. I think we didn't get the Legos back because you didn't sign the peace treaty. You want to call Josh?
No, I'm calling the police.
Bricks and Minifigs is still doing the same thing they've always done. They're still trying to get me arrested just to avoid giving the Legos back. The problem with their plan, though, is Bricks and Minifigs is never going to be able to arrest me, because I have a get out of jail free card. I've actually had this card the entire video. I just haven't used it yet. Let's rewind all the way to the beginning so I can show you what I mean.
So basically my friend said that you guys have some of his Legos, I think?
Nope, it was even before this. Right here, I made a contract with Amanda that says I, Ben Schneider, should not be trespassed, in all of these legal words, for any circumstance whatsoever, and for literally any reason. They cannot trespass me. And it's effective for the next 10 years. But this only really works as a get out of jail free card if I can get Amanda to sign it. But how the heck am I gonna do that?
The peace treaty? No. What?
Alright, sorry, I got a delivery.
Stop. Is that legal? No, it's not legal. You can't do that. Well, first of all, you can't sign a contract that says you can't be trespassed from somewhere. That's not how that works, right? Your access to a place can be revoked at any point by the owners of that private property, even if they say that they won't do it.
For some reason, Amanda just started signing our contract without even reading it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
In America, we have
That's
a duty to read contracts law, which states that you have to read a contract before you sign it. And if you forget to read it or you just choose not to read it, it's your fault and you still have to do everything the contract says. So even though Amanda
That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true, right? Because that only works when there is an assumption that the contract is under, like, you know, legal pretenses, right? You can't walk in with a UPS uniform in a package and say, I have a package for you, and then hold out a thing and they sign it, and then it works. That is under false pretenses. She signed the contract under false pretense. It is funny though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say it's not funny, but it is funny. But it's not legal.
Read it. She signed it, so she has to follow everything, including a clause that says for every police officer she calls on me, she owes me $5,000 in liquidated damages. So let's fast forward and see how much Amanda owes me. We got 5,000, keep going, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000, 30,000, 35,000, 40.
So the sub and organ is a one-party consent state for recording phone calls and texts. However, all parties consent for in-person conversations. Yeah. So I mean, it was already obviously on legal, like dubious legal ground, to be entirely fair.
$1,000. Okay, I think that's all the times Amanda called the police on me, but if I'm gonna be honest, even though Amanda has been helping cover up this giant theft, I still kind of feel bad for her that she owes us $40,000. I mean, that's a lot of money. So I'm gonna stop continuing to trick her, and I'm finally gonna come clean about the contract. Once Amanda sees the agreement she's in, she'll finally realize it's not worth it to continue racking up this $5,000 debt. Instead, a much easier option would be we team up together to convince corporate to give Brian his Legos back.
I'm calling the police because you've already been trespassed off the premises.
Well, you don't want to owe $5,000 more, do you?
I don't owe anything, and I'm asking you for like the millionth time you need to leave.
You did say that I'm allowed to be here. You signed a document. You did it?
I never once said you were allowed to be here.
Well, then whose signature is this then?
That is not my signature.
It's not?
Why do you have anything to do with signature?
That's honestly, that's kind of terrifying. Always read what you sign, chat, please. She's like, you don't have my signature. He's like, what is this thing? Well, it's kind of funny because that's also still a civil matter.
Just here.
Because you signed this, right?
No, I did not.
Is that not your signature?
So, no, it's not, and I'd like to know how you guys got a signature that's even close to mine.
Well, it says every time you call the cops, you owe us $5,000 for like punitive damages, but...
So, really?
Well, I'm just following the contract that you signed.
Okay. Now that Amanda knows she can't call the cops on me just for being here anymore, I decided to call Josh to update him on how making peace with Amanda is going.
Hey, I just went back to try to apologize to Amanda, and...
But what Josh said next, I was not ready for.
When we took over that store, there was nothing in that store. The shelves were empty.
Oh, so now he's back to lying.
You guys are thinking we're the bad guys.
Josh's story has now completely changed. Now he's saying even if I'm able to make peace with Amanda, they still won't be able to give me the Legos back because they never even had the Legos to begin with. Well, if Josh is telling the truth, then why did Josh say this to us last time?
We're happy to give you your stuff back.
I mean, what stuff of ours would he be giving back if none of our stuff was even ever in his store? You're like, what about this?
I'm happy to go open that stupid cupboard and you can have all the sets in there. I want to give it back to him. I'm happy to give you the inventory. Give the inventory to Brian. I'll give him back. I'm not gonna screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
I mean, Josh is on video swearing to God and on everything he'll give us the Legos back. But now, for some reason, he never even had the Legos.
He didn't say Joseph Smith, though. So, I don't know what to tell you.
This makes no sense.
Dude, the shelves were empty.
So, I decided to remind him of all of these examples where he claims they do have Brian's Legos in the store still. And this was his response.
Fuck you. I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
Give a damn of your fucking opinion. It's wrong. And if you want to test your fucking opinion, let's go in court. Who enforces the law?
The court? So,
exactly.
So you're saying that...
Well, no. I mean, technically the cops enforce the law. Yeah, law enforcement? Question mark.
It's just
you're saying
executive branch.
you're saying,
answer. I passed a push.
Because I'm wrong, but you can sue me for it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the long and the short of it.
So you know you're wrong. So you know that you stole the Legos then.
Let's go to court then.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, is that what you want?
Yeah.
You really want that?
I mean, I would like to just get the Legos back, but if that's what you want, I mean, it seems like this is what you want. I'm giving you every out that I can, but.
Let's just not go down. Look.
Dang.
Don't go down that route. It doesn't really matter because.
I just want to get the Legos back. They're Brian's Legos. Give them back. It's pretty easy.
It's kind of funny that this entire video, Josh has just been begging me to sue him.
Show me. Let's go to court.
But the second I agree to it, his attitude completely changes. It's almost like Josh doesn't want me to sue him, and the only reason he's saying that is because he knows that by saying it, he can get away with his crimes. But now that Josh thinks that there's a chance I might actually sue him, he's getting scared. In fact, he said if I do sue him, he's gonna tell the world that I'm the one that stole the Legos.
Think you can f*** yourself.
Dang.
You, man, you stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
What?
So basically, these are my two options. I can do what Josh wants me to do and shut up, which I can say right now, I'm definitely not doing that. So what's the alternative? I can, I guess, raise hundreds of thousands of dollars somehow, and then maybe spend 3 to 4 years in court fighting them, and somehow if I win, then we can finally get the family their Legos back. Yeah, both of these options suck. Or maybe I can somehow find a way to engineer a third option, which I call option number 3. Small claims court. Think about it, small claims court is basically just like big boy court, except it costs basically nothing, and you get a judgment pretty much instantly. So I gathered my friends around a campfire to tell them about option number 3.
One of the thoughts you had was taking the small claims court, right?
No, because it's way too much money to take to small claims court.
You can't take someone to small claims court, Ben, for $200,000.
Yeah, it's 12,000 at the most, right? 12,500.
Everyone hated option number 3.
Pick them twice.
And I guess it makes sense. We ended up looking it up, and you can actually only sue for $10,000 at the most. So if we go with option number 3, Brian actually could win $10,000 pretty easily, but then this is what would happen to his $190,000. But I'm not giving up. We just need to get creative.
Theoretically, if you wanted to, could you take them to small claims court?
If you wanted to limit it.
If I wanted to limit it.
But you would at least get $10,000 out of that though, right?
We could, but it would be giving up $100,000 more, you know?
So here's the here's the pitch.
Here we go.
What if we have 10 people sue 10 different times for $10,000 and we get $100,000?
No.
Well, why not?
What? The reason that this will never work is because of a legal term called claim splitting.
Yeah, so it turns out my idea is called claim splitting, which is when a civil plaintiff splits one lawsuit.
They thought of that.
2 or more lawsuits, and that is illegal.
Yes, if 10 different people sue and win money for one crime, then that is illegal. But we have already established that if one person sues for this crime, it is a very easy win. So what if this exact scenario just so happens to happen 10 different times? Think about it. If 10 different people get their Legos stolen by Bricks and Minifigs, all 10 people can individually sue, and it turns out that that is actually not considered claim splitting. So basically, if I can find 10 different victims of Bricks and Minifigs, my plan will work. And maybe I don't have to find 10 victims. Maybe I can create them. Starting with myself. First, I signed up for a credit card and then used that credit card to walk into the bank and take out a $10,000 loan. I then used this $10,000 to buy a few Lego sets from Brian. Specifically, these Lego sets. And according to the legal paperwork, they're still Brian's to sell to me. But just in case Bricks and Minifigs tries to argue that for some reason this wasn't a legal sale, I hired a public notary to officially approve the purchase.
It's official, we have a public notary approving it. Notary public. We have a notary public approving it. I own these Lego sets now, right?
Once I stamp it, it's all yours.
Here we go.
Alright.
Pleasure. Congratulations.
Congratulations. It looks like I legally now have $10,000 worth of inventory inside this Bricks and Minifigs store. So I wrote a very stern demand letter to Bricks and Minifigs demanding that they give me all of my $10,000 of Legos back. And they never got back to me.
Oh no.
So I'm going to sue them in small claims court, completely separate of Brian. Now that there's 2 crimes committed against 2 completely separate victims, this is not considered.
I love they have to pay $10,000. All the like they have to get 10 people to pay $10,000 to Brian. It's pretty funny.
Claim splitting. So this is when I thought, if the plan works this well for me, it should also work this well for all my friends. So I signed up for a ton of more credit cards, took out a bunch of more money, and each of my friends bought $10,000 worth of Brian's Lego sets.
$10,000 for you? Here you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
You felt the need to bow.
This is when we realized there's actually a big problem with our plan because we're now all $10,000 in debt, and if we don't pay the banks back soon, the interest is gonna destroy us.
Dude, what's the problem?
We're $10,000 in debt.
Well, how do we solve this, dude? What do we do? We just ask our friends if they have like money to like loan us.
Tommy, I'm in a lot of debt, and I just wanted to know if you have $10,000 to loan me. No.
What?
Dang. Well, it was worth a try.
Michael,
Do you have $10,000 to loan me?
I literally do not have $10,000.
But this is when we remembered that our friend Brian just made about $100,000 from all the Lego sets he just sold us. I bet he has extra money he could lend us. So we gave Brian a call.
So we're in a really weird pickle right now. I just need $10,000. That's all. I'll give it back.
Illegal. None of this stuff is legal. They're all on dubious legal grounds. It's kind of funny though.
This is weird. I know. It's crazy, but like.
I can see about it.
Well, okay. It's more like all of this is legal because everything is legal until proven otherwise. That's how it works. That's how it works. Everything is legal until proven otherwise.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, sure.
Brian legally gave each of us a $10,000 loan, which allows us to now pay back the banks to avoid interest. And it says in the paperwork that once we win these court cases against Bricks and Minifigs, we'll pay Brian back.
Yeah, and we promise once we win this lawsuit, we'll pay you back.
Yeah, we'll pay you right back.
And if you're thinking, wait, how is all of this legal? There has to be some type of catch. And you're right, there is. It's called sales tax. But luckily for us in Oregon, there is no sales tax. It's one of the only states that doesn't have it. This means that we can just keep selling Lego sets back and forth to each other.
I thought Texas had no sales tax. Or was that income tax? I don't remember.
Over and over for free.
Well, I think everyone's in. Should we start? You're gonna go to the top. It's start a filing.
But I haven't even told you guys the best part yet. The best part is
I love sitting down around the campfire with the boys, filing for small claims court. My favorite thing in the world.
That all of this is another flashback. Yeah, all of this happened a month ago. So now let's fast forward all the way back to present day where I'm still talking to Josh on the phone. And yeah, Josh has no clue that we've been preparing all of these court cases
I will say, pretty good storytelling. That's pretty good. I'll give them that. It's like when you're watching a cooking video and they're like, all right, we finished making this. Now it's to chill in the refrigerator. And they're, whoa, it's already done. You know what I mean? Because they planned ahead. And they made one the night before and made it chill in the refrigerator for 18 hours or whatever. That's what this is. And it's pretty good.
For the last month. He's about to be in for the surprise of his life.
You have like, I guess until the store closes, I guess, to get the Legos back if that's the way you want to go. But if not, I guess we'll serve the papers today and then go to court.
How are you going to serve the papers today?
Well, figure it out.
That's not how it works. Are you young?
Sorry, run it back.
I guess until the store
last month. He's about to be in for the surprise of his life.
you have like I guess until the store closes, I guess, to get the Legos back if that's the way you want to go. But if not, I guess we'll serve the papers today and then go to court.
How are you gonna serve the papers today?
Well, figure it out.
That's not how it works. Are you young? That's not how the world works.
It's not how the world works. Well,
It is
we're gonna
kind
do
of funny
it.
that he's like, you're stupid, you're a child, you're a kid, you know nothing, and they kind of planned it out. It does seem like they did a little bit of due diligence. So I think that's kind of funny.
Gonna make the world work that way today.
Well, Bricks and Minifigs knows the deal. Get the Legos back before the store closes, or they get served court papers. And now we wait. And then waiting got kind of boring, so I'm gonna spend the rest of the day promoting my We Steal From Old People company. Go to www.westealfromoldpeople.com for some awesome merch. And if Bricks and Minifigs calls the police on me for doing this, then they owe me $5,000 more. I've been advertising my company for a pretty long time now, and I've gotten no reaction from Bricks and Minifigs. So I'm sending in a secret undercover agent to see how they're handling the situation from the inside.
Oh no!
Well, they closed early on us. I think they're afraid of my lawsuit. So we decided to go bowling again. Oh, no way, no way, no way. Shut up. Oh my God!
It's the next day now, and you know what that means? It's go time.
It's go time.
The funniest part about yesterday was when I was talking to Josh on the phone, he totally thinks that I just made all of this up in the moment. When the actual reality is, we've been planning this court case for months. But I'm not complaining, because if Josh thinks it's fake, then he probably won't show up to court. And if Josh doesn't show up to court, we just win by default. So before I serve him any court papers, I'm actually first gonna confirm Josh's beliefs and do something super duper fake. Like give him a world record for the most amount of Legos ever stolen.
Not everyone can say that they're the best in the world. It's something.
Exactly.
We ready? Hi.
Hello.
I am Ryan.
It's Amanda. I love how Amanda is always on call. Never takes vacation days. No days off. Every single time they go there, Amanda's there. Also, the employee is covering her face. Did they give her a heads up?
Guinness World Record Association, and I think you're expecting this actually. This is an award for most Legos stolen by any company in the world.
Stolen by a single franchise.
Is that what it says?
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely not hanging that up.
You don't know anything about this.
I have no idea of anything about that.
Okay. I guess call
I am
the
the manager.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
And you weren't expecting it?
I was not expecting it.
Success. Anything that gets delivered to the store now, Bricks and Minifigs will probably also think it's fake, which is now perfect timing to serve all of these real court papers. But to do this, I need a lot of people. So I started recruiting some people with a game of hacky sack.
Oh! Here's your legal paperwork.
You have been served.
The first lawsuit has officially been served. Good luck, guys.
Here's my resume.
Everything was going exactly to plan. Well, until this happened.
Yeah, Mark. Hurry! Yo, can we just talk real quick?
Oh, they closed down.
I think Josh told this employee to close down the store early to avoid any more lawsuits coming in.
Oh no!
Yeah, she closed. As soon as she saw us pull up, she started closing up.
So for the rest of the day, I'm going to continue to advertise my We Steal From Old People company at www.westealfromoldpeople.com. I'm not getting many sales yet, but hopefully if I keep up all this advertising, people will eventually start believing in my company.
That's AI generated art. I can tell.
Freaking out
As a real artist myself, I can tell that was AI generated.
Casey law.
Yeah, we had to close early today, so
Are
basically
you guys gonna be open tomorrow though?
I don't know. So there's been some guy like harassing us because well, a lot of the Legos that we sell here are actually stolen Legos. Like we just steal the Legos.
Yeah.
Anyways, we ended up getting the rest of the court papers served, and now I'm just gonna fast forward a few months, and Bricks and Minifigs hasn't responded to a single court case we submitted against them. So I called the court to see what the next steps were.
Okay, so I don't see that there's been a response from anybody in the case. Since they didn't respond, you can move forward with a motion for default judgment.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much. Yes, since Bricks and Minifigs didn't respond, looks like we win by default.
Congratulations, you won the court case.
Wait, what? They really thought it was fake.
Yeah.
We did it.
Hey, that's fucking crazy, dude. No way.
Yes.
Do you monetize your art? No. I don't think so. It's on Instagram. You go to my Instagram account and follow my Instagram account and give it a like. Give a like to my art. That's it. You do that? Yeah, I did draw this. Things look like that. I believe in you, Cheddar. I know what you are. Are they intentionally misspelling words? I think so. Legos the Legos are worth $200,000. They only get 100,000. Link. It's just Sean the artist. Because my name is Sean and I am the artist. Didn't know you did art. Patreon? What do you mean? What do you expect to see on my Patreon? Actually, a good idea. Huh.
Yeah.
Your art? Oh no, I just posted my art on my Discord or my Instagram account.
I think now it's time to go all the way.
Every comic by drawing cute anime girls, how original. Oh, that's a good idea. That's genius. NSFW furry artist to pay for my college. When I do 27-20K, I have no idea. I take my 10% commission now.
Back to Bricks and Minifigs and collect our money. And I got a cute little piggy bank here that they can put the money in.
And so I traveled all the way back to Oregon to finally collect my money. It truly is a beautiful ending. This entire video, Bricks and Minifigs has been begging me to sue them.
If you think it's illegal, why don't you sue me? Let's go to court. Sue me for us. Sue me. Let's go to court. Let's go to court then.
And when I finally followed their instructions, they were too scared to show up. There is no more legal loopholes, and there is no more postponing the problem.
All right.
So what if theoretically it went to court and it turns out you were wrong? Would you then admit you're sorry for everything?
Yeah, sure, of course. Yeah, I give him the inventory, and the judge says I gotta give it to him. I gotta give it to him. I'm not gonna go against the judge's orders.
Like temporarily closed? Damn corporate? That's not what I was expecting.
Dang it! Oh.
I couldn't believe it. Literally one day after we filed motion for default judgment, they permanently closed down the store.
That's crazy.
At first, it did feel kind of cool that our plan worked so well, it completely shut them down. But pretty quickly,
I guess that answers the question about what happens to that employee.
Again, that we are not the winners here. The only winners today is Bricks and Minifigs. Now, there's absolutely no way to hold this store liable for what they did. I guess Bricks and Minifigs was kind of embarrassed by this decision and forgot to mark online that their store is closed. So Over the next few days, a bunch of negative reviews started coming in of people expecting an open store, but then being met with this. Bricks and Minifigs didn't even notify any of the kids' parents who booked birthday parties here. So when all the kids would show up, they would just have to sit in an empty parking lot for their birthday. If Bricks and Minifigs is too scared to show the world that they're closed, then the only way to let the world know is for me to give them an official closing ceremony. I guess someone driving by happened to take a picture of the sign we put up and posted it on social media. And pretty much
we stole family life savings. They sued.
Happened to take a picture of the sign we put up and posted it on.
Why did the family sue? What's the story behind the sign?
Social media. And pretty much immediately, we started going absolutely.
That's crazy.
Viral. The entire world has now seen this crime that Bricks and Minifigs has committed. And because of this, they finally marked on Google that their store is permanently closed.
I've been reading about this Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon. It's got this sign out in front of it.
It's been over a week. The sign is still up, and people have been traveling from all over just to come and take a picture with this sign.
If you drive through Kaiser, you may have noticed a mysterious sign appear recently.
That's crazy.
Outside the closed mini Bricks and Fig store. Permanently closed, we stole a family's life savings. They sued, we lost. By closing the store, we got out of having to pay the family what we owe them.
He just closed down his entire place of business to not pay you $100,000. I don't know, like we didn't get the Legos back, but I mean,
legally, I think they would still owe the money though, no? If the small claims court actually ordered them to pay the money, they should still owe the money.
Shut down an entire business, like that's almost.
We still had to get the Legos back. Which is why, even though Bricks and Minifigs closed down this store, I am not stopping until we get this entire Star Wars collection back to its rightful owner.
I don't know, it's just, this video's going on for so long now.
Yeah, I bet you wouldn't believe me if I told you that this is still literally just the beginning of this Lego story. And if
Can I say, I think this guy is like Dogpack if Dogpack wasn't like such a clout demon. And this guy is an insane clout demon. Or this is what I expected of like Dogpack's like takedown of Mr. Beast. Comprehensive and actually done with a little bit of due diligence. US Part 2, it's getting a little bit late.
If you want to watch part 2, it's live right now on my Patreon at Reckless Ben. And part 2 gets insane.
Everybody, it's a tad late, no? It's 40 minutes.
Outside.
There's also more parts, like this one. And then this one.
Yeah.
There. Give me a second.
Search warrant. Stand up. Step outside, everybody. No. Don't move.
This is the story of how I got swatted. All because of Legos. The whole thing started with me investigating a Lego company called Bricks and Minifigs. The company sent 2 guys to steal the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection worth around $200,000. And for some reason, the police are helping them get away with it. The family reached out to me saying that I'm their last hope to get them their life savings back. The video I made exposing them was actually insane. Check it out if you haven't seen it yet. But we ended up taking them to court and we actually won. When I went back to the store to collect my money, they literally shut down the entire store just to avoid paying us.
Dang it!
So I personally gave them an official closing ceremony and it went extremely viral. And now the entire world has seen how corrupt this Bricks and Minifigs company is.
We didn't get the Legos back, but I mean, we shut down an entire business.
We still had to get the Legos back.
Yeah, I made a promise to this family that I was not going to stop on my journey until we get them their entire Lego collection back. Right now, the 2 owners, Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best, probably think that they're safe by closing out the store. But the reality is, I can literally just sue them all over again, but personally this time. So I started to file my lawsuit. But right after I filed this court case, it got rejected. And the reason was I failed to demonstrate a good faith effort to resolve the dispute prior to filing. Basically, before this court case can get approved, I have to at least attempt to settle with Josh outside of court first. I tried calling Josh, but I'm blocked.
I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
So my only option left is to travel to his house to have this conversation in person.
Basically, if Josh wants to save the day, I got him a trophy that says, Joshua Johnson saved the day. And we'll give him this trophy, but he has to give the Legos back first.
So we started driving to Josh's house to have this good faith conversation the court requires us to have.
We're in Josh's neighborhood. Oh my gosh.
But when we showed up, Josh was already outside talking on the phone to someone.
Oh my gosh, okay, Josh is outside on the phone.
It's crazy.
Wait, do I interrupt his phone call or do we just like wait?
Interrupt his phone call?
Search warrant. Step outside, everybody. No, don't move.
This is the story of how
Did they have a warrant for their arrest? Because they couldn't have come in the house without a warrant.
I got swatted, all because of Legos. The whole thing started with me investigating a Lego company called Bricks and Minifigs. The company sent 2 guys to steal the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection worth around $200,000. And for some reason, the police are helping them get away with it. The family reached out to me saying that I'm their last hope to get them their life savings back. The video I made exposing them was actually insane. Check it out if you haven't seen it yet. But we ended up taking them to court and we actually won. When I went back to the store to collect my money, they literally shut down the entire store just to avoid paying us.
Dang it!
So I personally gave them an official closing ceremony and it went extremely viral. And now the entire world has seen how corrupt this Bricks and Minifigs company is.
We didn't get the Legos back, but I mean, we shut down an entire business.
We still gotta get the Legos back.
Yeah, I made a promise to this family.
Ooh, that's a good comparison. You know I love me a good leverage episode. You know I love me a good leverage episode.
That I was not going to stop on my journey until we get them their entire Lego collection back. Right now, the 2 owners, Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best, probably think that they're safe by closing down the store. But the reality is, I can literally just sue them all over again, but personally this time. So I started to file my lawsuit. But right after I filed this court case, it got rejected. And the reason was, I failed to demonstrate a good faith effort to resolve the dispute prior to filing.
Basically, before this court case can get approved, I have to at least attempt to settle with Josh outside of court first.
I tried calling Josh, but I'm blocked.
UW, it is great.
I'm sorry.
Oh man.
So my only option left.
You know what's funny about this? That's actually the menswear guy on Twitter. People were talking about ICE and like ICE protests and stuff. I think he responded to like some like ICE like riots or not riots, but like fires in the street or whatever. He was like, guys, this isn't the way. People were like, well, how do you think you should do it? Like, well, marry an immigrant or go to law school. That's how you actually help people, not with violence. People were like, come on, what are you talking about? He said, marry an immigrant. Because that's what he did. So he's like, that's real activism. Marry an immigrant or go to law school.
Is to travel to his house to have this conversation in person.
Basically, if Josh wants to
left is to travel. I'm blocked.
I'm sorry.
Oh man.
So my only option left is to travel to his house to have this conversation in person.
Basically, if Josh wants to save the day, I got him a trophy that says, Joshua Johnson saved the day. And we'll give him this trophy, but he has to give the Legos back.
I've also seen Ben's videos for a while. I'm telling you, I watched like Ben's like first Scientology video. He had like 10,000, 5,000 to 10,000 subscribers. It wasn't a lot of subscribers when he made his first Scientology video.
Back first.
So we started driving to Josh's house to have this good faith conversation the court requires us to have.
We're in Josh's neighborhood. Oh my gosh.
But when we showed up, Josh was already outside talking on the phone to someone.
Oh my gosh, okay, Josh is outside on the phone.
It's crazy.
Wait, do I interrupt his phone call or do we just like wait?
Interrupt his phone call?
No, probably not.
I thought it would be pretty rude to interrupt his phone call, so we parked around the corner and decided to wait for him to get off this call.
I like how we just have this conversation outside.
Right. He doesn't want to get his wife involved. He's hiding something.
Everything's good, honey.
What the heck?
I'm pretty sure Josh is on the phone with Corporate Bricks and Minifigs. And the reason I think that is we were actually just there right before this.
Okay, pulling up to Bricks and Minifigs headquarters.
The plan was to give them one more chance to do the right thing before suing them again. While we were there, one of the corporate employees answered the door and told us he would get the CEO to come talk to us.
Okay. Well.
Oh.
No, they said they're getting some guy to talk to us. We're just waiting.
I can already tell you right now, no one's coming out to talk to you guys.
Really? But they told us that they were.
I know.
Since Josh only lives like 15 minutes away, they must have informed him that we're in the
It's
area.
crazy. It's a crazy dog.
Because a few minutes later, this happened.
The police just showed up. What the heck? Why are the police at his house?
Oh, there's another one, dude. 2 cop cars.
3 cop cars?
Oh my gosh. Cop cars.
Why is there 3 cop cars at his house? We didn't even walk up to his house yet. The cops are following us. What the heck? That's so crazy, dude. Obey every traffic law.
He's got his lights on.
Oh, shoot.
He's pulling us over.
My name's Officer Richardson with American Police. The reason I stopped you is the stop sign. You didn't stop that.
I didn't? I thought I stopped.
Yeah, you definitely stopped. So you said you ran a stop sign?
Huh?
You said you ran a stop sign?
I didn't see what happened.
Yeah, I was like...
Because we definitely stopped at the stop sign.
Stopped.
Yeah.
I was so sure that we stopped at the stop sign that I actually requested all the police footage of this. And as you can see, we didn't even do a rolling stop. We fully stopped at the stop sign. So this is an illegal traffic stop.
So who's Ben? Me? Ben? How's Utah? It's good. Like it?
Okay, it's pretty obvious that the police know why we're here. So I just explained to them the entire situation.
This old man spent his entire life collecting the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection set.
The only problem is it's a crazy story and the police officer did not believe me.
$200,000? $200,000. It sounds crazy.
Yeah, when the officer went back to his car, this is the message that he radioed in.
Hey, can you get the contact for Reckless Ben? Said he didn't have his ID, but he's just straight lying to me about everything else, so.
Since the cops don't believe my story, they trespassed me from the property.
Everybody today is being trespassed from that property.
Okay.
Yeah, we were forced to go home without having this good faith conversation the court requires us to have.
Well, yeah, it was an attempt at least.
What do we do now, dude? Like, we didn't even, get to talk to him and we're in trespass. So, dude.
The one thing I didn't understand was how the heck did they know we were coming? I was hiding in the back seat the entire time and the car's windows were extremely tinted.
These windows are so tinted, you can't see anything.
But as I was outside inspecting our car tint, the same police showed up to our house.
Oh no, we're getting pulled over again?
And it was weird. He wouldn't tell us why he was here.
Like I said, we've already talked about it.
Yeah, well, thanks for being so cool about everything.
Yeah.
They're like after us, dude.
Anyways, since Josh clearly doesn't want to have this good faith conversation with me, I took his trophy and destroyed it.
Yeah. Wait, guys, let's throw it off that thing.
Just like in the previous video, I tried to give Josh the benefit of the doubt, the easy way. But again, Josh does not want to do the easy way. The only option left is to go the hard way. But before going the hard way, I actually remembered that there's another owner of the store named Brandon Best. Brandon is the guy in the security camera footage that illegally kicked the first owner out of the store so he could steal all their Legos. I tried calling him, but I am also blocked.
I'm sorry.
The only option left is to show up to his house.
That's the only option left?
Hey, how's it going? Hello? Hey, well, I was wondering if you'd be down to pay us for the lawsuit that we won.
Why does this guy look like Harley Morrison?
It kind of seems like Brandon doesn't want to have this good faith conversation.
Ornstein? Is that his name? Oh, I thought it was Morrison. I don't know why I thought it was Morrison.
To resolve this problem outside of court, and I gave him plenty of time to speak.
I guess if you don't want to talk, I'll just talk.
So you guys told us to take you to court. We went to court and we won. We know you closed down the store to avoid paying us, so we could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again, but then the police showed up, and again, for some reason, they are really trying to protect these criminals.
He didn't steal anything. He inherited the store from somebody.
No, he stole $200,000 worth
How do you know this?
Because I've been spending the last 3 months in the case, and I won in court.
He inherited the store.
Uh-huh.
He's being blamed for everything that the
Wait, I thought cops didn't do civil matters. Why is she trying to explain a civil matter to him? I thought cops didn't do civil matters. That's weird.
previous owner did, and he's trying
Well,
to
that's a lie. So we.
Okay, hold on. I'm
okay, I'm sorry.
He's still trying to clean up the mess from the previous owner, and now he's catching blame for it, and he's just trying to clean up the mess from the previous owner.
No, him saying that it's the previous owner, that's a lie, and we already proved this in court.
If
Okay.
you come back and step foot on this property, you're gonna go to jail.
The police gave me a formal trespass notice, which I took a picture of it and sent it to the court as proof I tried to have this good faith conversation, but Brandon didn't want to have it with me. And turns out this was good enough. My court case with Brandon Best got accepted.
Yo,
my court.
This is a perfect example of you can just do stuff. This is the perfect example of you can just do stuff. You can just do stuff. What's stopping you, Chad? What's holding you back? You can literally just do stuff. If you're white. I mean, it helps if you're white, for sure.
Case with Josh is still going to be rejected until I find a way to have this good faith conversation
I'll be back.
with him. So I decided to see if I could find Josh online, to see if I could look up any more information about him.
Guys. Yeah, they all look the same. No.
Joshua Johnson.
Yeah, Joshua Johnson.
We lower their tax liabilities and minimize their exposure to lawsuits. That's hella ironic. Are you kidding me, dude? That's what he's known for, is reducing people's exposure to lawsuits.
After some more research, we found out that both Josh and Brandon are super hardcore Mormon, which was actually extremely surprising to me, because if Josh and Brandon are truly Mormons, they believe that stealing is wrong, and if they steal, they're gonna go to hell. Or I guess in Mormonism they call it the outer darkness. But still, Brandon and Josh probably actually believe that this is gonna be eternity for them. I mean, Josh even swore to me on his Mormon God in the last video that he would give us the Legos back.
I promise you, I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
But maybe I can use this to my advantage. My problem right now seems to be that Josh is never gonna listen to anything I ever tell him. But if someone from his church heard this audio, maybe he would listen to them. So after finding exactly what church these guys go to, we went to it and showed one of the Mormons there this audio clip. And the Mormon thought that the best thing to do was to have a until I find a way to have this good faith conversation with him. So I decided to see if I could find Josh online. Turns out this was good enough. My court case with Brandon Best got accepted. But my court case with Josh is still going to be rejected until I find a way to have this good faith conversation with him. So I decided to see if I could find Josh online, to see if I could look up any more information about him.
Guys. Yeah, they all look the same. No.
Joshua Johnson.
Yeah, Joshua Johnson.
We lower their tax liabilities and minimize their exposure to lawsuits. That's hella ironic. Are you kidding me, dude? That's what he's known for, is reducing people's exposure to lawsuits.
The world keep rewinding? I don't know. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry. I went to get me a drink. Okay.
After some more research, we found out that both Josh and Brandon are super hardcore Mormon, which was actually extremely surprising to me because if Josh and Brandon are truly Mormons, they believe that stealing is wrong, and if they steal, they're gonna go to hell. Or I guess in Mormonism they call it the outer darkness. But still, Brandon and Josh probably actually believe that this is going to be eternity for them. I mean, Josh even swore to me on his Mormon God in the last video that he would give us the Legos back.
I promise you, I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
But maybe I can use this to my advantage. My problem right now seems to be that Josh is never going to listen to anything I ever tell him. But if someone from his church heard this audio, maybe he would listen to them. So after finding exactly what church these guys go to, we went to it and showed one of the Mormons there this audio clip. And the Mormon thought that the best thing to do was to have a talk with Josh to save him from going to this outer darkness.
Okay, good luck. And I guess me and Tyler are staying back because we're already trespassed. So
yeah, we ended up just driving home, but on our way back, this happened.
What? Pull over again? For what? How's it going?
How's it going? I'm Officer Hawkins, American Fort Police Department. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Well, what's your name? Are you Ben?
Hanging out down here.
At this point, we realized what's going on. Yesterday, I told Brandon that our plan is to now sue them personally.
we could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again.
It seems
the fact that like the cops were just like, I mean, this is easy, very obvious like police behavior, but just even seeing this, it's like, bro, this is why you're ACAB, right? This is why you're ACAB. All cops do stuff like this. Always protect capital. Always. That's what their job is. You can't reform that. You can't. This is their function.
Seems like they're getting so desperate that they're going to resort back to the same strategy they used in the last video.
You know what's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested? How do we get them arrested?
Yeah, Josh and Brandon think that if they can somehow get us arrested and thrown in jail, then we won't be able to sue them. I don't know what they told the police we did this time, but they caught us too late. The Mormon kid was already on his way to Josh's house to save him from this outer darkness and bring him back to God.
What's going on, sir? You're gonna sit on down here for me first. What brings you here?
I'm just here trying to talk to Brother Johnson.
Okay.
I'm in the Arbor Second Ward. There's been an audio going around with the young men group.
Okay. What's the audio that you wanted to play?
Here's the audio.
I'm not going to screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am.
Uh-huh.
I promise you. I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
Who's that?
So,
I guess
that's him.
No, I
That's him. That guy. He's like, so obviously, officer, you know, that's Mormons. We obviously can't be saying that. Right? I'm here to talk to Brother Johnson about why that is unacceptable. He's like, who is that? Oh, that's that guy right there. I'm just trying to do my job. I'm just trying to save him. That's so. This entire thing is like a fever dream, bro.
I know that. I could tell that from the voice, but
I was just going to ask him, like, is he willing to give up everything like he said? Because he swore on everything. He swore on God.
That's so. They're like weaponizing Mormons. That's so funny. That is hilarious. Also, yeah, Sarah has an 18-month anniversary. I have to time Sarah out. But it goes back to 0. He's got on guard, officer. You know what that means.
Might be a crazy ass, but could you take a selfie with me?
But anyway,
what?
Is back to us. The police apparently got a call that we had heroin on us.
This officer is going to conduct the search of your person because
What?
substances in the vehicle. Okay? So he's going to do that. I'm going to put this away, and then we'll be right. Don't reach in your pockets for me. Okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you. The vehicle will be searched. Okay? I'm going to have you stick by with my sergeant.
Oh, that's so illegal. This is like well into like illegal territory now. Like fully illegal. Getting the black youth treatment. To be fair, they got more warnings than the black youth would get, but yeah, now we're at the black youth treatment. This is very obviously under false pretenses, body cameras on, harassing people, conducting illegal searches, like.
After 2 hours of searching the car, obviously they found no drugs.
So, he didn't find
I explained to the police that we didn't have drugs, and the reality of the situation is that
Wait.
Bricks and Minifigs...
Bro, in this sandwich, first of all, sandwich looks delicious. I'm going to enjoy this. Where'd it go? Oh, never mind. That's just turkey. I thought it had like an extra bun. There is an extra bun, by the way, in the middle. This is a 3-layered sandwich. And I'm about to devour this. This and Cookout are the two things that I miss from North Carolina. Because the West Coast doesn't have McAllister. And McAllister's has the best sandwiches.
is so desperate at this point that they're willing to do anything to get us arrested so they don't have to pay for the property they stole. And the police was arguing back with just some of the worst comebacks I've ever heard, which is why I think the police actually redacted this audio in this clip, because if they kept the audio in, then the world would get to see how stupid the American Fork Police Department is. But anyways, even though we were passing every single drug test they gave us, they were still not going to let us go until we told them where the drugs were.
Your eyes, for example, right? There's a constriction, which is dilated, and then
Do you
not.
notice it?
So I haven't been looking at this. I'll show him. Look, go ahead and look at him.
Oh, look at you?
Yeah.
You do see it?
So.
It's crazy. I have no idea, because I've never done any drugs in my life. I don't do drugs. I don't do alcohol. I've never done any of that in my life. I'm willing to do any drug tests.
Yeah.
Like, I'm very cooperative. I don't understand, what you're seeing in my eyes.
I'm going to have a discussion with this officer.
And then the police department illegally redacted this conversation too. My guess is that they acknowledged that it's very obvious we don't have drugs on us, but they were going to try and pressure us into giving some type of false confession anyways.
I'm not sure if you're lying to me or not, to be honest.
I'm willing to take any drug test you want.
I'm walking a very dangerous line, which should get you hemmed up a lot of time.
Yeah.
And you could end up in jail in Utah when you're from Cali.
Okay.
Not worth it, right?
Yeah.
We play differently here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What? Also, apparently the police department responds. It would be so funny if this gets them fired. If officers get fired over Legos, that would be so funny, bro. I would love that so much if they got themselves fired over Legos. But this is like actual like small town corruption. There's a movie on Netflix right now called something Ridge. Rebel Ridge. It is kind of like this a little bit, as it pertains to like small town corruption. You know what I mean? This is all police department, by the way. They're all corrupt. Yes, it has Aaron Pierce in it, the Green Lantern guy. small town in Utah, they all go to church with each other. They're empowering folks to sit next to a church. I think you're wrong if it gets enough attention. And this already has 2 million views. They're gonna start getting calls about this. It's gonna start like when the people that sit next to a church start to look at them differently, right? The police chief also goes to the same church, right? And then the dead bros are gonna be like, oh, I can't believe I've already called. That's hilarious. Right? Once it starts to shape the perception of the small town, then it's gonna start, I can see these two officers being fired just to like get people off their backs. You know what I mean? They're harassing the 2 white kids. Like this, you don't do that. Right? Being like, we play differently. We play differently here in Utah. Right? Like false searches under false pretenses. Like the church is not gonna ban them. That's not gonna happen. But like, I can see like the police or putting somebody on leave, right? For like something in this video. I can see that.
I'm willing to cooperate with you guys and do anything you want me to because I'm not hiding anything. I can promise you that. I promise.
We weren't giving the police a false confession like they wanted, so eventually I guess they just got tired and let us go.
We'll let you guys go now, but you're walking a thin line. Just be mindful of that. Does that make sense?
Thin line for what?
At this point, I've documented everything I've been through to the court, that I've tried to have this good faith conversation with Josh. He just doesn't want to have it with me. And because of everything I went through, my court case finally got approved. And attached to this email are court papers to serve Josh. The only problem is Josh is not going to open this door for anyone. He wouldn't even talk to another Mormon. Instead, he just called the police on him. In order to get Josh to come outside, I'm really gonna have to get creative. So I made this poster that says, I stole a dying man's life savings, and printed it out. Now I'm placing this poster in a public space right across the street from Josh's house. Yeah, it turns out this tiny patch of land is actually free for any person of the public to use. And since we have the freedom of speech, I am breaking no laws by doing this. So when Josh walks outside to take down this sign, I have a process server to serve him his court papers. But almost immediately, my sign got blocked.
Oh no, he's blocking our sign.
What are you guys doing here?
So we are in a court case with them and we have to serve them legal papers.
So I explained to the cops the entire situation.
I'm not going on his property.
Right, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
The police realized that we're not breaking any laws, and they've been called here for a false reason, so they decided to leave.
Awesome, thank you. This is going so much better than yesterday.
So now it's time to serve Josh these court papers. And then we got the police called on us again.
Hello. What? This man stole basically his family's life savings. So we're just here to serve him his court papers.
Over some Legos. Just give the Legos back. The store's closed down. There have to be a misuse of 911. Listen, white people can never misuse 911. That it's literally these kids are annoying me hotline. Bro, they called 911 on like a black kid selling water bottle. There's no misuse, bro. This is like, look, it's a win-win for them. The white people have cops on call whenever they want to, and the cops get paid overtime. Their salary says like $50,000 a year, but they get $150,000 in overtime. It's a win-win. Is it?
Again, I explained to this police officer the entire situation.
I wish we could just send him an email.
Or a phone call. 200,000. I mean, it is basically half their inventory, but like it's still, you still get, just first of all, they're breaking the law. Stop breaking the law. I support this, bro. I think everybody should do this for their local communities. I do, because this happens everywhere. Right? No, just in general. It is harder if you're black to do this, but this is very obvious corruption, and the cops only work to serve the corruptive capital forces, right? you got to be a little bit of a nuisance. I don't want people to die. I mean, obviously, don't like. Okay, do what's in the first video, not the crime part, but like using the legal channels that you possibly can go through to try to make their lives difficult, so that you are able to, so that basically they give up. Right? Don't like put stuff on people's buildings and windows and stuff. Like, you know. Well, also, yeah, this is why organizing is important, right? You should organize to do stuff like this. This is what it means to be in a community. Right? It usually wouldn't have to go this far. Right? Most time it's like, you know, you stage like a small protest outside of a building that's like, you know, not gonna pay you what you're owed or whatever. Right? Your goal is to make your voice heard and make their lives a little bit worse so that it's more convenient for them to like give you what you want. That's what protests are, you know? You make their lives so inconvenient that it's literally more convenient to give you what you want.
You know, but yeah, their court requires us to come in person for some reason, so.
Again, the cops realized that we are doing nothing illegal and decided to leave. Now it's time to serve Josh his court papers, but we got the police called on us again.
Hello. Yep, I see those papers.
Yeah.
So this is what you're trying to serve him with?
Yes. That's required by the court.
Again, the police agree that we are not breaking the law. They've been called out here for a false reason. This guy told me that he could even just serve the papers for me.
You okay if I give these papers to him?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, just give me 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Sadly, we can't see the police officer serve Josh because the police department redacted all of it. But the only thing that really matters is that Josh is getting served.
He does not want the paper. So
He does not want the paper?
What? That's not how that works. You can't be like, no, thank you. Close the door. Yeah, once they're served, you just leave the paper there. Right? Drop it in his hand and be like, goodbye. Have fun.
Papers. Here's that back for you.
Okay. Yeah, the police told me that they can't serve the papers for me because I'm lying to them, and these aren't even real court papers.
Not sure what this is. I've never seen something like that. To be honest with you.
These are court papers.
Okay. It
What?
doesn't have a judge's name or anything like that on it.
It's not a warrant. He's like, I've never seen these before, man. I've seen fake warrants, bro. I get them all the time. This isn't one of those. That's crazy.
Because
he's like, I don't know what those are. I don't know what are my eyes, bro? What are my hands? What are these? I don't know what those are either. As the server can literally just drop the papers off of the recipient's feet, and it counts. Have you considered that he doesn't want the papers though? You didn't think about the part where he doesn't want the papers. So, exactly.
Because it hasn't gotten to the judge yet. So this is serving him, and then we'll go to the court, and then the judge will be there. So the judge doesn't get involved until we're in court.
Why is he saying that you guys went on the property?
Because he wants us arrested, so he doesn't have to go to court.
It doesn't look good when you've been trespassed.
Yeah.
Trying to serve papers.
Well, I think it looks exactly how we're supposed to do it legally. This is the legal way to do it.
Well, we have 2 or 3 incidents.
Yeah. Well, first, so they're incidents because he's lying to you guys. He's making them incidents. We came to do a good faith conversation, which is required by the courts before you can get a court case approved. So we did that. He called the cops on us. He lied to you guys saying that we had heroin on us, and we did a 3-hour search of the car yesterday.
To be fair,
no heroin in the car.
To be fair, that might not have been Josh. That might have been the police's own doing, right? They might have been editorializing a little bit. They might have been like, hey, wouldn't it be fun if we just got this guy for heroin real quick? So we don't know if that was Josh. That is very clearly just normal police behavior. So that it could have just been the police, you know? Who knows? It was confirmed, John. Hey, no spoilers. All right, they didn't say it so far though. I'm pretty sure.
He's gonna make up any lie he can to get us arrested.
Yeah.
We are doing things the legal way, the correct way. The reason he's hiding in his house is because he's the criminal. If something doesn't look good, it doesn't look good for him, not for us.
Go the legal process, find an actual process server.
She is an actual process server.
And what is your guys' relationship?
I just met her today.
Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her. Yeah, we have no relationship. That's why she's here. Yeah, that's why she's here. We have no relationship, and that is she is the exact person that you're describing.
I always thought that the police were supposed to remain unbiased, and if they were going to take a side, they definitely shouldn't take the side of the criminal. But I guess I was wrong. However, I'm not.
Bro, they're making this man a staunch leftist, bro. Every second they deal with the police, he's becoming more and more ACAB. He's like, dog, I thought the police were supposed to be good, but they're kind of bad? Question mark. Yeah, and his audience.
I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm literally just following the instructions of the court, so the police can't stop me.
Okay, have a good rest of your day.
Okay, see ya.
Now that the police, I mean, I think he's like liberal. That's. I don't think he has like a specific like ideology.
They're finally leaving. It's time to game plan how to serve Josh. But then, you guessed it, we got the police called on us again.
What?
Oh, sure. The
For
paper?
what?
The serving paper?
Yeah.
Here you go.
It'd be funny if he cop just drives off with it. He's like, thank you.
Well.
Do they think it's a false case? What the heck?
Thank you for holding. How can I help you?
Trying to speak with someone to verify if a case is, just verify if a case is real.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all.
It would be so funny if he comes back and he's like, actually, it's fake. We checked. They just
I think
lie.
this phone call was the breaking point for the police.
Oh, he's rubbing his chin.
The police couldn't handle the fact that I was right and they were wrong.
Hello. For me. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna find you back.
Okay, first problem. Never step out of the car. They weren't even moving. There's no violation there. Right? Make them tell you that you're being arrested. And then you ask them for what?
Am I being arrested?
You're under arrest right now.
Really?
Wait, for what?
Ben got arrested. Like, they didn't say anything when they were putting him in handcuffs. They just said, you're being arrested.
I was confused on what I was being arrested for.
He's like, this is gonna be a good video. He's like, this is gonna be a good video.
I mean, the same police officers that arrested me gave me permission to do exactly what I was doing.
You can film from the sidewalk wherever it's public, right? But you can't go on that property. If you do, you'll be charged, okay?
Okay, yeah, for sure.
I got
It's
arrested.
so funny. He didn't even move. He didn't even move. He sat there 4 separate times. Cop came up to him, and then the last time he was like, "Okay, we're gonna arrest you now." Actually,
for just doing what the police told me to do. What's even more confusing is the police are supposed to be the good guys. Why are they arresting an innocent person to protect an evil criminal? Well, back when I was still waiting in the car to serve Josh, I got a phone call, and this call was from Brian, the collector's son who got all their stuff stolen. And he has a theory of what might be going on here.
Yeah, the cops down there are definitely all in with the Mormon community, and being the bricks and minifigs is part of that and worth millions. I would not doubt that they have donated hefty sums to the Mormon church, of which all the cops are probably a part of.
Yeah, Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson, and Eamon, the CEO, are all super Mormon. Like, the CEO even went to the Mormon University.
Yeah, I saw that in the first episode.
And when I looked up all the police officers who were treating me unfairly, they were all Mormon too.
And they take care of their own, man. They are like a huge clan that takes care of each
Clan. That's funny.
that takes care of each other.
And instead of trying to get rid of the few bad people who are making Mormonism look bad, they're for some reason choosing to protect these criminals. But eventually, I got released from jail.
Out of jail now?
And this is
Bro,
when
first day out.
it really hit me that the justice system has decided to protect these criminals. So now, there's really only one way I can think of to get this family the money back that got stolen from them. Which is a GoFundMe. Yeah, it is a pretty anticlimactic ending, but at least I'm confident that I'm not going to get in trouble for this. Now that our GoFundMe is live, it's time to promote it, to start getting donations. We printed out the GoFundMe's picture.
We haven't gotten to the... Wait, okay, I can remember. Have we gotten to the swatting yet? I don't think we have.
Hang it up so we could get a nice Instagram video to post to social media. But before the group could even hang the picture up, the police came.
What you guys up to?
Bro, if you don't tell them to kick rocks, bro, none of your business, kick rocks.
We're starting a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
What we're doing is we're going to get a bunch of publicity to get basically all this money back for this family.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to do the lawsuit anymore. We're just going to do this GoFundMe. We've already got it started.
It can run into some defamation stuff.
Again, the police were thinking...
Isn't that a civil thing?
...of any technicality they could think of to protect their Mormon friend.
Look at your stalking code. See if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance.
That's crazy. With the body cam on?
But after going through every law they could think of, it turns out that hanging this sign on a fence and then taking a picture of it for Instagram is not illegal. In fact, what the group is doing is actually protected under the First Amendment, freedom of speech. So one of
the Constitution? Who cares about that stupid thing, right? Am I right, guys? That's right, back to blue, back to blue.
Police officers let the group know that they were okay to keep doing this.
Right now, I don't think you guys break the law.
But this other police officer wasn't able to accept this reality.
We're gonna take it down.
What?
And then for the rest of this footage, the police redacted all of the audio. So I called up the police station to find out why.
All the redactions are done pursuant to the Utah State Code. We don't redact things just because we feel like it or, you know, just because something looks funny. Everything is...
At this point, call up the ACLU, bro. At this point, get the ACLU involved. Because what are we even talking about here, dog? What are we talking about?
Redacted pursuant to Utah State Code. And other than that, I can't really delve into any more detail.
But the police made a mistake.
American Civil Lego Union. Bro, I forgot this was about Legos.
They accidentally forgot to mute this police officer's audio, so when you sync the two clips together, I can actually hear what they're
That's crazy.
saying here.
He sees it or give it back? Is it an occasional crime? Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Is he upset about it? I mean, I guess, but that's not...
Yeah, this police officer is right. Just because this might make Josh upset does not make this poster illegal. So I decided to let the police department know that some of the redactions they made aren't exactly what they're claiming they are. I think you guys might have accidentally forgot to redact another clip that was at the same time. And when I synced the two clips together, I was able to see what they were saying, like what the redaction was. And he was talking about how what we're doing actually isn't illegal and how the police officer might be wrong. And so it wasn't about protecting a victim. It wasn't any personal information. And so I was wondering,
Are you telling me that the cops redact things to protect them? What? I can't believe it. I would have never thought that would happen. The police? No way.
It seems like there might be a lot of stuff like that got redacted, maybe to protect the police officers, not to protect the victims, if that makes sense. And so...
Yeah, we don't do that. So, like I said, anything that's redacted is pursuant to Utah State Code.
I can tell because when I sync the two clips together, I'm actually able to see that that's what the redaction was.
Okay, well, that didn't happen.
That definitely didn't.
Nuh-uh. Bro, cops can just lie. Cops can just lie. They can just lie. They can just lie, by the way. Cops can lie. Like, legally, they can lie. They can literally just lie. And you gotta just suck it up and deal with it. Test lying is when they lie when testifying, right? But like when they're not even testifying, they have no obligation to tell you the truth.
Didn't happen.
No, I don't do that, Ben. I follow the Utah State Code, like I just said.
Okay. Well.
I don't know. It seems like the police department redacted this entire conversation because right here the police are actually admitting to themselves that none of this is illegal, but they're still going to try to arrest us anyways. It seems like the only reason they're getting rid of this audio is to protect the police officers from getting fired. I don't know what the
I will say, him doing the due diligence of finding the body cam footage is actually crazy. He says actually really disturbed him. I think this is something that he probably knew happened. He just probably didn't think this would happen to him. He's like, at every step, he's probably like, bro, over Legos? Y'all are doing this all over Legos? Like, so he probably knew that cops could do this and corrupt cops do exist, but he was like, really?
Officers are saying in this next clip, but I'm pretty sure they're scheming up a way. I don't know what the police officers are saying in this next clip, but I'm pretty sure they're scheming up a way to get the group arrested because
he's probably walking the audience through the thought process too. Yeah, he's doing very well.
This is what happens next.
And Lieutenant Adamson can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to seize your phone right now.
Do not do that. You understand me? Right now, you're attempting to destroy evidence. Okay, put your hands behind your back.
I was just locking my phone.
Okay, I'm going to switch over to the police officer's body cam POV so we can dissect what just happened. First, the police officer asks if he can confiscate Sheldon's phone, so Sheldon says, okay, and reaches in his pocket to give it to him. But at this point, Sheldon sees that his phone is unlocked. And at this moment, he decided that before giving it to the police officer, he was going to lock his phone, which is totally legal. There's no search warrant, so Sheldon...
This is why, chat, let me let you know a little secret, chat. If you have a phone that has Face ID, iPhone that has Face ID, right? And I turn my phone on, I scan my phone, it's unlocked, right? Hold on. Unlocked right now, so I can swipe up and unlock it. However, if you hold the power button and the volume button to get to this screen, now it doesn't work. Now you need a code. Just turn on, just don't have Face ID. Yeah, that's not a realistic solution for most people. Just turn on biometrics. Chat it. That's not a realistic solution. That's not gonna happen. I'm telling you right now, it's not gonna happen. People are gonna have Face ID. I'm telling you, when you have Face ID, that's what you do. People are going to use Face ID, or they're going to forget to turn it off. If you're in a situation, right, where you have Face ID enabled on your phone, how is it not realistic? Because people love their convenience, chat. I don't know what to tell you. You're not going to tell 300 million Americans to just turn off their convenient Face ID. They're not doing that. You're not doing that. So when you do have Face ID, what you can do is if you hold the volume button and the power button to get to the power off screen, it then requires your PIN the next time you want to sign in. Yeah, just don't have a smartphone. Like, what are you stupid people having a smartphone for? You idiots, you morons. Just don't have a smartphone. It's easy, chat. That's good OPSEC. Just never have a smartphone. Or is it because the smartphones are convenient and people are going to have them? And so it's a good way to know how to protect yourself when you do have them. Isn't that hard to switch the pin? Y'all are so dumb. You're not understanding. It's not about how difficult it is to switch the pin. People aren't going to do it. You have to operate where people are and what people the world that people exist in. You do. You have to operate in the world that people exist in currently right now. Right? Is it more secure to just not use biometric? Yes, it is more secure not to use biometric. But for the people that do use biometric and that are not going to switch off of it, that's what you do. It's that simple. You could also tap the power button 5 times. It's, you know, I think it takes a little bit longer, but 5 times sends me to emergency. It's the same thing. Right, also may mean to do it and just not do it. Remember that until a cop is like grabbing the wrist, like just like we saw. Exactly. They'd be like, okay, I need to do this, and they just don't do it. Right? That's how you. If you're in a situation like that, the cop is like, let me see your phone. First of all, no. Right? But if you're going to give your phone up, right? It's very easy. Like, if you're coming off of a plane, right? And you get stopped by Customs and Border Patrol, right? That's what you could do. I learned that during BLM. Anyway, this is insane.
Is going to lock his phone, which is totally legal. There's no search warrant, so Sheldon is legally allowed to lock his phone. But as the police officer saw Sheldon's thumb moving towards that lock button, he snatched it out of his hands. And now the police officer's claiming that because he tried to lock his phone, he's destroying evidence.
Silence.
Yeah, I was giving it to you.
Stop talking.
I was
Stop
giving
talking,
it to you.
Okay.
It's on my money. Look, it's on my wallet. I was turning it off.
But right now, this phone is being seized as part of this investigation, and you're being arrested. Okay, let's put him in the back of the car.
And again, the police decided to break the law, arrest Sheldon, all to protect an evil criminal.
All I'm saying is that if the cops approach you, hey, you got your hands just chilling in your pocket, just go ahead and just hold those 2 buttons until you feel it buzz. That way you don't have to worry about it. That way, even if you get arrested, they can't, like, we were sitting with your hands behind your back, they can't, like, swipe up and use your face. It's just good to know.
My name's Detective Nikosha. I work here at the police department.
I did willingly hand over my phone, but
I'm going to keep my hands in my pockets in front of a cop. I'm not saying keep your hands in your pockets. I'm saying if you see a cop approaching you, right? Yeah, obviously, if you're black, you have your own engagement with the police. You know what I mean? But if you see a cop approaching you, and you're like, oh no, I forgot to do what these chatters in Sean the Black's chat said and turn off my biometrics. Oh, what am I gonna do if they arrest me? Then just, you know, that's a tip you can use. Right? If the cops come up to you, you're like, oh, stupid police officers. I already did what Sean the Black chatters told me to do and turn off my biometric. Then you're fine. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to people who, just in case you may not remember it.
Handed him my phone, my wallet popped up. So I said, hold up, let me hit my power button. And, you know, I have it recorded as well. That's all I went and did. That's not obstruction of evidence. And then I let him have the phone. I wasn't trying to delete anything. In fact, it is actually...
The only problem that he's doing here is something very simple. He's talking. That is the only thing that he's doing wrong here. Do not talk to the police. They are not there to help you, especially in a situation like this. You're not going to get a good cop, right? You're not going to be like, oh, well, this is not the cop that arrested me. This is a good cop. That's not going to happen. Don't talk. You say a few very simple words. I want a lawyer. That's it. Your lawyer is literally paid to talk for you. It's their job. It's their job. They are paid to speak on your behalf. Don't take money out of your lawyer's pocket. Too late to know. To be fair, white people should also know this.
Actually impossible to delete something from an iPhone from a locked screen by hitting the power button. So in no context could I have been trying to erase something by hitting one button on my phone. Now I'm sure you have a phone as well. When you hit the power button, that doesn't delete anything, does it?
But he's like, listen, I get that, but I really want to debate bro this cop real quick. You know what I mean? I really want to debate bro this cop real quick.
I imagine it wouldn't, yeah.
Yes, that's all I did. So I don't know how that's obstruction of evidence, but that is what it is.
Now that Sheldon is in jail just for promoting our GoFundMe, we started doubting if we'll ever even be able to get Brian his money back for his dad's Lego collection. It's crazy that out of all the powerful organizations I've gone up against, the one company I'm not able to beat is a Lego company. I literally couldn't have imagined a worse ending for this video. But I had no clue that it was about to get...
Well, to be entirely fair, like, you just say, I want a lawyer, and then you wait. If after 30 minutes they don't have a lawyer, then maybe it's time to reframe the question in a way that they would understand. You know what I mean? Or the statement. Right? You say nothing until you have a lawyer. Only thing you say, if you don't have a lawyer, is, I want a lawyer.
Worst ending for this beat is a Lego company. I literally couldn't have imagined a worse ending for this video. But I had no clue that it was about to get way worse.
I would not watch a 46-minute video on this, but yes, do not talk to the police. You should not talk to the police. Also, this is 21 million views. That's pretty good.
American Park Police Department, make yourself known.
Search warrant. Stand up. Step outside, everybody. Come on.
No. Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that.
What do you mean, don't move like that?
Yeah, this cop pulled my arm so far back, it dislocated my shoulder. He claims it's because I was attempting to make an escape or something.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
But if we go back a little bit, you can see I was being completely still when he grabbed me, and I actually made 0 quick movements. So this police officer is just straight up lying so he can give me a serious injury.
Included in the warrant.
And they turn the camera too.
Are Legos.
Yes, the police department got an official warrant.
Included in the warrant are Legos? What?
To search our house for stolen Legos. I should have seen this coming. Josh did threaten me in the last video that if I go out and actually try to sue him, he's gonna come out and say that I'm the one that stole the Legos.
Okay, let's do it.
Fuck you, man. You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang.
Okay?
Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
I'm not a big city lawyer, nor am I a big fan of copyright. But it would be beautiful irony if Lego sent a cease and desist to Bricks and Minifigs to shut down their operation. I think that would be hilarious.
Fast forward a little bit just to give you guys some context, but I actually got a copy of this one.
I know it's not the Lego way. It's just Lego. Oh my bad. It's Lego.
Right.
The reason they were searching our house was it says there is now certain property or evidence described as any stolen merchandise, specifically Lego merchandise.
This also implicates like the judges in America Fork, Utah. By the way, a judge signed off on this false search warrant. So the corruption is like all the way to the top. There's zero evidence that there was any stolen property, and the judge signed off on a false search warrant for this reason.
Evidence of illegal conduct on us that we stole the Legos. They're looking that we stole the Legos is why they stormed our house with no evidence. And this is after he's been proven to make up stories about us before. And so now he's just pulling something out of his butt. Oh, they're the ones that stole the Legos. And for whatever reason, the police take him seriously, even though he's acting like a crazy person.
Anyways, the cops probably felt pretty stupid when they searched our entire house and didn't find any stolen Legos.
Nope. They didn't feel a single thing. I promise you, they did not feel a single thing.
Again, the police illegally redacted this conversation to avoid them looking stupid, but I'm pretty sure that's what they were talking about. But instead of doing what any rational police officer would do and let us go, they're sticking to their story that we're the thieves.
You caught my eye, and I've got a feeling I'm falling. Show me the river, jump right through. I used to travel things alone.
That's a big cat.
Yes. Now the entire group, we are all on our way to jail. Except for me. I got taken to an interrogation room so they could find some reason to lock me up for good.
Ben, I'm Detective Nikosha.
Last time, I was able to get released on bail. But this time, they're requesting that I be held in jail a month until my court date. But there's honestly nothing for me to hide, so I went through the entire story with them.
You're not going to outsmart the cops. Not because the cops are smart. They're not. They're stupid. But because they will lie. They will lie and they'll misrepresent. And then they'll lock you up for extra time because you make them feel stupid. Always. Always. Always ask for a lawyer. Never speak without a lawyer present. Ever. In your entire life. If you ever talk to the cops, you're already in the wrong. You should not be talking to the cops. You should always be speaking with your lawyer, and your lawyer speaks to your cops or to the cops. You will never be able to say something to these people ever.
To show the detective that this whole thing
actually believes in the propaganda. I mean, yeah, because he's probably a white kid who never had to deal with the cops in a antagonistic fashion in his life. Right? He's probably taught by his parents, like, don't let anybody ever tell you that you're, or, you know, disregard or disrespect you, you know. And he thinks that I can just talk my way out of this, you know. Probably because he's usually used to people talking his way out of it in like normal situations. If you watch his other content, he always kind of just talks his way out of situations. It's kind of what he does. Right? But that doesn't work when you are dealing with literally corrupt police officer. Right? Like, I'm gonna be honest, this is actually very good journalism. He's unearthed corruption that is embedded within like the Mormon scene in Utah. You can't just talk your way out of it. Right? Honestly, the fact that he's even out right now is saying something, because they could have locked him up for a few years, right? On some trumped up minor charges. Because they have the judges in their pockets. The police department's all bought out and corrupt. Like,
it's just a big misunderstanding.
About that.
If you think about it, 83-year-old man versus
That's what-
$400 million company. Even though the $400 million company's in the wrong, they're gonna win, you know? I wish we could just send him an email, like show up to court this day. That would be so easy for us. But this is how the law works. Like, that's not my fault. Like, I don't make the law. If I made the law, send him an email, and they're like, he doesn't want your papers, you just have to figure out civilly.
He thinks because he has somebody, he's okay. Someone needs to do JCS on this. He thinks because he's talking to somebody who he hasn't seen before, as a detective, he's like, okay, this guy's high up. He'll understand my plight.
This is the civil method, you know, like, to do it civilly, you have to serve. They're like, well, then just sue him then. I'm like, that's what we're doing. Like, you see how this is a circle? I am very interested on Josh's side of the story, because I think he said, might have been heroin in the car or something, and they did like a 3-hour search on our car. Obviously no heroin, so I don't know what Josh is telling them to that we're doing, but suing him is not working for us. So let's do a GoFundMe.
Right after I mentioned this GoFundMe, the investigator wanted to leave the room.
Hang tight here, and then I'll be back with you, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Something about me mentioning this GoFundMe really caught his attention.
All right. Good. Well, I just like to know
Because
more.
it ties him to him. Are they going to get them on RICO charges? That would be insane. Are they going to get him on RICO charges? That's no shot.
More about this, like, GoFundMe. Like I said, I have no idea what's going
Yeah,
on.
we were just trying to get, so basically...
Stop talking! Stop talking, bro. Because are extremely rare.
What ended up happening is Ben got arrested, which...
Have you considered, this is Utah. Nothing's rare in Utah.
We were pretty blown away he got arrested, but I'm like, all right, I'll take over now. Like, I don't want you to get in any more trouble. And he's like, yeah,
I'll take over. He's like, So are y'all some sort of collective group or a gang?
I can't get in any more trouble. Like if you take over, like that, that was my decision. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. What other questions do you, I guess, have? Because there's not really, I guess, much else to say in the situation, to be honest. That's just the whole thing that just happened. I mean, I'm honestly, kind of shocked to be arrested at this point for that. Yeah, this is definitely a very strange thing to be getting interrogated about, especially considering from my angle.
All I'm saying, I'm glad the black guy's not involved with this part. Unless he is. And they just haven't shown that footage.
And the evidence I've seen, the overwhelming evidence that they just blatantly stole from this guy, it's like us trying to then do a GoFundMe to get him his money back.
They arrested you. You're talking to the people who arrested you being like, they arrested us. No, he arrested you. The person in front of you. You're part of the same institution.
And I'm the one, getting put in cuffs. It's crazy.
I guess the
Also,
detective...
Chad already sent the don't talk to the police 45 minutes. I'm not watching it today. I think we watched it before. At least some of it before, a few years ago.
didn't get what he was looking for, so he decided to interview the rest of the group.
Sounded like a great project to me. I was
You know what it is? They have little to no experience with the cops, you can tell. They think that if they just explain their situation well enough, the cops will understand and let them go. They don't understand. Right? To be fair, there is some dramatic irony here because we have information that they don't know at this point. Right? We know the cops have been chatting on their body cameras about just throwing them in jail for whatever. We know and we also know the cops are like a corrupt institution, and policing is a corrupt institution, right? They are sitting here. They don't know, and this is why know your rights campaigns are so important, right? So you like them taking him out of his holding cell to talk to him like this is a technique to get him to open up, so he doesn't feel like a prisoner, so he doesn't ask for a lawyer. You know what I mean? And they don't understand that. They don't get that. They don't see that like the cops are playing them because they are protecting their own.
It's like, okay, like it's for a good cause.
How are you doing?
And for some reason, he was trying to get all of them to admit that the GoFundMe was my idea.
Hello. Obviously, Ben was behind the GoFundMe idea as well, right?
I don't know whose idea that was, because I kind of just started, I think they...
Oh my goodness, bro. Because we know how the police work to protect these kinds of people, pillars of the community, people with money, people who produce jobs.
He was supportive of it as his channel, right? He said, oh yeah, let's do this for the channel, from my understanding. Was that kind of your ideas to do this video with the GoFundMe and all that?
But I wasn't afraid to admit that I actually made the GoFundMe for Brian, because a GoFundMe is a safe, legal way to raise money for a family if they got all their stuff stolen. I should be risking nothing by admitting this.
Basically, the police told me, do not take this man to court.
It was such an obvious leading question, too, you know? Honestly, next stream, we might watch the entire interrogation footage, if we can find it.
Or else you'll get arrested. And so I was like, just thinking, and we're like, let's do a GoFundMe, you know? And that was their solution.
But I was wrong.
We're gonna book you back into the jail.
We did. I saw the platinum mirror selfie where he hides the tattoo.
Okay. The creation of the GoFundMe, right? We're blasting this person all over saying, hey, he's...
So creating the GoFundMe was illegal?
When I asked the detective how creating a GoFundMe was probable cause to send me to jail, this was his response.
A lot of this stuff you may have to just get an attorney and fight it in the criminal side of court, right?
Okay, should I get my back?
Yeah, go ahead and stand up. I got an officer right here that's gonna...
This perfect example for why you do not talk to the cops. Cop felt bad. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Not even slightly. It's his job to come across as like personable because he got exactly what he wanted. Also, yeah, also civil issue, by the way.
Yeah.
Will I also be able to hear Josh's side of the story? Because I think he's said a lot of lies to you guys.
It'll be, and I never talked to Josh, but it'll be documented in the report as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
But the detective was lying. The police have illegally redacted every single claim Josh has made about me. And when I finally go to court, I'm going to be completely blind to what I'm even being charged for. The worst part is that the police officers took away my bail. So now I have to wait a month in jail.
Over Lego, by the way.
However, I ended up getting extremely lucky. When a judge ended up reviewing this arrest, they thought the whole thing was so stupid and ended up releasing me on bail. So now, at least I'm a free man until my court case.
Let's go, man, yeah. The illegal act that I committed was mentioning that Josh stole the Legos in our GoFundMe. So if you say who
what's the charge? Honestly, I was joking before, but he actually should have called the ACLU. That actually would have been extraordinarily helpful. Harassment?
Thief is...
Defamation is a civil thing. But like, harassment for what? They admitted on camera that he wasn't doing anything. I guess cops don't care. They don't need anything.
Then that is illegal for us to do that.
Now, I just have to wait for court. And honestly, I'm not excited. My entire life, I was taught if you steal from people, you get in trouble. And if you help people, you get rewarded. But I guess I was just taught a lie. By me trying to help and do the right thing, all I did was just screw everything up and get all of my
apparently there's a part 3 and 4 to this.
Friends in trouble. I couldn't fix anything. And now with all the charges I got in this video, I'm looking at least 5 years in jail. But I finally accept my fate. I failed. And now it's time to go home. But before I made it home, one of my roommates called me saying that a police officer just showed up to our house.
So it rings the doorbell, and it's like, is Mr. Snyder here?
Why did you answer it? Then nail right on the head. This dude does not understand how the legal system works at all. Don't answer the door for cops. I don't know how to describe this. Do not answer the door for police officers. If they are trying to get you, they would have a warrant to get you. And even then, make them break the door down. It's not your job.
I was like, why? I was like, can I deliver a message for you? He's like, how could you deliver a message? He said it just like that. He was like, just tell him he has a warrant for his arrest. Like, he thought he was in an action movie type walk off, and that was his like end scene line.
If I had to guess, I'd say that Bricks and Minifigs has seen that I am a free man, and they can't have me actively working on my lawsuit against them. And considering how many lies Bricks and Minifigs has made about me in this video,
Fuck you, man. You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
American Park Police Department, make yourself known.
Oh, did you hear that, chat? He said he stole the Legos. He said those words exactly. Get him. Get him, boys.
Put it in the warrant or Legos.
I can only imagine of what I'm being accused of doing now. So immediately, I called the Utah Police Department to see what my warrant was for.
Someone showed up at my house today saying that there was a warrant out for my arrest.
If that warrant says a no bail, those are the ones that are more serious.
The only thing the police department could tell me is that I do have a warrant, but this time the judge approved it that I will have no bail. And I am now a physical threat to Josh, the person the police are protecting. So basically, at any moment now, I could be arrested without bail for some mystery crime. There really is only one thing that I can do now.
Well, I'm in Mexico now, and the American police have no authority here. Oh, what's going on? What the heck is that thing? Can you let us on that?
But at this moment, I realized what I had to do. Bricks and Minifigs thinks they can just bully anyone who tries to stop them in committing their crimes. And what's the only way to stop a bully? To stand up to them.
If me posting this picture online once got the city this upset where they had to arrest me, just think about how upset they'd be if thousands of people started wearing it.
Which is why the picture that got me arrested, I'm putting that picture on a shirt.
And you can buy this merch at WeStealFromOldPeople.com. So go right now. It's gonna be sick.
And yeah, all of the law enforcement that's protecting Bricks and Minifigs is gonna be pissed. But there's nothing they can do because I'm in Mexico.
Anyways,
I don't think like he's actually in Mexico when this is posted. I think he's saying that as a distraction.
Part 3 is now live on my Patreon at patreon.com/recklessben.
Also on Patreon, you'll find tons of behind-the-scenes content, plus the movie I made that all the streaming services rejected once they saw how gnarly it was. And all of the money I make goes directly towards trying to fight Bricks and Minifigs so they stop doing bad things to people. Also, make sure to donate to the GoFundMe we set up for Brian. I'm not really sure if I'm allowed to promote this. I mean, I got arrested just for creating this thing, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Everyone donate to this GoFundMe. I'm in Mexico now. The police can't do anything to me here.
Yeah, he stated 3 times. Okay. I don't think he's actually in Mexico. Bro hit the line 3 times. Interesting. And apparently the police department responded. I think more context. The Red Post Plattner defending the Israeli tank shooting at children in Gaza. He's a psychopath. Wait, what? He did that? Oh, I think I did see that. I didn't see the context though. You know what? I'll look at it after. I'll use bathroom. You see this saga watch. I mean, the only thing that's left is this Charlie video.
Yeah,
about the
even
police department responding. Here, I'll be right back.
More unhinged craziness in this huge Lego scandal with bricks and minifigs has just unfolded. The Utah Police Department that was responsible for a lot of the inexplicably hostile and ridiculous behavior that we talked about yesterday with part 2 from Reckless Ben's investigation. That police department has now sent forth its softest gesture to try and explain their side of things and justify a lot of what's now been put into the public eye. And this guy is so soft-spoken, it is very difficult to even hear him in the first place. This guy must have just had his fucking tonsils removed. So, I'm just giving you fair warning. It's going to be hard to hear it, but what you can hear is all the bullshit that he's driveling out. And it's so interesting because there have been numerous opportunities now for Bricks and Minifigs and now the American Fork Police Department here to actually start debunking things if there is another side to this, if everyone is being misled by Ben's videos and it's like manipulated footage and out of context to make them all look bad. It's all like this big dubious plot. If that was the case, then why hasn't Bricks and Minifigs been able to... issue a response that is trustworthy. Their last response had multiple lies in it that are provably incorrect, especially in regards to the consignment, and there's now been 2 instances of the Bricks and Minifigs top brass going on live stream to try and defend and justify their actions, and it's been a fumble. That has been a fucking floundering of the ages there. They haven't been able to explain their side or debunk any of the claims here or anything. And again, their official statement was littered with lies that are easily provably wrong. So, Bricks and Minifigs hasn't been able to defend themselves with any evidence or proof, and now the American Fork Police Department comes forward and also can't do that either, telling multiple lies that are immediately provably wrong. So all of the evidence, the actual evidence being provided, is solely from Ben. That is the only place where you can actually, with your own eyes and ears, I wanna see and hear on it yet. Brother, do you mind turning up the volume? Holy, it's actually...
They have 111 subscribers, by the way.
ASMR. Wow. I cannot really hear him. Why is he whispering? Are his parents asleep in the next room? What is this?
I'd like to address the members of our American Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media that have been presented in a way that calls into question some of the actions of our department.
And we can't have that. You're not allowed to question the actions of our department. We do nothing wrong. Why is it so fucking quiet? I can hardly hear him. I actually can barely hear him. I need to bass boost this guy. Deep fry his ass. Holy, I actually can't hear it at all. Maybe this. Let me see if that helps.
These videos are affiliated with an influencer on YouTube and other social media platforms and stem from a dispute involving Legos that originates in the state of Oregon. In this message...
I actually have to turn on subtitles. Bro, I can't hear you. Oh my god. Use your outside voice, please. Oh, wow.
Mr. Johnson reported that earlier that same day, a suspicious male had been at his residence. He stated the male was wearing a baseball cap with a UPS logo taped onto it.
Bro, they were like so nice, had to do it twice. So nice, had to do it twice. It worked last time. It's gonna work again, we promise.
Mr. Johnson also reported that a suspicious package had been left at the residence. He explained that what appeared suspicious was that the shipping label did not look legitimate. The package was later determined to contain rubber ducks. Mr. Johnson he believed the mail was an individual named Benjamin Snyder, who, according to Johnson...
I can't believe it.
Mr. Johnson further explained that civil proceedings were occurring in Oregon and stated that he believed Schneider was sending individuals to his home to harass him. While Officer
to serve him, brother, they can only go forward if he gets served the papers, which is what he was trying to explain to the officers that were called out there numerous times, literally countless times. How else?
The irony of Ben being invited on the Pedal Troll show. Yeah, we talked about it earlier.
Like he can't go himself because Josh is a bitch and has like formally trespassed him. So if he shows up, he goes to jail for it. But by law, through the legal process, he has to serve those papers. So like, what's he supposed to do? Now the rubber ducks, that's probably something totally separate. I'm sure that probably doesn't tie.
Hey, what if he probably just ordered some rubber ducks? Who knows? You know,
directly in to serving him the.
I don't judge a man by what he does with his rubber ducks.
Papers, but brother, he had it's not harassing him to try and serve him the legal documents. This is a legit tactic process servers use, by the way. The rubber ducks is. Let me look that up. I'm very unfamiliar.
No, I think the UPS thing is
unfamiliar with all of this. So let me see. No, like using disguises. Oh, that I know. I thought you were talking about the rubber ducks. No, I know about that. That's a very common thing. I thought you were talking about sending...
Listen, a UPS disguise would never work on me. What if they dressed up as a baddie? Dressed up as a baddie and not actually was a baddie.
Rubber ducks, for some reason, is like first contact.
Officer Tonga issued Adams a trespass warning at Mr. Johnson's request and instructed him not to return to Mr. Johnson's residence. At approximately the same time, Officer Richardson arrived in the area.
Wait, can you actually just trespass process servers? That's hilarious. Anytime somebody tries to show up at my door, and I think that they're a process server, boop, 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 boop. Hello? Yes, cops, trespass this man. I keep barring people from coming to my door. Never get served papers, never be sued.
And located a dark-colored Hyundai vehicle. Richardson initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle for failing to stop before the stop line at a stop sign and failing to stop completely at that stop sign.
Does this guy then go on to say the officer was incorrect? Because we have the dash cam. He realizes this lie is immediately debunked when you look at the dash cam. They stopped at the stop sign. This is a provable lie. Surely,
yeah, but cops get to just do that.
He goes on to say that...
Okay, I'll say the rest of this for later. I do have to go, chat, because I am a little bit tired. But what an insane story. I did not expect this from this story. I don't know what I expected. I didn't expect this. It's just getting good. Well, hopefully by next stream, there will be more videos out and we can continue this saga. Let's finish the cops response. Nah. I'll let you keep thinking about it. If that's all, chat. I think that's it. What an interesting story. Yeah. Any final thoughts? I would rather talk about this than Grand Planner any day, to be fair. Doing a whole series of videos explaining all this is systemic in the US and problems of liberal society. Yeah. Employment's at 160,000 right now, by the way. I mean, it's going to be that plus 100K because they won the lawsuits. Don't they have to pay that? Am I crazy? Just because they shut the store down does not mean they don't have to pay that. Right? They won it in small claims court. Universal Power users think we're the 5 gifted subs. That's crazy. Much appreciated. In finality, here. In finality, follow my art page, by the way. Follow my art page where I will be posting more art like this. And maybe even my Patreon where you'll see a different kind of art. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Ha ha ha. Finger painting. And how much would come from damages from the police, etc. too. That would take a while. But they should actually get the ACLU involved. Through the comments on Ben's video, one of them said, got to call the feds. The feds don't play. That's hilarious. Closing it, they could say that the bank branch was bankrupt, that is, went into receivership, can no longer pay anything. Yeah, but they have to file for that, you know? Right? And that's up for the courts to decide whether or not that is an adequate excuse. Still civil. Well, Ben has been radicalized in the Lego community. True. That'd be art, thank you. But if that's it. I sneeze. This could have been over very easily, by the way. It did not need to escalate into police abuse. I totally forgot I was live on YouTube. Well, bye YouTube chat.